Well, good morning, everyone. It's now 9:30. The inquiry is now resumed. Before I go any further, can I check that everyone can hear me? Can people hear me at the back? Thank you. Okay, my name is Stephen Normington. I've been appointed by the Secretary of State to hold this inquiry into an appeal made by Vulps Limited, trading as Vulps Land, Ashfield Land Developments Limited, and Davison Developments Limited. The application is for outline planning permission with access not reserved for up to 700 dwellings, areas of public open space, a rugby pitch, landscaping, allotments, sustainable drainage, associated infrastructure, and the application is accompanied by an environmental statement. And the appeal site is located on land to the west of Brackley. My role is to carefully consider the evidence provided in the inquiry and to make a decision whether the appeal should be allowed or dismissed. Before we go any further, I'm going to ask somebody from the council to just confirm whether we've got any fire alarm tests today. And if we don't, what are the evacuation procedures? Mr. Callis, that was you yesterday. I don't know if you've got a microphone. You'll probably just need to come and join us. It's better that you do it to be up to date than me try to guess whether there's a fire alarm test.
Okay, thanks, sir. So there's no fire test due today. As I said yesterday, if the fire alarm does sound, make your way down the staircase, outside and round behind me, adjacent to the mound. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for those who weren't here yesterday, location of toilet facilities?
Are out the door in the corner, across the landing and through the next set of doors.
Thank you ever so much. And I'm sorry to trouble you to have to come to the table to say that, but thank you. All right, just the final comment from me then before moving to the inquiry matters. Just to remind everyone to turn email alerts, mobile phones and the like to silent during the course of the inquiry today whilst we're in session. So if you can please do that. Today's day 2 of the inquiry. In a few moments, we will commence a housing land supply roundtable session. And then this afternoon, we'll hear formal evidence from Mr. Callis on behalf of the council. I'll come on to the roundtable session in a minute, but there are just a couple of housekeeping matters that we parked from yesterday that I just want to see where we're at in terms of updates. The first one was the matters raised by the Brackley Angling Club in relation to drainage matters. And I understand that the Angling Club was going to send some information to Mr. Callis for parties to consider and determine whether or not a formal response from a technical witness was required. Can I just ask where we're at with that, Mr. Callis? Have you got that information? You might want to just sit there actually for the next few moments because I've got some other questions.
Thank you, sir. Sorry. So yes, we've received the email from the Angling Club with all the documentation and I forwarded that across to the appellant.
And the planning inspectorate, have you sent it to us as well?
I haven't as yet, so I will send that immediately now. Okay.
I'm not going to touch upon that now then. I think you need to consider that to determine 100%. What we're going to do with that later. So I'll ask either at the end of today or tomorrow morning where we're at with that information. The other thing was just some understanding as to where we're going from the 106 discussion yesterday. There were 3 matters I think that we kind of had a little think about. The one is amendments regarding triggers and the notification for those. Then the other was in relation to, or the others were in relation to the rugby pitch and whether or not there's a drop down fallback position, and the same for the allotment land, whether or not there's a drop down fallback position. And it's just me understanding what am I likely to see, having taken instructions hopefully with the client as to any amendments that might be coming forward.
We are very much alive to the issue, and I know my clients and my instructing solicitors have been discussing it, and hopefully they will engage with the LPA as well. So could I park that till the end of the day, but we'll give you an update. But as I said yesterday, and I'll reiterate, so I should turn this on for the live stream. We are very much alive to your comments and taking them on board. So, but I would just, I know unless my client has got an update, I think the best thing is could we park that and give you an effectively a update at the end of play today.
Okay, we'll do that on both. Then the final matter that I parked from yesterday was the revision to the site visit itinerary in terms of picking up the visit to the angling lake. And then I had a discussion while we were ensuring that I could get online for the Friday closings with Ms McAllister, to whether or not there's any benefit in a representative from the council, the appellate and myself travelling in one car to avoid trying to park, which I understand could be an issue on some of those residential areas, particularly if there's other people joining as well. Where are we at with that discussion? Have you had that discussion yet, Mr. Callis?
So I've not actually spoken with the appellant about the issue of going in a single car, but I believe there is an updated itinerary that's been circulated.
Yeah, so the updated itinerary, I've just sent to Daniel for now for any comments, and then we will send on. But it essentially just adds another stop.
That's fine.
But yeah, the point about the car, I'm sure we can sort out logistics.
Yeah, it just seems to me we can take 3 cars on it. There might be other people joining as well, but it just seems to me that it's kind of a pointless exercise if we just went in one car. As long as I've got the appellant and the council's witnesses with me or representative with me, then that's fine. If it's a problem, it's not an issue. I can go in my car and we'll meet on site. But it just seems to me that it's a pretty pointless exercise, really, because we're all going to the same place at the same time. And this just makes more sustainable transport choice if we travel together. But I'll leave that one with you. We can have an update on that tomorrow. That's all the housekeeping things I think that I had. Just to confirm to the advocates from both parties that I can, the test of the system worked. So there's nothing on the inspectorate's firewall that will block access to the Zoom calls. So we're good to go for Friday.
It's council organised Zoom for Friday, is it?
Yep. The only thing that I will need eventually, which I understand in the pipeline, is the invite. I was walked through as to how to do the Zoom connection yesterday, and everything seems to be fine. So we're okay. That concludes my housekeeping. Mr. White, anything from yourself in terms of housekeeping matters?
Yes, well, not housekeeping. There was a matter that I wanted to ask for my learned friend's indulgence, Mr. Wood's indulgence. I mentioned it to my learned friend, but as you heard from you'll call my question mark in the chronology yesterday about what was happening with the emerging regulation 18. And I asked my learned friend if he'd be kind enough to ask Mr. Wood, as Mr. Wood, and I mean this in the greatest way possible, is the horse's mouth, if he could just provide an update. It's not particularly contentious, but it would just be worth having what exactly the factual position is on the regulation 18.
Mr. Wood, do you have that information?
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So as we're all aware, we consulted on the Regulation 18 plan in the spring of last year, and then we were working hard towards a Regulation 19 plan. We then had the changes to the planning system, the planning reforms at the end of 2024, which included changes to the MPPF itself, the wording of some policies within the MPPF, but particularly for us was a significant increase in our housing requirement that we had to meet in the next version of the plan. So we switched from moving to a Reg 19 to a further Reg 18 in an LDS that we produced in, I think it was February of this year. So that's our timetable to move to the further Reg 18 in October, so around this time of year. We then had a further issue, which was an election in May of this year when the council went from a Conservative control council to a Reform council. So we had many new councillors, many councillors who had no previous experience either of being councillors or being involved in local plan work. So we spent a lot of time with members, briefing them, bringing them up to speed on the role of plan making, how we do that, the evidence that we've done, the consultations that we've done so far, and how they shape the plan moving forward. So we're having workshops and other sessions with members. Really important that members' aspirations can be reflected in the next version of the plan. So we are looking, say, to produce a further Regulation 18 plan. That's likely to be start to go through committee later this year or very early next year, with a view to submitting the plan before the end of 2026, because we want to submit under the current plan making system, and the long stop date for that is the 31st of December next year. So submission will be done, say, before the end of next year.
Just clarify just one point that I might have mistaken. I do apologise if I did. You said something that's going to start to look at committee November, and then you said something about February. Did you mean November through to February?
The February reference was to the LDS, the latest version of the LDS, which was February this year,
February 25.
February 25. So that signalled that, say, we were going to produce a further Regulation 18 plan with the intention at that stage of producing that in October. So that was before the all-out elections that we had in May.
So as I understand it, then you are starting the committee process for that Reg 18 consultation next
There'll be
month.
there'll be further consultation on the Regulation 18, and it will be a full plan. I mean, the Regulation 18 plan that we consulted on in spring last year was an almost full plan. Most of the policies were fully drafted, not all, but most. And the next plan will be a full Regulation 18 plan.
Mr. White, does that answer your concerns?
Not concerned, so just merely update. Thank you very much,
Yep.
from Mr. Wood. Thank you.
Any other housekeeping matters from yourself?
I don't think so, sir.
Mr. Fraser, quite anything from yourself in terms of updates, housekeeping?
Only that the printout of Councillor Baker's statement is now available.
Is that being sent to the planning inspectorate?
I don't think so. I can do that immediately now, but I've got the hard copies.
Oh, if you've got, well, give me the hard copy now, then you don't need to send it, and I'll record it as an inquiry document.
So while Mr. Callis is handing that up, can I just address the timetable?
Yep.
Thank you very much. And so just for today, just to give you comfort, and I'm not encouraging longer, but just my learned friend asked me, I gave him an indication. I think my estimate is about an hour to an hour and a half cross-examination this afternoon. So I want to give you comfort, unless my learned friend is extremely extravagant in examination chief. It should give you comfort that we should finish Mr. Callis this afternoon and keep to the timetable.
Thank you very much indeed. All right, let's just move into some inquiry document housekeeping, then set out some of the parameters for this morning then. The document that's just given me, which is the speaking notes of Councillor Baker, I'll record that as ID 7. This morning, I've been handed a joint position statement from the appellant and the council regarding those site reviews that were taken by Mr. Wood last night. That's in tabular form. I'm going to record that as inquiry document 6. So that's number 6, and the speaking note from Councillor Baker is number 7. All right, let's just set out now some parameters for this morning. I've sent out this morning the revised agenda. Just some ground rules. This session is about housing land supply. There are matters referred to in evidence from both sides regarding the MPPF and planning policy guidance that probably are matters, well, they're not probably, they are matters that are covered by relevant planning witnesses. So what I've stripped out of the suggested agenda is where we're going over the status of the plan in terms of its age and certain paragraphs in the MPPF, because we will cover those through other evidence by the planning witness. So I've kind of stripped it back to housing land supply in its basic element. But within that, I do want to understand a little bit about the subtle differences in the approach. So the agenda that I've set is essentially based on what both parties have said. So I'm not going to lose, and I need to know some of the policy background as to why we have those subtle differences. And I'm going to tease that out as we go through this morning.
So can I just before you get stuck in, have you had a chance? ID 6 is a strange document in a sense, because it's extremely helpful, and I want to commend Mr. Tiley and Mr. Wood for putting it together in obviously time, but there are 3 elements to it, in the sense that the first is the updated position, which Mr. Wood's given, obviously, and we thank him for giving notice of those points. There's also the consequences for you and the parties as to where that leaves the HLS debate. And then finally, I think there's an attempt, I don't know if this is agreed I assume it is, that what your point about the big picture items, the final table seeks to be identify where the critical differences lie for the sites for discussion, because Mr. Tiley says, and as I mentioned yesterday, I think overall there's dispute on 57 sites. Some of them are quite tiddly. And what the attempt of Mr. Wood and Mr. Tiley is to identify. Mr. Tiley will tell me because he's got a handle for numbers. What are we up to in that schedule? 25? How many are there roughly? Let's say 20. Yeah, roughly. Well, hopefully it's a significantly lesser figure than the 57.
Yep. That approach essentially coincides with item 4 of my agenda, I think, which is about looking at the sites from ID6 first when we get to that point, then going on to those big ticket items, which I think is a helpful table then that you've produced. That's helpful.
Thank you. I'm sorry I just wanted to give you a sense of, frankly, both parties have really done a lot overnight to try and assist you and shorten what needs to be discussed, and both need to be commended for doing that.
And I really welcome that. And I have put, I think, on 4C, if we have time, we can go back to what's left if we have time. But I think it's a critical things that I need to know that will tip the balance anyway, perhaps one way or the other. So it's the big ticket items that I think I wanted to concentrate on. That's helpful because I think in doing that, we've set out the parameters of what I want to focus on today. We don't have any interested parties from yesterday. So we are essentially the team around the table that we have. Advocates, as I said yesterday, it's your choice to the extent to which you participate. It is a roundtable session. We're not leading any witnesses in that sense. If you want to say something, then please acknowledge me and say something, but I suspect I'm particularly looking at Mr. Wood and Mr. Tiley most of today. Mr. Munn. I do apologise, Mr. Munn. Let me just record your name.
I think I did mention yesterday that he would be assisting, and I think the appellants have been aware for some time that that's going to be the case.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to start on the agenda. The first item on the agenda, which I think both parties agreed, was a period of assessment. I'll probably ask the council first to lead on that. I'm going to move between you and Mr. Wood, Mr. Tiley, as to who leads. It doesn't really matter who leads. And then we can just see where your views are. So the first item on the agenda is the assessment period. So, Mr. Wood, what's your view of the assessment period? Just take us through the position of the council.
Yeah.
And highlight where you might differ from the appellant. If you do.
I don't think we do, sir.
I don't think you do.
I think it's very straightforward. It's the 1st of April 2025. And it's a 5-year period from there until the 31st of March 2030. So I think if you're happy, sir, and the appellants are happy, we can save time. We're in agreement on that one, I think.
Mr. Tiley, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Well, that were easy. Right. All right. Next parts are probably not as easy. And this is looking at the differences between you regarding the areas of assessment. So just take us through perhaps the area of assessment set out in the development plan. I'll ask you to perhaps explain what the development plan says and see if Mr. Tiley has got any difference of interpretation of what the development plan says, and then we'll move on from there. So what does the development plan say about the area of assessment, Mr. Wood?
Yes, sir. So if I draw you to paragraph 1718 in the core strategy, the section's titled Housing Trajectory, and within that it says that the base for the 5-year land supply calculation is the housing trajectory set out in Appendix 3 to the core strategy. So that Appendix 3 gives the detailed breakdown by policy area. So importantly, in terms of the approach in the core strategy at the time, it was both a policy area approach but a trajectory approach as well. It was numbers as well as policy areas.
Is that your understanding, Mr. Tiley? Thank you, sir. Yes, we're in agreement on this. It's set out in paragraphs 2.19 to 2.21 of the Housing Statement of Common Ground, namely that the development plan requires that housing land supply is assessed for South Northamptonshire excluding NRDA, and that approach should be adopted unless material considerations indicate otherwise.
All right, so that's what the development plan says. There's no disagreement on that. It's quite factual. You've created the stem to common ground, which I had decided me, but I hadn't picked it up until you drew my attention to pick it up. So thank you for that. What does, I'll keep with you then on this one. What does national guidance say about the area of assessment?
If you have CDD 19, sir.
Just bear me 1 second.
Yes, it's the extracts of the national guidance.
Just give me the reference again.
D19.
Yep.
So you will see at the top of this, there's two extracts, the first of which addresses how areas with joint plans will be monitored for the purposes of 5-year land supply. And it sets out that areas which have a joint plan, as is the case here, have the option to monitor their 5-year housing land supply and have the housing delivery test applied over the whole of the joint planning area or on a single authority basis. Now, obviously here, the development plan chose a different approach and said a policy area basis. It then proceeds to identify that the approach to using individual or combined housing requirement figures will be established through the plan making process. So national guidance is clear that the area of assessment is to be established through the plan making process and not through the decision making process such as this Section 78 appeal, sir. As a consequence, sir, national guidance is clear that the area of assessment should remain that set out in the statutory development plan. Then we turn to the second part of the guidance, sir.
Just bear 1 second.
Yeah. Which deals with how 5-year land supply should be calculated following local government reorganisation, which is obviously the circumstance which has arisen here again, sir. And it's the third part of this, the third paragraph in this section that addresses the circumstances we're in, because it identifies that where strategic housing requirement policies covering the predecessor authority area are older than 5 years and require updating, local housing need should be used. And we're all agreed that local housing need should be used. And then it proceeds to identify that where the data required to calculate local housing need, presumably for the predecessor authority area, is not available, as is the case here, an alternative approach will have to be used. So national guidance is not only clear that the area of assessment is to be established through the plan-making process rather than the decision-making process, it then also provides the mechanism by which one does so following local government reorganisation, and it identifies that one should use local housing need for the predecessor authority area, and where that's not available using the standard method, an alternative approach should be used.
And is there any suggestion, just looking at that very last sentence of that paragraph, is any suggestion that that data is not available that would justify an alternative approach?
So this is moving on to local housing needs, but the inputs to local housing need, to the standard method, are published at current LPA level. Now, thankfully, we have the data, there's two inputs to the standard method, the affordability ratios and the housing stock.
Yep.
The affordability ratios are published for current LPAs and predecessor LPAs. So that element you can calculate for both the former and the current LPA. The housing stock, sir, is only published for current LPAs, but thankfully in this instance, we know the housing stock from 2021 in the former LPA, and the council have identified how many completions have been achieved in the interim. So we have an alternative way of calculating the housing stock in 2024, and therefore we can apply the standard method, although using one alternative input for the former South Northamptonshire.
So your view is any suggestion that the alternative approach should be used, or should we stick with the development plan?
Sorry, if you stick with the area required by the development plan, which is South Northamptonshire, which the guidance is clear one should, that necessitates the use of an alternative, sorry, the same method, but an alternative, sorry, an input from an alternative source, sir. So it is arguably an alternative approach, although it follows the standard methodology, if that makes sense.
Mr. What do you think about that? I'm sure you've got a different view from what I've read.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we have. I think the first point is in terms of joint plan making. Yes, we do have a joint plan, but we're no longer individual authorities. We are a single authority. So the guidance does not directly address that point. So there's no support for the approach being taken by the appellant on that matter. In terms of the national guidance, it requires us to use the most recently available data. And as you're aware, sir, that data is only available for the area of West Northamptonshire. The purpose of the government introducing the local housing needs approach is it's a very simple approach for decision making and for plan making. And what the appellants are trying to do is to deconstruct that approach and overcomplicate it by introducing additional data that will be required for the approach that they're taking. It's a very simple approach, sir. It gives us a figure. The two components that Mr. Tyler referred to, you put those into the box and it gives you a figure that you either in the short term have to use for development management purposes, as we're accepting, we've all accepted that the local housing needs give us the figures for the calculation, but also for plan making. That gives us a figure to produce our local plan. As to West Northampton, it's quite clear, sir, that the national guidance expects it to operate at the local authority level and not in the way that the appellants are suggesting.
So just taking us through then the extract from CD19, the second part of that. Let's take that through paragraph by paragraph. There's 3 paragraphs there, just to see where your approach sits with that, Mr. Wood. Then I'll bring in Mr. Tyler to perhaps.
So could I just ask which paragraph you're?
I'm looking at how is the 5-year housing land supply calculated in new local plan authorities, which result from local government reorganisation. That's CD D19, the one that Mr. Tyler took us to earlier.
So I have got it in that form. So I've just got the whole of the guidance document. So
it's paragraph 16.
Thank you.
Sorry. Oh yeah, sorry. With ID reference 68-025, the paragraphs used to be the same as the references. So I hope you can find 016 or 68-025.
So I'm looking at that first paragraph, and I'm not trying to undermine your case at all, but I just want to understand how you square with this guidance thing. So planning policies adopted by predecessor authorities, which you're part of that, will remain part of the development plan for their area upon reorganisation until they are replaced by an adopted successor authority policies or until the 5th anniversary of reorganisation. As I understand it, the last 2 parts of that don't apply because you don't yet have a development plan and we're not in the 5th anniversary reorganisation.
That's correct, sir.
So the planning policies adopted by the predecessor authorities remain part of the development plan. Essentially, no dispute on that. The second part then, where a newly formed local planning authority is covered by strategic housing requirement policies adopted by predecessor authorities, these policies can continue to be used as the housing requirement for calculating the 5-year housing land supply in the areas they apply where these are less than 5 years old or they are older but have been reviewed within the last 5 years and found not need to be updated, not to need updating. How do you square with that? It's not an easy paragraph to read, that one, but I do apologise.
Firstly, the phrase can is included that sentence, not must. But these are the local housing need is not a housing requirement. It's not a development plan figure. It is something that the appellants are trying to retrofit. That local housing needs is just national methodology to produce a number that local authorities have to use either for plan making or decision making. The appellants are trying to retrofit that to the strategy, and the strategy as we accepted yesterday, within the plan still holds good in terms of the spatial strategy within the plan. There are numbers associated with that strategy, which informs the trajectory. And remember, in answer to your point, 2A, when we took you to development plan, that took you to a trajectory. So it wasn't just a policy area approach that the appellants are bringing to your attention, it's also a trajectory. And that trajectory, the housing numbers within that were informed by the objectively assessed housing needs evidence base, which underpin the core strategy. The figures in the local housing needs calculation do not underpin, they're not part of the evidence for the core strategy. Yeah, you're saying.
So, I mean, it's also just worth observing, if I may interject at this point, as well as the indication that it can, as in it's one way of doing it. In fact, if you look carefully at what's said in that policy, that's not, in fact, the situation that pertains here. The housing, these policies can continue to be used as the housing requirement where they are less than 5 years old, which we know they're not, or where they've been reviewed within the last 5 years and found not to need updating. So where this, and then it goes on to the next paragraph, which says where strategic housing requirement policies are older than 5 years and require updating. Now, pausing there, we accept that the strategic housing requirement, the numbers, do require updating. That doesn't detract from our central point about the development plan as a whole being up to date. But those numbers do require updating. And accordingly, it says local housing needs should be used where this is available. Now, we know, as Mr. Wood has just told us, that local housing need is only to be calculated on an authority-wide basis, which is what we contend for.
Do you have anything to add on that before I move to Tylee, Mr. Wood? Is there anything else you want to say? Mr. Tylee? You've had the council's position reinforced. What just perhaps tell us what your thoughts are in terms of what you heard.
Well, firstly, I would agree with Mr. Fraser-Urquhart that the second paragraph in this piece of guidance isn't the case here. So it is the third paragraph we're concerned with, which is why I directed you there, sir. Yeah. Mr. Fraser-Urquhart set out that local housing need is only available at a local authority level. That's not strictly true. The standard method is only calculable for a local authority. But even if local housing need was only available at a local authority level, the paragraph proceeds to say where the data required to calculate local housing need is not available, an alternative approach will have to be used. So that addresses the concern raised by Mr. Fraser-Urquhart. And I will, and tell me if I'm straying into planning evidence, sir, but the council did raise the spatial strategy repeatedly. And obviously here we have a spatial strategy which is predicated on the fact that the needs of Northampton will be met as close as possible to Northampton. The needs of South Northamptonshire will be met either within South Northamptonshire, no, in fact, entirely within South Northamptonshire, and the needs of Daventry will be met entirely within Daventry. The effect of the LPA's approach is to allow any need to be met anywhere, which simply undermines the whole spatial strategy or the spatial distribution provided for by the spatial strategy of the adopted development plan, sir. So there's a clear adverse consequence of adopting the approach of the LPA. Not only is it inconsistent with national policy and the development plan, it has consequences, sir.
Mr. Wood,
forgive me, sir, that is to stray into planning policy. We don't accept that, but I'm not going to joust with Mr. Tylee on that point now. That's for tomorrow.
But I will just ask Mr. Wood about a little bit about the difference in approach. Right. I'm going to go there a little bit because you mentioned earlier the spatial strategy holds. Mr. Tyler just said, well, if we adopt the district-wide approach that you've got, I think the council-wide approach, the West Northamptonshire approach, that effectively is looking at a different spatial strategy, or could be interpreted as looking at a different spatial strategy because it moves away from what's in the core strategy. How do you square that one?
Don't accept that point at all, sir. Any development management decision will be taken against the strategy set out in the West Northampton core strategy. That strategy still holds good. So that sets out a hierarchy of places. We say Northampton is the most important settlement within West Northamptonshire, and the hierarchy below that. So that in terms of the roles that those settlements play within the strategy and the scale of development which would be appropriate to be accommodated at those locations. So the strategy, say, still holds good, sir, for development management purposes.
All right, I know we're going to go into this with Mr. Allison and Ms. Butterfield. Just as a comeback, is there anything more you want to say?
Just one thing, I think we're referring to the spatial strategy in different ways. I would agree that the hierarchy in broad principle remains good, but the spatial distribution is what is defeated or undermined by the LPA's approach to housing land supply, which is the other part of the spatial strategy, if you want. Indeed, the LPA's approach would mean that, for example, let's assume that Northampton Town well, let's assume that across West Northamptonshire, there's not a 5-year land supply. That would, and it arises as a consequence of a shortfall in supply in Northampton Town. That could then be addressed at the remote fringes of West Northamptonshire from Northampton, because you're assessing the supply in aggregate without that spatial distribution, sir.
Would that apply, Mr. Wood?
No, sir, I think we've already addressed that point, because if you're talking about significant development in a location outside of Northampton, that would not be in accordance with the spatial strategy of the plan.
We're not going to resolve this, I know that.
So yeah,
I'll let you come back one more time. Then we'll move on.
Mr. Wood there has referred to significant development. I'm not necessarily referring to significant development. We might have a village that's met its needs and a development of 10 homes that would, because of the absence of a 5-year land supply, those 10 homes might now, that arise as a failure to deliver in Northampton, might now be delivered some way distant from Northampton as a consequence of this aggregated approach contrary to the adopted development plan.
All right. We can go on that argument ad infinitum, but it's going to come up again this afternoon and tomorrow. So we'll just park that for a minute. And it's taken us into this document, I think, which is the housing land supply assessment, because that's essentially the discussion on what this is based on. I don't know whether there's anything more I can say about that, because the document is based on the council's argument. The criticism of the council's approach to this document is the appellant's argument. And we'll go back to the same arguments again if I reintroduce that. But is there anything more that we need to say about that document beyond what we've just said over the last 15 minutes?
Not from my perspective on this particular issue, sir.
Mr. Wood, that's a document that's the end result of your case, effectively.
Absolutely, sir. Yeah, nothing more to say. We'll just be repeating what we've already said. So.
Right. We agree to disagree. That will be tested again in evidence this afternoon, I think, on that particular point. The last part of that, which is a kind of summary of that from my perspective, is, do I go back there again? I'm probably not. What I'm trying to look at here is to whether or not, where are you hanging your hat in terms of the justification for each approach? And I think we've just done that through going through the paragraphs in the PPG. And I don't think there's anything further mileage other than looking at the planning witnesses taking us through that justification again this afternoon. Unless you tell me differently, Mr. Tiley. I don't think there's anything more you can say to what you've already said that justifies the approach. If you set out why you think your approach is justified, Mr. Wood said why the council's approach is justified. Is there anything more that we can say on that? Anything more
Just
you
so
want to
that,
say?
Are you clear, sir, on the differences between the parties as to the
Yep.
availability
Of the
of
information.
information? Because
Yep.
that's not something we've covered greatly thus far, but if you have it, then fine. And obviously that sits within the context of the last paragraph of the guidance in terms of local housing needs should be used where this is available.
I'm okay with that, but I understand that. Anything you want to say?
No, I've already addressed that. There's one other point, sir, which we've not picked up on, in that if one was to assess the housing and land supply in aggregate, that would have the consequence of determining whether the policies which apply solely in South Northamptonshire through the South Northamptonshire local plan are up to date by reference to the performance of policies in other areas, which I would suggest it would be inappropriate, sir. So on the council's case, at least as I understand it, they contend that a 5-year land supply is able to be demonstrated across West Northamptonshire, but not within South Northamptonshire. So that clearly demonstrates that the policies which apply in South Northamptonshire haven't been sufficient to meet housing needs and therefore would, in any other circumstance, be rendered out of date. But what the council are doing by the aggregated assessment is relying upon the performance of policies in Daventry and Northampton to render these policies, which are out of date in their own terms, to be up to date, which I would suggest would be inappropriate, sir.
Well, we're going to come back and just ask you to repeat that again, but I've got it. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, just to remind you, so that we don't accept the South Northamptonshire policy area approach. I don't want to repeat what we've already said, but just so that you're reminded of that.
I mean, Mr. Tiley appeared to assert that we accept that we cannot demonstrate a 5-year supply for South Northamptonshire. We don't accept that. What we say is the data is not available on an up-to-date basis to make that calculation, which is a different thing. And we would also say, actually, no, I'll leave the.
Thank you, sir. As you'll be aware, paragraph 78 requires the council to demonstrate a 5-year land supply. If the council is saying they just can't demonstrate one because an input isn't available in their view, which is clearly not the case because I've identified an alternative approach, that means they can't demonstrate a 5-year land supply and therefore the policies would be out of date, sir.
All right, that's probably going to end the table tennis on that particular point, I think. There's not much further we can go. Spare me a second. Part 2 of the agenda, I think there's nothing more we can say on part 2 other than going on the same ground over and over and over again, I think. And then I'm going to have to make a judgment of that, obviously supplemented by what we hear this afternoon and tomorrow. So part 3 of the agenda, what is the requirement? And the first part of that, and I think this has not changed very much from the agendas that were discussed by the council and yourself, Mr. Talik, yesterday. So what is the requirement? Part A of the agenda, the local housing need. Do you want to take us through that, Mr. Tiley?
Thank you, sir. So obviously the local housing need to be used, sorry, firstly, we're all agreed that the 5-year land supply should be calculated against local housing need because the adopted housing requirement is more than 5 years old. Now, the local housing need, as we've referred to in the guidance, can either be calculated using the standard method or using an alternative approach where the data is not available. So for South Northamptonshire excluding NRDA, one needs to use an alternative approach, whereas for West Northamptonshire, one should use the standard method. Now, the only alternative presented to you for the South Northamptonshire excluding NRDA is that presented by myself, sir. There is no contrary figure from the council. If you, however, you assess across West Northamptonshire, we then need to determine what the local housing need is calculated using the standard method, sir. And this is set out in the PPG that deals with housing and economic needs assessments in paragraph 2A-004, which sets out that one should calculate the local housing need using the most recent input on, the most recently available information on the housing stock and the most recently available information on the affordability ratio. And that's, if you follow that approach, that results in a minimum local housing need for 2,528 homes per annum, sir, which with the buffer provides for a requirement for 13,273 homes as set out in the table at the end of paragraph 3.10 of the Housing Statement of Common Ground. The council, however, take a different view and say you should use the most up-to-date information on affordability ratios, but not the most up-to-date information on the housing stock, contrary to the PPG. And on that basis, they identify a requirement for 13,141 homes, sir.
Are you taking a different approach than the PPG, Mr. Wood?
Most recently available information at the point of the base date of the housing land availability report. So as Mr. Tiley said, we agree on the affordability uplift, but there is a minor difference in terms of the housing stock. I mean, the consequence of the different data sources is not significant, but as a point of principle, there has to be a cut-off point. Housing land availability reports have many data sets within them, as you'll be aware, sir. So there has to be a point at which you say that is a cut-off, and that's where we take the data from. That for us is the 1st of April. Anything published after that is not included. If you were to include one data source, then you would have to include other data sources, and that would be an endless task in terms of producing the housing land availability report. You can never get to the end of it. So from our perspective, sir, cut-off date is the 1st of April. We use the information that was available at that point. Government is quite clear that you produce the report once per annum. So you use the data that's available at that data point, that date, which is, say, the 1st of April.
Mr. Tiley, what's wrong with what Ms. Wood said there? It's need a cut-off point, otherwise you'll never produce a report because you'll be a constantly evolving feast.
Well, firstly on that, sir, all of the information was available at the time the council prepared their assessment. So there's been no change since their assessment. And they weren't using the most recently available data at the time they published their assessment, sir. So there wouldn't be a need to delay publication or to review the assessment because, sir, the affordability data for 2024 was published in March 2025, and the housing stock data was published in May 2025. They're published within about 6 weeks of one another, sir. And those both reflect the position in 2024, and therefore clearly it's appropriate to take the two data sets which reflect the same date to calculate the standard method. And indeed, that's what's required by the guidance, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Wood? Not much more we can say on that, is there?
Just one brief point, sir. Because the council are using the housing stock data from 2023 and the affordability ratio of 2024, there's a clear disconnect in the way they've calculated the standard method. And because they're using the housing stock of 2023, that clearly doesn't represent the need at the base date in 2025. There's a 2-year disconnect. And I appreciate that if you use the current results, there's still a year disconnect, but it's half the disconnect, if you like, sir. And that's the final point from me, hopefully, sir.
Just going to expand that a little bit then. What's the implication then of that disconnect?
Well, so because
your-
we're assessing
your
the
opinion.
housing land supply from 2025, sir, one would expect it to be considered against the need in 2025. But because the latest data reflects 2024, it means that the number of completions and the consequent effects on affordability in 24 to 25 are entirely disregarded from the assessment. It may be that a huge number of homes were delivered with consequent improvements to affordability, such that there may be a lesser local housing need, which should be taken into account. Conversely, it may be that very few homes were delivered and affordability has worsened considerably, such that the need may be far greater than we're assessing. Now, obviously, because we don't know the 2025 data, we don't know precisely what the need was in 2025, but we have, by using the data in 2024, at least we have a closer indication than by using the data from 2023, sir.
Is Mr. Tyler right, Mr. Wood?
In a factual sense, in that there is a bit of a disconnect in terms of their date. So I'm not persuaded that there's any support for the approach that Mr. Tyler is suggesting, that as a consequence of that, we should make an adjustment to our housing requirement. There's no support for that that I'm aware of in government guidance. So.
Last point on that, is there no support in government guidance, Mr. Tyler?
Well, no, the government guidance expressly requires one to use the latest results. So there's no support for the council's position, sir.
Spare me a second. All right, another matter that's going to be explored probably again. There's not much point of going further. We've got the positions of both on that.
So just worth noting in context that the difference between the two figures is 132. 13,273 plays 13,141.
Okay, thank you. I've got on the agenda then, which came from yourselves, I think, the standard method by reference to national guidance. Is there anything more we need to say on that, Mr. Tyler?
No, sir, I think we've covered all the points under the housing requirement probably in that discussion.
Mr. Wood? And are we done with that with C as well? 3C on the agenda?
Sorry, I don't have a copy of the agenda, sir. What's 3C? Yeah, sorry, we've covered that as well, sir.
There you go. That's that then. You were doubting there about yesterday about whether or not we'd covered housing land supply in the morning session. I know we've got to go through the sites, but we're on the sites now. I don't think so. All right. We are where we are now, and I recognise that we're not going to resolve this. Effectively, what we've done there is restated your case from what I've read from both proofs of evidence and what the differences are from the statement of common ground. And we will explore those in a lot more detail, I think, from the planning witnesses as we go through the next day and tomorrow morning. So let's then turn to the Scott schedule. But let's turn first of all to the sites that were considered last night by Mr. Wood and agreed with the appellant. So it's the ID6 document. I'm just going to pull out the Scott schedule because the Scott schedule's got the details in more detail about the differences in views between the appellant and the council. So these sites are the ones where there's updated information from the Scott schedule, and the updated information came to light yesterday, and the council now disclosed the nature of that information and what it means in terms of numbers in this update to the Scott schedule in ID6. So I'm going to go through sequentially the sites on ID6 before we look at those key sites that you've identified in the rest of the schedule. So the first site on ID6 is site number 5, the Northampton Railway Station. I'm going to ask Mr. Wood if he can take us through what's the latest information said, what changes, if any, does it make to the Scott schedule original version?
Thanks, so Mr. Munn will pick this one up if that's okay.
Yep.
So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Updates.
Welcome to the inquiry, Mr. Morn. I think it's the first time you spoke as well, so welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, good morning, everybody. Updates to Northampton Railway Station since the exchange of the schedule concluded a few weeks back are primarily the consideration of a planning application at Strategic Planning Committee on the 21st of this month. So that was beginning of last week, in respect of a hybrid application for the site. We consider this shows evidence that the objections raised by Mr. Tiley in the schedule in terms of heritage, etc., have been overcome. It was recommended for approval at that committee with technical issues addressed and deferred on a quite a narrow matter by members to allow some further discussions with the applicants in terms of sustainable travel and cycling within the site. So progress being made, application at committee, a deferral, but my development management colleagues tell me they are hopeful that will be reconsidered prior to Christmas, having picked up discussions with the applicants.
So that optimistic that will go back to planning committee this year.
With the same recommendation, sir.
Mr. Tiley?
Sorry, sir, do you want me to address this site in its whole or just the impacts of the new evidence?
You address what you think is appropriate.
Okay.
This changes the consequence of the evidence. That I think it's a matter for you to tell me what you want me to do.
Okay, I'll deal with this site comprehensively from the outset then. So firstly, sir, this site was found not to be deliverable in the floor appeal decision, paragraph 30 thereof, which you have at CD EO4, yep. Sir.
Yep, I'm aware of that.
Secondly, sir, it's an allocated site which is subject to an undetermined hybrid application, which was submitted almost 3 years ago. And that hybrid application seeks full planning permission for a multi-storey car park and improvements to the public realm as phase 1, and then outline planning permission for a 6-storey residential block of 280 apartments and a hotel as part of phase 2. Now, it's correct to note that the application was taken, well, it's been to committee a number of times, sir, and most recently last week. And at each of those committees, it's been recommended for approval, but deferred by members. And last week, I watched the committee because it's on the live stream, and the members objected to this proposal or decided to defer it, owing to the fact that they considered that it didn't comply with the statutory development plan and it didn't comply with the local transport plan as a material consideration, owing to the fact that it didn't facilitate accessibility to the railway station primarily for pedestrian users, cyclists, and to other forms of public transport, particularly bus transport. So this is a site which is, whilst I agree with Mr. Munn that the heritage objections appear to have been resolved, there are now new objections raised by committee members, and we don't have any clear evidence that those will be satisfactorily resolved. Indeed, given the track record of this site, it would appear that there's a great deal of hesitancy, and it was apparent at the committee that there was a great deal of hesitancy in committing to this development by committee members. Then, sir, if we turn to the Scott schedule, you'll be aware, sir, that because this is an allocated site without planning permission, it falls in category B of the definition of a deliverable site within the NPPF, such that it should only be considered deliverable where there's clear evidence that completions will be achieved. However, if we look at the council's approach, you will see about 4 paragraphs down on their comments on this site, site 5, and it begins with it importantly.
Yep.
What the council have done is said there is no substantive evidence that the site will not come forward in 5 years. So the LPA have considered the deliverability of this site as though it's a category A rather than category B site. Now that's the very opposite of the test required by national policy. And indeed, if we go on to apply the tests required by national policy, there are two that I'd bring your attention to. The first is that there needs to be a realistic prospect of delivery. Now, the LPA's assumption within the Statement of Common Ground is that the first completion on this site will be achieved in spring 2027, i.e. 18 months' time, sir. Now, as set out in the start to finish report, sir, figure 3.2, for an average site, it takes 5 years from the grant of outline planning permission until the first completion on a site of this size. So the position of the council is just entirely unrealistic as a starting point. However, page 22 of the start to finish report then goes on to identify that for brownfield apartment schemes, the lead-in times are significantly longer. So it'd be unrealistic even if this was an average scheme, but because it's a brownfield apartment scheme, it's even less realistic, sir. And indeed, we can look at brownfield apartment schemes within West Northamptonshire, and I've considered the lead-in times achieved on such sites in table 2.7 of my appendix, sir, which might be useful. Maybe you don't need to, you can just take my reference. And you can see there that even from the grant of full planning permission, because there's no, within the sample, there's no such sites without that gained outline planning permission. It's taken 5.2 years from the grant of full planning permission at Brackley House. It's taken 7.4 years at land off St Crispin's Drive. So the council's trajectory is even less realistic. Well, it's unprecedented by reference to anything that's occurred within West Northamptonshire. It's entirely unrealistic, sir. And that would be the case, even if this was phase one of the development. But in this case, we've got an entire phase one to build before we move on to phase two. And phase one will obviously take a significant amount of time to deliver itself. So in terms of realistic prospect, it's, in my view, it's entirely preposterous to contend that this site has any prospect of delivery within the 5-year period. Then, sir.
Just before you leave that point,
Sorry.
Mr. Tyler, and I apologise for me interrupting here. I'm just reading what the kind of development is here.
Where are you reading it? In the Scott schedule, sir?
I'm reading the Scott schedule.
Yeah.
Then deliver a 6-storey residential block.
Yeah.
Do I take it that the housing numbers that arise from that development is in a 6-storey residential block?
Yes, yeah, it's the 280 homes proposed under the outline part of the hybrid planning application for a 280 home 6-storey residential block.
So would I be right in my thinking that you can't occupy any dwelling in that residential block until the whole block is complete?
That would be,
You know,
that was my understanding, but actually the Scott schedule says that there will, that 140, sorry, not the Scott schedule, the Statement of Common Ground prepared by the, well, prepared by someone, suggests that 140 will be delivered in 1 year and then 140 in the next year. So there might, whilst it might be one block, there's, I suppose, a potential that it could be 2 interconnected blocks, one which it would appear unlikely, but one which could be delivered in and completed, and then the second phase was still part of the same block. But I mean, my experience is that that would be very rare, sir.
Just, I'm not going to cut you off from the next points. Mr. Moore, I have a bit of confusion there because I'm kind of thinking that how do you occupy this until the whole block's complete, which is going to take some time from an outline standing start, effectively. What is the nature of the development here? Have I got that wrong from what's in the Scott schedule, or do you think there's a chance of an earlier occupation? If so, how the heck do you do that and still build a block?
I haven't got that detail, so unfortunately in relation to that, but it is the reserved matters for appearance in relation to that. So it could be, as Mr. Tyler says, there could be some design element to it with 2 wings. It is not just the position of the council, it is actually returned Statement of Common Ground from the developer in respect to that. So that's
But would I be right in thinking that there has to be a fairly substantial element of construction, at the very least, even if you were to half it, before you can get to a position whereby there could be some occupation because of the nature of the design of this building?
You would think so, sir, in relation to separations from work and
So but I'm not going to put, well, I am going to put you on the spot, but you can answer it however you wish. So how realistic then in terms of your occupation that you suggested might occur against that background that we've got a standing start of an outline? It's not like you can build a house and occupy it fairly quickly. You've got to build at least a building that can accommodate 140 dwellings, 140 units, before you can start to occupy that. And then around that, you're still building construction works on another 140 units. Are we realistic here?
It's the evidence could come back. It's completions, not occupations, in terms of
Yep.
the development. Again, there is a developer on board with this. They have signed a statement of common ground and given us that information. The reserve matter is coming forward. We'll come forward in relation to that to get that additional detail.
All right. I'm probably not convinced because of the scale of construction required here. But that's a matter for me, I think.
Is your concern the split over 2 years or something else? Good.
My concern is the nature of the development and the time it will take to construct it. You can construct a number of dwelling units very quickly,
Yeah.
fairly quickly. When you've got a residential block that requires substantial groundworks, it requires its frame to be constructed, it requires lift shafts, it requires all the things that you don't have in a standard house. The construction can take a little bit longer. And obviously in terms of completion, the completion takes a little bit longer because of the nature of the construction, which is very different to the number of typical household dwelling units that you could create. So my concern is it's relating to the construction period because of the nature of the development. That's where I'm kind of thinking, this is a residential block. You've got to do a lot of work, a heck of a lot of work in engineering terms before you can even start to think about completion here. And it's not until you've done all of those things effectively before you can say, all right, we now can complete. We've got a completion, because there's still lots and lots of construction works that's got to be completed before you can say, well, actually, that can be termed as being completed. And that's where my concerns are in. My concerns are in at the nature of the development and how realistic is your suggestion of timescale because of the nature of that development. Do you want to come back on that?
So there is an additional year at the back of the 5-year period in relation to this. The applicants have told us delivery years 2, 3 and 4, beg your pardon. There is a year 5 beyond that. If your concerns were realised on site, there is that 12 months beyond year 4 for that. In terms of Mr. Tyler's examples of lead-in times, there are examples in West Northamptonshire and Northampton of a quicker delivery for brownfield sites. Sofa King on the St Leonard's Road was 2.5 years from approval to completions, and that's a 40-unit site. 31 units on Castilian Street, 3.5 years. The developers themselves for the scheme of working or have worked on a number of sites, and recently completed a development at Nottingham Station for, I think it was 340 units, and they did that in 3.5 years. So there's examples there of their delivery, sir.
So that's completely new evidence that's not here.
I don't have a record of that anyway. You've said it. I've got nothing I can turn to corroborate what you've said there. But Mr. Tarley, do you want to come back? I went down a line of thinking, well, the nature of the development is a little bit different here.
Well, the only point picking up on the points you raised, sir, is that I agree that this would, well, sorry, I'm assuming you agree with me there. I would suggest that there's no prospect of this being delivered, even if this was phase 1. But there's a phase 1 to be delivered in the interim, such the prospects of delivery are even less, sir.
Okay, and I cut you off when you were
Sorry,
moving
yeah,
to something else, Mr. Tyler.
The other point is, obviously, this site can only be considered deliverable where there's clear evidence. Now, the council have agreed a number of statements of common ground with various people. And we have those in Appendix 3 to their statement. However, all of them are undated. They could be from 5 years ago when there was a realistic prospect of achieving completions in this 5-year period. They're all from an unknown source. And I appreciate that Mr. Munn has said that this was signed by a developer. We don't know who that developer was, what their role in the company is. So that must be material to the weight afforded to the statement of common ground. And then also, sir, on this particular site, the statement of common ground relied upon the grant of planning permission in the summer of 2025. We know that that wasn't achieved. And as such, we have no evidence whatsoever that's up to date as required by the PPG 68-007. And in precisely these circumstances, the Secretary of State has found in the Stapley appeal decision that where the milestones set out in written evidence from developers have not been achieved, given that there's no longer up-to-date evidence, such sites should not be considered deliverable. And that's paragraph 21 of the Stapley appeal decision, which you have at CDE 06, sir.
Before we leave that site, is there anything more you want to say, Mr. Moore?
Just to clarify the SOCGs, I might turn to Mr. Woods, he's got the document in front of him, but para 5.3 of our housing land supply report does set out the fact that they are turned and signed and the basis on which we do include them within the document.
Obviously, it doesn't say the date they were signed and returned, could be any time in any period, and it doesn't say who they were signed and returned by, sir.
So we accept that point, and we haven't included names for GDPR reasons. But as Mr. Munn referred you to paragraph 5.3 of our report, it's very clear there that they are statements of common ground. They are this year's. It's outrageous for Mr. Tyler to suggest that they could be 5 years old. We wouldn't put that sort of information before you, sir. We'll put that in a document produced by the council. They are this year's. They're based in the immediate lead up to or immediately after the 1st of April of this year. So any suggestions that they are from several years ago, so is just totally unfounded.
So you are suggesting that those statements of common ground actually do have a date?
They do. There are signed and dated versions in the back office. We've just not, as with a lot of council documents, we do redact names, etc. So they are available if needed.
Do we need those dates, Mr. Tyler? We do need those dates, don't we?
Not for this site, because it's just preposterous to include this in the supply regardless. But it would be helpful to have the dates and the job description or the role that the person plays in the organisation they work for, although we obviously don't need their names, but it would be helpful because then we have some audit trail of quite what weight one would afford to that as a piece of evidence.
That's something that could be done today. Just confirm those dates.
Yes,
It
sir.
seems to me that you're relying on it. The question about its reliability because it's dateless. If there is evidence that can demonstrate the dates, then it's not a big task. Just give us it.
That's fine. I'll ask someone to look at that in the break. Sir.
Yep. Okay. Is there anything more we need to say about that particular site, site 5?
Well, sorry, so just with dates and sources, I don't know if I'm assuming it's not going to be imminent. So are we going to have the chance to respond in writing if need be, or how are we going to take account?
I'll make that decision when I see it.
Okay.
So I'm not going to reopen this again.
Yeah.
Because I'll just have an argument from one side and the other. So therefore, it's highly likely that when I do see it, I might just say, all right, and there it is. Is there anything you want to say about it? That's as far as we can probably go. If there's nothing more on site 5, let's look at site 8. Once I've done through these sites that's on this schedule, we'll take a break, then go through the other one, the key issues. So we'll look at site 8, which is site St Giles Clinic, Northampton. Mr. Moore, can you just tell us what the changes are and what's the council position on that?
Thank you, sir. That's a Part A site, so a site that has full planning permission full planning permission for its development, sir, and that's up to 60 units. A recent conditions have been discharged, most recently last year, so 2024, but more recently, over the last couple of months, a building regulations entry in terms of the intention to commit to and develop the site under the current planning permission. So evidence that someone's gone to the time and expense of submitting a building regs notice. So there is that evidence that the site will be coming forward.
And reading the revised Scott schedule, considered this in the light of that this is deliverable in the light of new evidence.
Yes,
Concede that?
exactly. So the concern with this site is that it's lain dormant with no substantive progress for an awfully long time, sir. But we are told, and I must say, the evidence provided by the council, I've not had the chance to verify or validate, but taking it at face value, we are told that there is new evidence which demonstrates that the developer, well, or at least whoever's carrying out the initial works is proceeding with this site, and therefore that's sufficient for my purposes, sir.
Okay, I'm not going to go any further on that then. Probably got a similar position, site 11.
Yes, sir. Victoria Road, Northampton. That was an outline consent for conversion of I think it's a former workhouse to residential units. Whilst outlined, the only matter that was reserved was landscaping, of which there was very little opportunity to do so. It's no public realm to the front, but say only the amenity space to the rear of the property. However, conditions were discharged. Building regulations entry as of last October, and monitoring colleagues told me that has now been complete, and there is a seal record on the system for that as well.
Okay, no further discussion on that point. Taking on to site 17 then, which is the balustrade bar.
It is. I'll go with your pronunciation. I'm not sure. Balustrade bar. One that was in the schedule, but as part of the council's ongoing regeneration of Northampton, the property has been acquired, and our regeneration colleagues tell us that it's no longer coming forward as a independent planning application. It'll be drawn into the wider regeneration proposals for the town.
And is any timescale on those wider regeneration proposals? Any timescale on those wider proposals? So it's not coming forward as an individual application, it's going to be considered as part of the wider
It is, yeah. So
regeneration.
we'll wipe that number out and count it as part of the wider regeneration, unless Mr. Wood wants to.
I was just going to say, so that particular building won't be housing as part of the regeneration, so that's why we've conceded that one.
Right, so the appellant's position inferred that LPA concede this is not deliverable. Like, have you just confirmed that it's not
We are.
deliverable?
Absolutely, yeah.
No.
Yeah. So in fact, the numbers in the final two columns demonstrate that the council had conceded. It's just when I responded to the LPA, they haven't confirmed that they conceded, and when I wrote that comment. But we are agreed that this site is not deliverable now, sir.
Okay. Site 26, Ryland Sons. Did I pronounce that right?
I think, yeah, so I'll pick that one up again. It's one that we are now in agreement on. So it's a brownfield site with a full application on by Vistry. The council has agreed to purchase all of the properties as affordable housing. There were a couple of outstanding issues. One was highways, which is now been resolved. There's another issue from the local lead flooding authority, which is in the process of being resolved. And I think on that basis, with that new information, the appellants are now content.
So, is that right?
Yes, correct, sir.
Site 45, University of Northampton Avenue Campus.
Thank you, sir. That's again a hybrid planning application for up to 170 dwellings, split into two elements: full planning permission of 58 units, and the remainder to be brought forward through more detailed applications when they arrive. But yeah, full permission for 58 units. the schedule, and Mr. Tiley note a cabinet decision or cabinet decision in June of this year in respect to the viability and bringing the site forward. Some updates since then are the submission of conditions discharge applications and clarification from the council's head of regeneration, who has confirmed that the council is on site at the moment delivering infrastructure. Whilst not viable to bring forward ourselves, they are actively looking for a development partner to bring the site forward and anticipate an announcement on that at spring at the latest in respect of that. And they have assured me that the application will be brought forward as consented, just not by the council leading on that, sir.
So where does that leave you in terms of what you're thinking is? You say you're looking at a delivery partner in the spring?
In the spring at the latest. Infrastructure is going in at the moment, services, utilities, accesses. There's conditions discharged for construction management plan and one or two other elements in relation to that. And they are keen to bring that forward as a matter of urgency. So part of the site is a Part A site in respect of the 58 units, and their intention is to develop the site with the partner.
So other than the deliverability of the affordable housing, which is suggested not viable, you still believe that it's a deliverable site?
We do so, yes. Yeah.
Mr. Tiley?
Sir, if you can turn up CDH01, sir.
Just a minute, my computer's gone to sleep. Give me a second, Mr. Tiley. CDH01.
Yes, sir.
Just bear 1 second. It's a cabinet report, 24th of June.
Yeah, that's right, sir.
Yep.
If you turn firstly to paragraph 2.1, sir.
Just check, does the council have that? Have you got that, Mr. Morn? Just want to check that you're looking at it at the same time that I'm looking at it, if we refer to it.
Just getting to it, so I think.
Taking a while to load the system this end.
Just let me know when you're there. Just tell us a paragraph, Mr. Tiley.
2.1 will start at, sir.
So when you get there, it's paragraph 2.1, Mr. Morn.
So report on large housing sites.
H01, that it's the cabinet
Yes.
report of 24th of June 2025.
The title is large housing reports update.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, sorry.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
So paragraph 2.1. Are you there?
Yeah.
So you will see here, as accepted by Mr. Munn, that Avenue Campus is a site which is unviable. It sets out that Avenue Campus faced significant viability challenges. These challenges meant that the previous affordable housing schemes approved and consented could no longer be delivered as planned. This document is worth reading in full, sir, but this document sets out that the council are developing a new strategy to implement an alternative scheme on this. And if you turn down to paragraph 3.1, sir. Part B, the Cabinet
Yep.
will recommended that they approve the delivery strategy for Avenue Campus, which will require up to a further 2 land disposals and up to 2 infrastructure contracts, with the approvals to be brought back to Cabinet for subsequent approval. So prior to delivery of this scheme, we need 2 land disposals and 2 infrastructure contracts. And we have no evidence that those have been achieved or the timescale over which they will be achieved. Then, so we turn down to Part E. To bullet point E, sorry, and it says that that it will be necessary to prepare and submit a revised planning application for Avenue Campus, sir. Then going on to paragraph 4.3, sir.
Just bear me a second. Just take me to that last. You said E.
Yeah, 3.1 bullet point E. The first sentence is note the use of up
Yep.
to 4.8, and it says prepare and submit a revised planning
Yeah,
application.
right. I see what you said. I was looking for the revised plan application. It wasn't jumping out at me, but I could see that in the second line down.
Then
So,
we,
so revised plan application.
we need a
okay.
new planning application, sir. Then we turn to paragraph 4.3. The recommended approach for Avenue Campus has the potential to better deliver the council's housing strategy by creating a more balanced, thriving and sustainable community while still seeking to maximise the amount of affordable housing that is viable on the site. This will result in the delivery of between 113 and 170 homes. So we have a proposal for a new planning application following 2 land disposals and 2 infrastructure contracts, which could provide anywhere between 113 and 170 homes. Then, sir, we turn down to paragraph 5.21. Which says, in common with other sites across Northampton, there is currently a shortage of electrical capacity. Detailed discussions are underway with National Grid, and it's anticipated that there should be adequate capacity for Bassett Low refurbishment. However, it's anticipated that there will be no further electrical capacity for residential development on the balance of the site until October 2028. So we've got a site that requires land disposals, infrastructure contracts, without electricity supply for another 3 years, with a requirement for a new planning application to deliver an unknown number of homes. And that's the context, that's the evidence that we have, sir. And if we just, from that, if we consider whether there's a realistic prospect of delivery, this will require a new planning application, which has not even been prepared or submitted yet, sir. And again, if you turn to the start to finish report, figure 3.1, on sites of this size, it takes on average 6 years from the submission of such an application until the first completion. And indeed, in West Northamptonshire, as set out in table 2.7 of my appendix, it's taken even longer. So it just wouldn't be realistic, in my view, sir, to contend that this site, especially given the amount of work that needs to be undertaken, could achieve completions within the 5-year period. And furthermore, sir, beyond what Mr. Munn has just said, we have no evidence whatsoever to demonstrate the completions will be achieved within the 5-year period.
Okay, Mr. Moore, there's quite a lot of ifs and buts there in terms of what needs to happen, notwithstanding the electricity supply issue. Do you still maintain your position on that, or?
Unfortunately, I haven't got the head of regeneration here to offer. No, just to say, as yeah, there is a lot of in the cabinet report there. Obviously, they believe it will be brought forward under current planning permission, but I can see the written evidence presented to cabinet in June.
There's a lot to happen.
Indeed.
I'm not going to. It's unfair to me to say, does that change your position? But I think it's fair to say that there's clearly a lot of things that would have to happen and be put in place for this to be realistic in terms of its deliverability timescale.
Yeah, and some of those things are under the way, but I can't account for things that may happen after that.
There's not much farther we can go on that. I don't think that one. I'm conscious that do you need a break?
No, I'm fine, sir.
All right, we'll just carry on just get through the rest of these. And site 50. Mr. Moore, take us through site 50.
So I'm picking that one up if that's okay. So this is a hybrid application in outline for 350 and full for 100. The application went to committee recently with a recommendation for approval and was deferred for a couple of matters. One was in respect of the management of open space, whether that should be managed by a management company or parish council. The other was in respect of a footpath between the development and the closest village to this particular development scheme. So they're matters that are being resolved at pace, and it's expected that this will go back to committee in November. There's a requirement for a road to be constructed from a recently opened Sandy Lane relief road to access this site, which is currently under construction. We understand that the applicant is keen to submit further reserved matters to us for the remaining 300, or at least a proportion of the 350 dwellings which form the outline part of that application. And so when the planning application recently went to our committee in this very room only a few weeks ago, Davidson's made a presentation to our members, and they identified this scheme as deliverable. They identified it as a flagship scheme in West Northamptonshire, and also commented that the hybrid approach will speed delivery, that they were helping the council to boost the supply of homes in West Northamptonshire. So to my mind, that's not a scheme that only delivers 100 homes within a 5-year period. Clearly, Davidson's have in their mind delivering significantly more than that, and perfectly capable of submitting further reserve matters to deliver more than 100 units within the 5-year period. So
Davidson's are the appellants in this particular case. What's the, if anybody who should know the current position, it should be yourself. What is the current position, Mr. Tiley?
Yeah, I mean, just to pick up on Mr. Wood's point, this site is deliverable, and the position of Davidson's is that this site will only achieve 100 homes within the 5-year period, which is consistent with the findings of the floor appeal decision, sir. But that's not why the Davidson's have reached this view. That's kind of, as I understand it, always been their view that it would be delivering 100 homes within this 5-year period. Now, there was a statement of common ground which suggested that it might deliver more, but that contained numerous accidental errors. And it might be useful to turn to the statement of common ground, which is Appendix 3, I think, to the Council's Housing Land Supply Statement, which might be D16 from memory.
Easy for me to get through that.
D16, yeah, I think. And turn to PDF page 31, sir.
Give me the PDF page number again, Mr. Tiley.
Page 31, sir. And it's table 2D we're interested in, sir.
Table 2?
Table 2D
2D.
at the bottom of the page. This is the statement of common ground entered into by Davidson's.
Just bear me a second. Just bear me one second. For some reason, my page numbers are coming up. I do apologise. Just spare me one moment. I'm nearly there, I think. Nearly there, I think. Okay. Yep.
Yep, so you can see table 2D. This was the statement of common ground entered into by Davidson's. And you can see that it assumes that hybrid planning application will be approved in the autumn of 2025. There would then be, and then it also suggests that groundworks and initial infrastructure would be commenced in spring 2026. But somehow, erroneously, it suggests that the house building could be commenced in autumn 2025, which was an error, sir, within the statement of common ground. And that led through, because obviously you can't commence house building prior to groundworks and initial infrastructure, and at the exact time that hybrid planning application is approved, And that led through to the following page, in which the trajectory suggested 200 homes could be delivered. Now, that's the 200 homes that the council rely upon, based upon the error within the statement of common ground on the previous page. So it was never realistic to suggest this development could deliver 200 homes. And Davidson's have corrected that and informed me that it will deliver 100 during the 5-year period, sir.
So, Mr. Moore, do you accept that?
That's
I don't think
one-
there's any doubt about the 100. Sorry, I do apologise, Mr. Wood. It's the 200 that's the issue, the additional 100.
It is, and if I could just correct Mr. Tyler, he said Davidson's position has always been that it should be 100 dwellings. That clearly is not the case. We have a statement of common ground, which I'll explain the exchange, which explains the errors actually. That was signed on the 14th of May by the senior planning manager at Davidson's. So the draft statement of common ground that we sent to Davidson's identified first completions in 2027, 2028. In total, 150 units within the 5-year period. That came back as a tracked change document from Davidson's, identifying completions a year earlier than we had suggested. They're identifying completions in 2026, 2027. Following through with corrections in the following 2 years and totaling 200 units within the 5-year period. Davidson's then went on to suggest changes to table 2D. So they changed the commence house building line from autumn 2026 to autumn 2025, so brought it forward by a year. And first dwelling completions, they changed from spring 2027 to spring 2026. So they brought that forward by a year. There was an error, and Mr. Tyler is quite right in this obviously sequencing of events, that there wasn't a consequent change to the preceding line, which is starting groundworks. Obviously that has to come before first house completion. So there was an error on that line. But that aside, Davidson's themselves in May of this year, so post-law, increased the number of units that they felt were going to be constructed on this site, increased it beyond what the council was initially suggesting. So the 200 is Davidson's figures. We're obviously content with that. They know their site. So it's clearly not true that Davidson's have always said 100 units. Their position, as at the work that we're doing around the 1st of April, but this was signed in May, is 200 units.
So where would I find that statement of common ground with Davidson's?
Well, this is a tracked. Well, the version is the one in the appendix. If you like to see the tracked change version, obviously we don't put the tracked change versions in the public domain, but I'm very happy to share that with you, sir.
I think we probably need to see that track change version because
I've not seen it, sir, but I can simply deal with this, but I'm happy for it to go in, obviously. That track change has clearly led to a statement of common ground, which on its face was erroneous. Because if what it's alleged Davidson has done is move the period for the first completions back a year, but not corrected the such that that house building would commence at the same time had the planning application was approved, which is just not a reasonable proposition, sir. There's no way that Davidson's can have thought that they could commence house building in the autumn of 2025, bearing in mind we don't have planning permission and we're in autumn 2025, sir. So perhaps that's the better way to approach it. Even if Mr. Wood was right and Davidson's did previously, that was on the premise that they would commence house building in autumn 2025. We don't have planning permission on this site, sir. They haven't commenced house building. There's an awful lot of work to be undertaken until one commences house building, including getting planning permission, discharging all the necessary conditions, and doing the upfront infrastructure works. And we've got to view that through the window, sir, that this application has also been deferred recently. And there are issues with the Section 106 agreement, just been informed, which need to be resolved. So this isn't a site that could possibly deliver 200 homes within the 5 years, because that's all works on the assumption that house building would have commenced already. And we're a long way from that, sir.
Mr Wood?
So that's not true. The amended version of this table identifies completions in 2026, 2027. We're currently in 2025, so it's entirely possible. And say those changes were changes requested by Davidsons, who know their site, who know what's involved. The statement of common ground refers to permission being granted in autumn. It has been to committee. The issues that it's got to go back to committee on are very narrow and are being worked on. And as I said in my openings, it's expected that that will go back to committee in November of this year. And as I said, we understand that Davidsons are already working on further reserve matters applications to submit as soon as this outline gets across the line. So, and I mentioned the road construction that's already underway. So clearly Davidsons intend to get onto this site as soon as they possibly can and start building out. And they're not just going to build 100 units, given all the investment they have on that site, and stop development on that site until the end of the 5-year period. That clearly will not be the case.
Let's come back and we'll move on.
Yeah, sorry, sir. Mr Wood relies upon the first completions being achieved in 26, 27, but that's on the basis that house building would have commenced in autumn 2025, which we know hasn't been achieved, sir.
Second.
And indeed, as Mr Wood says, Davidsons know this development better than anybody, and they have informed me that they will only achieve 100 dwellings within the 5-year period, and that would appear realistic, sir, given that from the grant of detailed planning permission, i.e. the full part of this planning permission, as set out in figure 3.2 of the start to finish report, it takes 3 years on average from the grant of full planning permission until the first completion, which would take us to, assuming it's granted by the end of the year, would take us to the end of 2028, which would allow just over 1 year to deliver 100 homes, which is still very optimistic, I would suggest, sir.
All right, unless there's anything you want to say, I'm going to call it a day on that one. All right, we're just about there for a break. Yeah, looks of things. So site 58, discussion on site 58, Mr. Morn,
That's Mr Wood again, sir.
Mr. Wood. Yep, that's what I'm thinking, that you're okay with that, Mr. Tyler?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Spare me a second, will I just, site 60.
Thank you, sir. To Western Road in Brackley, an allocation from the Joint Core Strategy, which was partly built out a number of years ago with a housing component remaining. A little bit of history to that in terms of consents over the last decade in respect to that, and an update that a reserved matters Section 73 application was approved last week for a part of that site. So previously, around about 300 houses were approved. That hasn't come forward, but now developer has, working with a partner, has split that into 2 sites. They've got detailed approval now for 75 units at the front of the site, and there are reserve matters, a new full application at the rear of the site for additional units. So I think we're in agreement that the 75 will come forward, and indeed the developers have confirmed that they're chomping at the bit to get on site in relation to that. We still are still our position that more will be delivered on that site in the 5-year period. We've got the full application being considered at the moment. It's an allocated site, previously been approved for housing in detail. So we are confident that in addition to the 75, once the full application is approved, more will come forward on that consent during the 5-year period.
Okay with that, Mr. Tiley?
Thank you, sir. Yeah,
Yep.
this is a site that did benefit from reserve matters approval, but that reserve matters approval is not going to be implemented as set out by Mr. Nunn. Now, the reserve matters approval was for 350 homes, and the developer has split this into a full planning application for 320 and a Section 73 application for 75. And the Section 73 has been approved and were agreed as deliverable. So the issue of dispute relates to the as yet undetermined full planning application. Now, that application remains subject to substantive objections from the lead local flood authority, as well as from the local highways authority, who have requested that the proposal is amended. And we don't have any evidence to demonstrate that those objections will be resolved as is required for the site to be considered deliverable according to the Wayne Homes judgment, paragraph 34, Roman 4 of CDE 21. So we're not in a position to rely upon the grant of full planning permission here. And furthermore, sir, because this is a site which as yet does not benefit from a permission, a detailed permission which will be implemented, one would need clear evidence to include this in the supply. And beyond that set out by Mr. Munn a minute ago, we have no such evidence, sir.
You're talking at cross purposes here. Were you talking about site 75 then?
Oh, no, I haven't got the to Western Road at Brackley. Is that not where we are?
It's 60, so.
That's 60, yeah.
Oh, sorry. No, I was talking about to Western Road. Is that not? I thought, yeah.
60, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought we'd move it on. It's all right.
Yes.
The figure 75 is your figure.
Yeah, sorry. The 75 is the number of houses which are deliverable.
So it's a 75, just. Yeah. Yep. The thing that's thrown me there is they concede that 75 are deliverable. 75, we agree 75. It's my fault. I misunderstood what you said, I think, at the outset, Mr. Moore. So it's the extent to which the 235 as an entity, as an entirety can be delivered.
Yeah, 75 is agreed by both
75
parties.
is fine.
It's being
Yeah, that's
deliverable at
bottom.
the front
Yep.
of the site.
Yep.
There is a full application currently being considered, it's been in since July, for 320 behind that to take the total site to 395. Council's position is 235 will be delivered in the 5-year period, of which the first phase 75 makes part of that. So it's the additional 160 that I think we're in disagreement about.
Just bear me a second. All right, take us through 75. There shouldn't be anything to say on 75, is there? Site 75?
75 is land off Teton Lane in Cretan. It's for 18 units. That was a full planning permission to a Part A site. Mr. Tiley noted that the developer attended Cretan Parish Council in the summer of last year, summer of 2024, where he gave an update to say that he wasn't bringing the site forward at that time, or had paused that site in respect of viability matters. We have an email from the applicant last week saying they hope to recommence in the spring of next year. Probably useful to look at the full minute from the parish council as well, not just the conclusion that they will be pausing, because the full minute sets out a significant level of work that has been undertaken to date on that site, including utilities connections, groundworks, and a number of other work. So a lot of work had been done up to summer of 24. They paused. Now they are in a position to reconvene on site, and council's got no doubt that 18 will be delivered in the 5-year period.
Mr. Tyler?
Yeah, I mean, we're given the confirmation that the applicant is recommencing. I'm entirely happy for that one to be included in the supply, sir.
Okay. All right, that's probably a good time to take a break. When we come back, we'll just touch upon what we know now on that table. And then we'll go into the other sites that we think are some of the key sites, which hopefully should take us through to lunch. We probably are just about where we probably need to be at this particular time, so we're on time, I think. It's 11:21. We take a 14-minute break and come back at 11:35. People comfortable with that? Just around about 15 minutes. All right, we'll take a break at that point. We'll resume at 11:35. Thank you. Okay, it's 11:36. We now resumed. Just before we go into the table, let me just show you the table. I mean, 'cause I can't tell you what the table title is without looking at it. The updated resultant positions, just you can take us through that in a minute. But just on the critical list, Mr. Tyler, there's 3 sites on that critical list that we've already discussed. So the Northampton Railway Station car park, which was site 5, the University of Northampton Avenue campus, which is site 45, and the Tour Western Road site, which is site 60.
So there's also N4 Northampton West Phase 5 that we've discussed, which is the Davidson site. So there are
Was
4
also
on
done
this
that.
list
So
that
we
we've
d-
discussed.
I assume we don't need to return to those off this list.
Not from my perspective, sir.
That's okay. That's cut down that list a little bit. All right. Not that we're going to agree this, but just take us through that table, Mr. Wood or Mr. Morn. Just tell us what that table's telling us. I know what it's telling us, but for the purpose of the inquiry, tell us what that table's telling us and whether or not there's any changes to that table as a consequence of what's been said today.
From the local planning authority's perspective, the 5-year requirement, the 13141 is taken straight from our housing land availability report. The deliverable supply at 14,009 is an adjusted figure from the report, which takes out those sites that we've conceded as part of the appeal proceedings, including the one today, the Balestra Bar. So that takes us to 5.33 year supply, which is a surplus of 868.
So Tyler, do you want to say anything on that table?
I mean, so this just, as Mr. Woods correctly said, it reflects the position of both parties taking account of the concessions in light of the new evidence provided overnight. And as I understand it, neither party has conceded anything this morning, so those positions remain current.
All right. It is what it is. It's a matter for me to make a judgment on that one. All right, then let's move to the what I'm going to call the critical sites in terms of their influence on housing land supply. So we've dealt with the first one on the list, which is Northampton Railway Station car park. The second one is site 6, which is the Northampton Railway Station rail freight. Mr. Tyler, no, actually, no, I'll ask you, Mr. Tyler, because we don't have an updated position from the LPA on this one. So tell us about what your thoughts are on this one.
Thank you, sir. So this, again, is a site which was found not to be deliverable in the floor appeal decision, paragraph 30 thereof again. And this, sir, is, at least at the committee for the proceeding site, is referred to as phase 3 of the proceeding site. So phase 1 is for the multi-storey car park, phase 2 for the residential 280 dwelling block, and phase 3 is this scheme. Now on this phase 3, there's no planning application. So that deals with the status of this site. And as a consequence, obviously, sir, you need clear evidence that this site will achieve completions as well as it being available now, suitable now, and a realistic prospect. Now, so this site, we are agreed, is in continuing use as a rail freight facility, such that, sir, it is not available now. It's unarguably not available for development now. And that's confirmed in paragraph 34, Roman 2 of the Wayne Holmes judgment, which provides the definition of what it requires in order to be available now. And it sets out that to be available now, if the site had planning permission now, there would be no other legal or physical impediment integral to the site that would prevent immediate development. Now, this site's in use as a rail for freight facility. You couldn't possibly move onto the site and deliver and develop immediately, sir. So it should not be regarded deliverable in the terms of the MPPF on that front as a starting point. But, sir, we also have the fact that it would be even less realistic to include this site in the deliverable supply than phases 1 and 2. Indeed, the statement of common ground provided by the LPA suggests that, again, the unknown source of this thinks that a planning application will be submitted in spring 2026. Now, from that point, on average, nationally, as set out in figure 3.1 of the start to finish report, it takes 6 years on an average site. This site, you'd expect to be longer because you've got a rail freight facility that presumably needs to be demolished, possibly remediated. And indeed, sir, similarly, in table 2.7 of my appendix, we can see that on similarly sized sites in West Northamptonshire, it has taken 9 years at Micklewell Park and 13.6 years and counting at Tur Weston Road from the submission of such an application. Now, in light of that, sir, it's just, again, this is one of the sites where we're not just unrealistic, sir. I would suggest we're at the preposterous end of the scale to include this site in the deliverable supply, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Morn or Mr. Wood on this one? So I keep calling Mr. Morn. How do you pronounce your name?
Mun.
Mun.
Yeah.
Do apologise, Mr. Munn, then, in which case, over to you. It's preposterous, Mr. Tyler's view, that you've included this one. How do you respond to that?
Again, an allocated site, signed statement of common ground, which is a material change since the floor appeal for this. In relation to this site, and yeah, phase for phase 3, as Mr. Tiley says, but committed developer for this, and the statement of common ground that's been received by the council in relation to it.
In terms of the suggestion that the leading times, even if we had an application, the leading times could take between 9 and 13 years based on experience. What's your thoughts on that? Or do you rely back on the statement of common ground?
Statement of common ground, I think so, in respect of that, and bringing this site forward, not much to update.
Anything else you want to say on that, Mr. Tiley?
No, sir. I mean, my position's very clear, I think, sir.
Okay, there's not much more we can say on that. All right, the next on the list is site 15, which is a 135 Bridge Street site, Northampton. Mr. Tiley, what's wrong with that site?
Thank you, sir. So this is a site which benefits from outline planning permission for 104 apartments, which was granted in August 2023. To date, there have been no applications for the approval of reserved matters, and in the Scott schedule, the LPA rely upon the submission of reserved matters in October 2025. Now, that obviously relies upon the submission of such an application within the next 2 days. Similarly, in the Scott schedule, sir, you will see in the council's comments, let me just turn it up one moment, there we are, that once again, the council have applied the wrong test to assess the deliverability of this site. The council set out in their comments at the top of page 13, there is no evidence to suggest otherwise, i.e. to suggest it won't deliver. This is a category B site, so the burden of proof to demonstrate that completions will be achieved falls the other way, sir. And indeed, when we look at the evidence available for this site, there is no reserved matters application, and there's no other evidence whatsoever to suggest that completions will be achieved. Now, in such circumstances, the NPPF is explicit that this site should not be considered deliverable, and that's confirmed in paragraph 21 of the Stapley appeal decision, which you have at CDE06, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Munn?
Thank you, sir. Just confirm we are still informed that reserve matters are on their way, but acknowledge, as Mr. Tyler says, 2 days left of the calendar month. And not much to add in respect to the statement of common ground. The developer has committed to the site. They appealed an earlier scheme there, so they clearly have an interest of developing, but over and above what is in the SOCG, nothing further to add, sir.
So the reference to the sources of the information as to where the reserved matters application is coming from is this statement of common ground, as opposed to anything the council might have received through development management. Is that?
Yeah, there wasn't a signed statement of common ground for this, but development management colleagues are in discussion with applicants for this site, sir.
Anything else, Mr. Tiley?
Yeah, just to confirm, there is no statement of common ground for this site, sir.
No statement of common ground, Mr. Bond?
There isn't, sir, no.
So it's really, we're relying on the extent of negotiations with your colleagues in development management. It's my fault. There's nothing more you can say on that, I don't think. Bear me a second. Site 16, which is 153 to 165 Bridge Street.
So the circumstances on this site are identical to those on the preceding site.
So it's as per before. Mr. Munn? Same
I agree with
position?
that, sir, yeah. In respect to the council's position, yeah.
Second. Site 22, St Edmund's Hospital site, Mr. Tiley.
Thank you. So this is a site which gained hybrid planning permission in June 2016, comprising full planning permission for 33 apartments, an outline planning permission for a retirement village and specialist care facilities. Now, one reserve matters was approved pursuant to that outline planning permission for an 81-bed care home, which equates to 45 homes. So this site has detailed consent for 78 homes, and there is potential for, as I understand it, further reserve matters pursuant to the outline. However, sir, we have, as set out by the council in the Housing Statement of Common Ground, the Scott schedule, that the applicant is now looking to submit an alternative proposal, given that they've not implemented the permitted proposal since it was granted permission 9 years ago. Now, as a result, sir, it would appear at least that the developer doesn't intend to deliver the extant planning permission, but is instead looking to submit something different. And we don't have any application for that different form of development. We don't have any evidence whatsoever. We don't have a statement of common ground, such that once again, applying the NPPF, this site should not be considered deliverable as recorded by the Secretary of State in the State Pre-Appeal decision, sir. But even if, sir, they were to implement the current scheme, contrary to the position in the Housing Statement of Common Ground, it has detailed consent for 78 homes rather than the 133 the LPA include in the supply.
Mr. Munn? Have a different view?
In terms of the numbers, I think we probably agree with the rounding points in terms of C2 use, etc. for that. It's not a straight 1-for-1. Nothing really to add, sir, in addition to the SOCG, other than the discussions are ongoing and we're expecting further applications imminently in respect of this site.
But we don't know what that is.
And that's, again, as development management negotiations, as we said for the previous scheme. So unless Mr. Wood has any intel.
So there are discussions, but you've no idea of the nature of those. I don't mean the nature of how they're progressing, but the content of what that application might have.
It's a volume of housing, so it's not one unit, but it is, they are considering that.
An
working through that.
unknown number.
Yeah.
Mr. Tyler, anything else?
Just to pick up, Mr. Munn referred to a statement of common ground again. There is no statement of common ground for this site.
No statement of common ground, Mr. Munn? I recorded that from Mr. Tyler saying no statement of common ground.
Not published, sir, no.
Not published.
We have an unpublished submission from them. Acknowledge that isn't in that, and I think that was a late arrival, sir, in terms of the publication of the document.
Is that material to my consideration? You've got an unpublished statement of common ground that nobody's seen. Does it say anything that's going to help you and defend the position?
It sets out the numbers in the Scott schedule, the 85 in the
Does that statement of common ground take us any farther from what you've said in your?
It doesn't, sir, no.
Mr. Tyler. There's something in there, but it's not taking us anywhere. I'm not gaining a lot of reliance on it.
Yeah, exactly. So you require clear evidence. We've got an allusion to a document that nobody's seen, sir.
I'm not going to go any further on that. Next one is site 23. Former Abington Mill Farm. Mr. Tyler.
Thank you, sir. So this is an allocated site without a planning application, sir. Once again, sir, given the context, the progress to date, it would be unrealistic to suggest that this could achieve completions within the current 5-year period. The statement of common ground, which does exist for this site, suggests that an application will be submitted in the summer of 2026 and the first completions achieved 2 years later in the summer of 2028. Again, sir, that's wholly unrealistic. As set out in the start to finish report, it takes on average 6 years from the submission of an application on a site of this size until the first completion. And in West Northamptonshire, it takes even longer, as set out in table 2.7 of my appendix, sir. There is one point that I would like to pick up, which is referred to by the council in the statement of common ground on this site. They referred to a lower quartile lead-in time of 2.6 years recorded in the start to finish report. It might therefore be useful to turn up the start to finish report, sir, which I think you have at H03.
Spare 1 second.
It would take me a while to find where the council have got this from, sir, so that probably works well. Yes, there we are, sir.
Mr. Munn, are you getting that?
I'm going to refer to Mr. Wood on that. I'm afraid it's got his initial next to the comment in the table.
So I'm looking at the Insight March 2024 start to finish report. How quickly do large-scale housing sites deliver? 3rd edition. Litchfields.
And it's PDF page 7, sir.
Wait a minute, I need to rotate my view. There we go. It's PDF, sorry.
Page 7, sir. And table 3.1.
Just right, table 3.1 median average timeframes.
Yes. So what the council have done is rely upon that lower quartile lead-in time for sites of 100 to 499 dwellings. But if you read the title of that table, that's the lower quartile, median and upper quartile planning approval period, sir. So that's the length of time, as set out in the preceding text, that's the length of time from the submission of an application until detailed consent is granted. It's not the lead-in time until the first completion, sir. So the evidence relied upon by the LPA in that regard has been, well, is incorrect, sir.
Mr. Wood? That first quarter, I was looking at a 1.5 years from planning approval period, and then a 2.3 years from planning to delivery period. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Wood? So the table 3.1 is looking at a planning delivery period of 1.5 years from submission.
Sorry, sir, you're looking at figure 3.1, not table 3.1.
Sorry, I'm looking at the, yep, sorry. Yep, I'm looking at the lower, sorry, that's my fault. So for the number of dwellings in this case, which is 50. So it's
No, sorry. So this is an allocated site for 125 homes. So it falls in the 100 to
just wait a
499.
second then, 125, so it's in the second column.
Yep.
100 to 499 dwellings. The lower quartile is 2.6 years.
Yes.
And the title of the table is lower quartile, median, upper quartile planning approval period by site size. So I'm reading that as 2.6 years planning approval period.
And then, so if you go up to the text above, which begins planning approval period, it defines what it means by that. And it says the first stage is the planning approval period, the time taken from the validation of the first application to the first detailed permission.
Which is not what you said, Mr. Wood, is it? I'm looking at table 3.1. That's figure 3.1 says that. It sounds like you might have fallen into the trap that I did looking at figure 3.1 and not table 3.1.
That heading on table 3.1 is different to what's on the screen.
Could you put the microphone on, please, people on the webcast?
Sorry, forgive me. I've just seen the document that Mr. Wood is looking at. And on the document he is looking at, the heading for table 3.1 is not the same thing as what we have on screen. The
Right,
heading is from validation of the first application or to completion of the first dwelling.
What is the title of the document, Mr. Wood? Because we're reading from the CD. So you're reading from a paper copy of something, so it's not the electronic version that I'm looking at.
No, I've not done it from the inquiry documents, which I accept I should have done, but I've got a report dated September 2024. Is that correct?
And this one here is actually March 2024. On the PDFs.
So the agreed core document is March 24. The version you're looking at is September 24, which is not in the core document
I
list.
printed this off before the core documents list was put together when we were explaining the spot schedule, so.
And this, the PDF document is headed third edition, March 2024. This one is headed Insight September 2024, third edition, post 2024 election and NPPF consultation 2024.
Right, that's evidence that's not before the inquiry that you're relying on there then. It's not in the core documents.
I accept, sir, I was doing that from the Scott schedule, which we were putting together before that list was agreed, so in a sense that's my error, but this is a more recent publication than the one that's in the inquiry documents. So it's not.
So this document doesn't exist according to Google. I've never seen it. It's not, is it prepared by Litchfields? All right. It doesn't
looks-
come up on Google, at least.
I mean, it looks exactly like the document, except the document on the core documents
document.
list, but it's just an updated version.
Where did you get that from, Mr. Wood? It's quite a variation to that table, significant.
So if it helps, our position isn't reliant on referring to that in the sense we've got to almost time to say our position is around the state of common ground. That's where comes from. So that helps kind of on that
what extent have you relied on Mr. Tyler, the March version in some of the comments that you've made?
Well, throughout, I've used it, and I should say that I've Googled it, and I just can't find this new document that Mr. Wood has alluded to. I've relied upon it as providing a benchmark, but then I've also taken into account the rates achieved, the lead-in times achieved in West Northamptonshire specifically, and those demonstrate that the lead-in times achieved locally are far longer than those nationally. So I've approached this from two angles, namely the national average and the local experience. But yeah, one of those things is the March report, which is the latest report according to Google that I can identify.
And the agreed core documents list is the agreed core documents list. The council's planning authorities agreed the March version is the one that they've sought to rely on in this inquiry. So we've got a little bit of an issue there. And it's an issue that I'm not so sure how to best address because the council seems to be relying on a later version that's not in the core documents list.
Both of my witnesses have this document. It looks exactly the same as a Lichfield document. I agree with Mr. Tyler, I can't find it on Google either. How odd. I'm certain my chaps aren't in the business
Going in
of
and changing the
forgery.
figures. No, we're not suggesting that at all. We just don't know the origins of this document or the.
All right. Let's, what can we do with it then?
Well,
The first time this has arisen, has been referred to as a document is this case. The council's not used it for the other cases. You've used it, but qualified it by the Northamptonshire data.
Precisely so.
I'm not putting words into your mouth, the advocates here, but it seems to me that where you've used the Northampton data is a fair bit more reliable because it's specific than this document anyway.
Of
And
course.
the council's only used it. So I'm really saying, all right, there's another version out there, but it doesn't matter in terms of the strength of your argument, Mr. Tyler, because you've relied on the local source.
Of course, I'm often criticised for reliance upon start to finish because it doesn't reflect the local position, which is why I analyse local lead-in times, and that's precisely what I've done here. So I'd be happy to I'd be content for you to proceed on the local evidence rather than start to finish.
We just might need to qualify that somewhere then that somewhere in closing submissions or somewhere about this document because it's coming as a bit of a curveball to us.
Yeah.
It's not, I can only take what the council agreed as a core document. You're not relying on it that much because you've just said that. And Mr. Tyler's relying on more on the local source than this document anyway. So it's kind of me saying, all right, well, we had a little bit of an hand grenade there, but we can deal with the explosion, I think, and proceed. If you're content to do that, are you okay with that?
Yes, sir. I mean, we'll try and get to the bottom of where it's come from,
Yeah.
but I don't think a great deal turns on it.
It's not good. No, it's not. No, it doesn't. I think that's a conclusion. So, yeah, it is what it is. We'll proceed on that. So you were going on to tell us there before we got sidetracked on this document about the statement of common ground, Mr. Wood. You said you rely more on the statement of common ground, I think.
So, sorry to interrupt. I'm not sure your microphone's on, Mr. Wood. People can't hear you.
Apologies. Yeah, I don't think, so unless Mr. Munn's got anything to add, I haven't got anything to add beyond what's in the Scott schedule.
Anything you want to come back on now? We kind of went back to the local lead-ins and in terms of your argument, I understand, Mr. Tyler. All right, there's nothing more we can say on that one, then. The next one on the list is 29. 29 is land to the west of Northampton South. What's SUE mean?
Sustainable urban extension?
Mr. Tiley, what's wrong with the council's approach on this one?
So, sir, this is an allocated site with subject to an undetermined outline planning application, which was submitted in April 2024. Now, once again, sir, if you turn to the Scott schedule, the council has applied the wrong test. This is a category B site that should only be considered deliverable where there's clear evidence, and yet the council have assumed that this site is deliverable notwithstanding the absence of clear evidence, because they don't have a statement of common ground or any other evidence to demonstrate that this is deliverable. Now, the planning application is subject to numerous objections, including from National Highways and the local highways authority, who have concerns with the design of the northern arm within the site and that it may present safety risks, and from Sport England. Now, we don't have any evidence to demonstrate that those objections will be resolved in sufficient time, as would be required for this site to be considered deliverable according to the Wayne Holmes judgment, paragraph 34, Roman 4 of that judgment, sir. And furthermore, sir, given where we are, once again, there's just not a realistic prospect of this being delivered. It doesn't have planning permission. On sites this size, according to the version of start to finish, which is in the core docs, it takes on average 6 years. And in West Northamptonshire, the examples we have taken 9 years and 13.6 years from the submission of such an application. So it just simply wouldn't be realistic to include this site in the deliverable supply. And as I've already trailed, there is absolutely no evidence to suggest that completions will be achieved on this site, sir.
Is this Mr. Munn or Mr. Wood?
Myself, sir. So, as Balance has said, it's an allocated site in the recently adopted Part 2 plan for Northampton with an outline planning application. It's not untypical for outline planning applications to have objections to them. Of course, it being an allocated site, those objections, even if they do go to the heart of it, are not. So the principle is already established through the allocation, so it's a question of working through those objections and resolving those to move forward towards a permission. The application, sir, is by Vistry, house builders who are actively building out an adjacent site. So this adjoins a sustainable urban extension that's allocated in the West Northamptonshire Joint Core Strategy. That allocation is currently being built out, and the development is proceeding towards this this site, which is subject to the outline planning application. Entirely reasonable. So this is different to a freestanding greenfield site where you've got an active developer building out a site, know the market, and can say quickly progress from what they're already building out to this particular site.
And it is the same developer. The applicant
Vistry.
Is the same developer that's building out the existing site.
Absolutely, sir. Yes.
Mr. Tyler, anything more to say?
No, I think you've got my position, sir.
Okay. The next site is site 30, which is on to the west of Toaster Road, Northampton. Mr. Tyler.
Thank you, sir. So this again is an allocated site with an undetermined outline planning application, which was submitted in July 21, but remains undetermined some 4.5 years later almost. Once again, so the council applied the wrong test of deliverability in the Scott schedule and have treated this as a category A site when it's a category B site. The application is similarly subject to objections, including a need to update ecological surveys for a BNG assessment, the absence of a fit for purpose flood risk assessment and model, and from Active Travel England. And once again, we have no evidence to demonstrate that those objections will be resolved as required by the Wayne Holmes judgment. Then, as with the preceding site, turning to whether there's a realistic prospect of delivery. On sites of this scale, the start to finish report, at least the one in the core docs, said that it would take 4.8 years from the grant of outline permission until the first completion, such that we'd be beyond the current 5-year window. However, As I've set out in my evidence, the lead-in times in West Northamptonshire have been longer, including 8.3 years at Micklewell Park and 11.4 years and counting from the grant of outline planning permission on those, at Western Road from the grant of outline planning permission. So once again, it just wouldn't be realistic to include these in the deliverable supply. Then we turn to the statement of common ground, which is available for this site. And that relies upon the grant of planning permission in the summer of 2025, which obviously hasn't been achieved. And given the milestones haven't been achieved, we don't have up-to-date evidence as required by the PPG. And in such circumstances, the Secretary of State has correctly found that such sites should not be regarded as being deliverable in paragraph 21 of the Stapley appeal decision, sir. Thank you.
Mr Wood or Mr Munn?
It's me, sir. So it's already been brought to your attention. It's an allocated site in the recently adopted Part 2 plan with a live outline planning application. We have a statement of common ground, which has been agreed with the applicant. We accept there has been a bit of slippage in the sense that the SOCG assumes the outline will be approved in summer 2025. So we have slipped by a number of months. That doesn't mean that the whole development will slip beyond the 5-year period. So I'd suggest an appropriate adjustment be made for that slip of a quarter of a year, which would equate to about 15 units, which we identify in the 5th year of the 5-year period. In terms of have we considered this to be a site A, in the methodology is absolute nonsense. There's no suggestion that we've done that, so I've no idea where Mr Tyler's got that from. And the flood modelling work is underway, so it's right, that is an issue that has to be resolved, but that work is currently underway.
Anything more, Mr Tyler?
Just to say on the point of the test they've applied, the councillors applied, if you turn to row 30 of the Scott schedule, sir. At the end of the second paragraph, the council's position is that there is no evidence to demonstrate that the site cannot come forward within that period, i.e. they've worked on the basis that this is a category A site rather than a category B site, sir.
So can I come back on that? That's being very selective. That's not the totality of what we say on this site. That's just choosing one particular sentence out of the schedule.
You want to say anything more?
I'll leave it to you, sir. Read the schedule and reach your own judgment, sir.
One second. That moves on to site 31, Hill Farm Rise. Mr Tyler?
Thank you, sir. This is again an allocated site with no planning application. And once again, the Scott schedule infers that the council have applied the wrong test. You obviously need clear evidence that completions will be achieved, and yet we have absolutely no evidence to that effect on this site, sir.
Mr Wood, Mr Munn?
It's again an allocated site in the recently adopted Part 2 plan. We know that the landowners on this site are keen to progress an application on here, but no, we don't have a statement of common ground on this particular site to support that position.
So they're keen?
They are, sir. They are keen to.
How do you say that? What evidence do you have to support that contention?
Because they have been in contact with us to progress that site.
Pre-application discussion?
It's
Formal or
not
informal?
got to the stage of a pre-application discussion, formal pre-application discussion. So just they've been in touch with us to progress the site.
Mr Tyler?
Yeah, I mean, simply so we don't have any clear evidence beyond the illusion of Mr Wood there that a landowner is keen to progress a site.
All right. Let's move on. 33, effective works.
Sorry, so do you want me to start?
Yep, I'm going to do this all the way through. It's,
Yep.
you can see the pattern's the same.
Yeah, okay. So this is a site with full planning permission for 97 homes, which was granted in November 2023. In the subsequent 2 years, no progress has been made towards delivery. And indeed, the site has been marketed on numerous occasions, each time unsuccessfully, because it would appear that there's no, that it's not an attractive prospect for a developer, sir. And in that context, I would suggest that there's not a realistic prospect of delivery, sir, although it should be acknowledged that this benefits from the presumption of deliverability, sir. And it falls to a matter of judgment for you as to whether that provides clear evidence that completions won't be achieved, sir.
Mr. Wood or Mr. Munn?
So full application is the first point. So is there any evidence to suggest it won't come forward from the appellants? I would suggest not. The fact that the landowner is actively marketing the site is a positive thing, which demonstrates that they are wanting to bring the development forward. And we've had a discharge of conditions application, which was approved on the 23rd of September this year. So that's a very current permission that has been granted, or condition discharge, sorry, should I say. It's been approved very recently.
Anything more, Mr. Talley?
Well, I mean, obviously the site has been marketed, but that doesn't in itself suggest that completions will be achieved, because that marketing has been entirely unsuccessful, sir.
All right, nothing more we can say on that. I think 36, The Green, Northampton. Mr. Talley?
So firstly, sir, this is another site that was found not to be deliverable in the floor appeal decision. It's an allocated site subject to an undetermined outline planning application, which was submitted in January of this year. The application remains subject to substantive objections, including from the lead local flood authority, a holding objection from Highways England and from Sport England, and we don't have any evidence to demonstrate that those will be resolved and in sufficient time to facilitate delivery. Indeed, so turning to whether there's a realistic prospect of delivery, the statement of common ground suggests that the first completion will be achieved 3.5 years following the submission of the application. And yet, when we look at start to finish, it says on average it takes 4.9 years nationally. And as I've set out in table 2.7 of my appendix, it takes even longer in West Northampton, such that in my view, it wouldn't be realistic to include this site in the deliverable supply, sir.
Mr. Wood?
Me again, sir.
Mr. Munn?
The floor inspector made his decisions on the material in front of him at that time. We're 6 months further on. At that time, the application was only 3 or 4 months old. We now have a signed statement of common ground, which wasn't available at the start of the year, and that is from the head of planning of the South area for Homes England, setting out their delivery intentions in respect of this site.
So just to one point that I should have picked up earlier on all of these statements of common ground, obviously you'll be aware, sir, that the people that enter into these statements of common ground have an incentive to over-exaggerate the supply, and that's confirmed in paragraph 57 of CDE08, sir, which is an appeal decision at Great Torrington. But other than that, no, there's nothing specific more to come back on, sir. Para 57, sorry.
Okay. All right. 38, The Farm, Hardingstone.
Thank you, sir. This site was found to be deliverable in the floor appeal decision, but obviously I'm not aware of all of the evidence that was available to that inspector. This site is allocated. It's subject to an undetermined full application, which was submitted in April 2024. So what's that? 18 months ago. Once again, the LPA applied the wrong test because this is a category B site, and in the housing Scott schedule, the council have applied the test of a category A site. The full planning application is again subject to substantive objections, including on ecological grounds, which will necessitate an update to the site layout, the landscape master plan, and a BNG assessment. On heritage grounds, owing to the less than substantial harm to the conservation area and the resultant conflict with policy BN5 and ENV6, and from the local flood authority. And once again, we have no evidence to demonstrate that those objections will be resolved and in sufficient time. Then, sir, if we turn to the statement of common ground, this relies upon the grant of planning permission in the summer of 2025, which has not been achieved. And therefore, once again, we have no up-to-date evidence required by the PPG. And in such circumstances, the Secretary of State has found that sites should not be considered deliverable in paragraph 21 of the Stapley appeal decision, sir.
Mr Wood?
Mr Munn again, sir. Just to note, yeah, the matters of objection are being worked through by our development management colleagues at the moment, and if they haven't already, they will shortly be reconsulting on new evidence in respect of that, which will address concerns. The SOCG signed by the developer, there's 2 years to the end of the 5-year period in respect of this site, a site for 54 units with some capacity at the back end of the 5-year period.
Anything else, Mr Talley?
Nothing from me, sir.
Site 44, land of Upton Valley.
Thank you, sir. This is another allocated site with an undetermined outline planning application, which was submitted in June 2023 and remains undetermined 2.5 years later. Now, just while we're on that, sir, in the Scott schedule, let me check that I've accurately recorded this. The council rely upon this application progressing to committee in the next quarter. There is no committee date for this application, sir. Such that it would appear that the timetable relied upon the council has already not been met. Once again, sir, the council applied the wrong test in the Scott schedule. Once again, sir, this is subject to objections, including from National Highways, and we have no evidence to demonstrate that they will be resolved as required by the Wayne Holmes judgment. And, sir, we have no statement of common ground nor any evidence whatsoever to suggest that completions will be achieved on this site, sir.
Mr Munn or Mr Wood?
Mr Munn, sir, update from development management team as there are now no Highways England or Environment Agency objections in relation to this, and that should be on the website as a matter of public record. They are aiming for a committee end of this calendar year or very early next year, so the latest intel from them.
Mr Talley?
So once again, sir, assuming that the objections have been resolved and that there is a committee date towards the end of this year or next year, the issue between the parties is whether there's any evidence that completions will be achieved. And as I've set out, no statement of common ground and no evidence whatsoever beyond the potential progression of an outline planning application to committee late this year or early next to demonstrate that completions will be achieved, sir.
Site 49. Got the next one, N4 Northampton West.
Yes, sir. So this is a site with outline planning permission for 1,750 homes, which was granted 5 years ago. It's had a number of reserved matters approvals, and those have a residual capacity for 297 homes, which were agreed will be delivered, benefit from the presumption of deliverability, and therefore can be relied upon as being deliverable. However, for the remaining 80 homes, one would need clear evidence to demonstrate that those will come forward in the next 5 years. And we have no evidence whatsoever to that effect, sir. There are no further RM applications as far as I'm aware, and there's no other evidence to demonstrate that completions will be achieved. And once again, the LPA appeared to apply the wrong test for those 80 homes within the Scott schedule.
So do I take it you agree the 297,
Yes.
but not the additional 80?
Yes, exactly so. So the 297 benefit from reserve matters approval and therefore benefit from the presumption of deliverability, sir.
So the only debate is about the additional 80.
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
Yes, sir. The only difference between us is whether or not a further reserve matters will come forward on this site in the next 5 years. And given that we've had a flow of reserve matters over recent years to bring forward this development, the developers obviously got significant investment in this site to bring it forward. The infrastructure that has been put in place, including the Sandy Lane relief road, which is a huge piece of infrastructure to improve access to this and other sites in this part of Northampton. The appellant seems to be suggesting that the developer will just shut up shop once he's implemented existing reserve matters. Clearly that won't be the case. They will continue to submit further reserve matters to us and build out more of that development. We're not suggesting all of this obviously will be developed within the 5 years, but clearly more than we believe 80 units more than is currently has the benefit of reserve matters approval.
Anything more, Mr. Talley?
No, so just to clarify that the difference isn't whether further reserve matters will be submitted, is whether there's clear evidence that additional completions will be achieved, bearing in mind that 297 homes already requires a delivery rate of 60 dwellings per annum, sir.
Anything more, Mr. Wood?
No, thank you, sir. I think that site just speaks for itself, sir. Thank you.
Just give me a second. That brings on to site 53. N9A, Norwood Farm. Mr. Talley?
So thank you, sir. The LPA have divided this into 2 separate parts within the Scott schedule, so I'll address it on that basis. Firstly, we have Norwood Farm, which has outline planning permission for 1,900 homes, which was granted in 5.5 years ago, June 2020. And that benefits from numerous reserve matters approval, which provide a capacity for 779 homes, which benefit from the presumption of deliverability and are therefore regarded as being deliverable. However, across the remainder of the site, whilst there is another reserve matters application for an additional 233 homes, sir, that is subject to objections, including from the lead local flood authority and the local highways authorities. And indeed, the local highways authority require that the application is amended to address their concerns. And we have no evidence to demonstrate that those objections will be achieved. Turning next to the realistic prospect of housing, of delivering however many homes from this part of the site, the LPA assume that it will deliver 1,251 homes within the 5-year period, or 250 per annum. Now, so that's wholly unrealistic, I would suggest. To date, it's achieved an average of 109 per annum. Other SUEs, as set out in my rebuttal, have of this scale. 96 dwellings per annum was achieved at north of Whitehills, 147 dwellings per annum at Northampton North. Similarly, the start to finish report says the upper quartile delivery rate is 130 dwellings per annum. So by reference to any comparator, the assumption that this part of the site will deliver 250 dwellings per annum is unrealistic in my view. And furthermore, if the other part of the site comes forward, which I'll deal with in a moment, that would only compromise the delivery rates on this part of the site. And as a final point on this part of the site, We don't have any evidence to demonstrate that further completions will be achieved. We don't have a statement of common ground or anything to that effect. Dealing with the second part of the site, sir, I'll wait for you to catch up.
Okay.
This was found not to be deliverable, sorry, it's Upton Lodge Farm, found not to be deliverable in the floor appeal decision. The council resolved to grant outline planning permission for up to 1,400 homes in January 2021, but no Section 106 has been able to be agreed in the subsequent 4.5 years, and there's no evidence that that will be agreed in any particular time frame. Given the track record, it would appear unlikely. And in terms of a realistic prospect, the LPA assume that the first completions will be achieved in 2 years' time, when, again, turning to start to finish, on average it takes 4 years on a site of this size, which means no completions would be achieved in the current 5-year period. And in West Northamptonshire, it has taken on average 3.6 years, which once again would mean we'd only just get a few completions towards the end of the period, sir. But, sir, obviously you will also require clear evidence on this site as to whether this will fall just within the 5-year period or outside. And the statement of common ground relies upon the grant of planning permission in the summer of 2025. We know that's not been achieved. We therefore have no up-to-date evidence as required by the PPG, and in such circumstances, as found by the Secretary of State, sites such as this should not be regarded as being deliverable.
Mr. Wood or Mr. Munn?
It's me, sir. I'm just, bear with me, I'm just finding my note. So firstly, in terms of delivery on this site, so in the last financial year, this site delivered 234 units. And this year so far in Q1 delivered 87, in Q2 delivered 88. So already just shy of 180 units in just half a year. So our assumptions moving forward of 250 units per annum is entirely reasonable. In terms of the reserved matters application that's before the council currently, for 233 units, number of objections received, that's not untypical for an application. Case officers are very experienced in dealing with objections and resolving those to move forward to an approval. So there's nothing out of the ordinary for a planning application, be it outline, be it reserved matters, to get objections. So that's not an obstacle to the application moving forward. And finally, just it's the same reserved matters point. So as I made on the previous site, we've already received a series of reserved matters. It's an outline that has a lot of capacity. So we expect further reserved matters to come forward in short order to progress and further build out this particular site. It's totally unrealistic to expect a developer to cease building out once it's done its current RMs. It will obviously be submitting further reserved matters application as we move forward. Mr. Tyler referred to if the Homes England site comes forward, it compromised delivery on this site, or the other way around. I can't remember what he said, but I don't think there's any evidence to support that assertion. In terms of the other part of this allocation, that it's owned by Homes England, the government's housing delivery agency. It has a 106, an agreed 106, which is almost ready for issue. It's just a question of title on that. So all of the planning issues, contributions, etc., resolved. They're no longer being negotiated. That's all resolved. It's just tidying up that in terms of title, property titles, as I understand it, and that can then be published. Homes England have advised that the land is already on the market. They've done an exercise with volume house builders with lots of interest. and they're assessing bids, and they expect to appoint a developer partner in January of next year and looking for reserve matters in June of next year.
Anything more, Mr. Talley?
Just, yeah, a few quick points, sir. Mr. Wood alluded to 234 homes having been built last year and 175 in the first half of this year. Obviously, developments will have peaks and troughs, sir, and it's not untypical that you will get the odd year or two with peaks, but on average, sir, we can see that the amount relied upon by the LPA is unrealistic by reference to any comparator. And we still, as I've set out, haven't been provided any evidence in respect of Norwood Farm. The other point, sorry, on Norwood Farm was to do with, I haven't provided any evidence to demonstrate that the delivery rate would be compromised if the other scheme is granted planning permission. It's quite right, I haven't provided any evidence on that, but it's an obvious consequence, sir, of market absorption rates. In terms of Upton Lodge Farm, the LPA have indicated that the Section 106 is close to being agreed, but we don't have any evidence of that, sir. And as I've set out, it would be unrealistic to suggest that this could achieve any more than a few homes within the 5-year period in any event, sir. Okay.
All right, let's move on to site 54. Site 54 is east of Wootton Fields. Mr. Talley.
Thank you, sir. This is an emerging allocation which doesn't benefit from planning permission. So if we firstly turn to the planning practice guidance and paragraph 68007 of the housing supply and delivery section, it sets out that in order to demonstrate 5 years worth of deliverable housing sites, robust, up-to-date evidence needs to be available to support the preparation of strategic policies and planning decisions. Annex 2 of the National Planning Policy Framework defines a deliverable site, as well as sites which are considered to be deliverable in principle, i.e. Category A sites. This definition also sets out the sites which would require further evidence to be considered deliverable, namely those which have outline planning permission, are allocated, have a grant of planning permission in principle, or are identified on a brownfield register. So the PPG is explicit that the sites that can be included are namely those which fall in those categories. The inclusion of any other site is precluded by the PPG, such as this emerging allocation. And indeed, that's been the consistent findings of Section 78 inspectors and the Secretary of State since the current definition of a deliverable site was introduced. And I draw your attention, sir, to paragraph 18 of CDE 12, paragraph 33 of CDE 14, and paragraph 67 of CDE 15. Indeed, sir, if you just pause for one moment and think about what the purpose of a 5-year land supply assessment is, it's to determine whether or not the policies are up to date. By including sites which don't comply with the adopted policies, such as emerging allocations, you're not testing whether the adopted policies are up to date. What you're doing is accepting that the adopted policies are out of date, and therefore in that context allowing other permissions or other, sites to be included. So it defeats the entire objective of the 5-year land supply assessment. It is, however, true, sir, that this site is subject to two undetermined outline planning applications. Both are subject to very substantive objections, the first of which is subject to a holding objection from National Highways, the Council on Ecological Grounds owing to the need to redesign the landscape master plan, update the surveys and update the BNG assessment, from Homes England owing to the need to comprehensively master plan the site rather than allowing for piecemeal development, the Local Highways Authority, Active Travel England, and from the Council on Planning Policy Grounds, similarly owing to the need to comprehensively master plan the site rather than allowing piecemeal development. The second application is presumably similarly subject to those objections in terms of piecemeal development, but it's also subject to objections on ecological grounds, to needing to redesign the landscape master plan, update the surveys and update the BNG assessment, and from the local highways authority. Now, as with many of the preceding sites, we have no evidence whatsoever to demonstrate that those objections will be resolved. And given the number and extent of them, it would be expected that that will take a long time to resolve, sir. Then we turn to a realistic prospect, sir. Sorry, sir, am I going too fast?
No, got it, you're right.
Turning to realistic prospect, the statement of common ground for this site says that the first completions would be achieved in 3 years' time, which is entirely unrealistic by reference to any of the material we have before us. Start to finish says it takes on average 5 years, and in West Northants it's taken 8.3 years. Actually, I think that might be wrong. I think it's 9 years and 13.6 years on the two similarly sized sites which we have before us, sir. So, yeah, that's probably it from me, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Munn or Mr. Wood?
It's me, sir. Just to add, there are actually 3 outline applications on this allocation, all undetermined. One for 285 units, one for 60, and one for 160 units. We also have a recently submitted screening opinion for the entirety of the allocation. Beyond that, so I don't have anything to add to what we've already said.
It's in the Scott schedule.
Yeah.
Nothing more than that, Mr. Tyler, is there?
No, I'm just wondering about the third planning application because I can't see that that's out in evidence anywhere, but
It's on our website, so it's public information. And it also says that in our comments on the Scott schedule.
Can you show me that, Mr. Wood? Sorry, just so that I've got the reference.
It's in the Scott schedule. It says there are 3 live outline planning applications.
Right. Sorry, thank you.
Want to say anything more?
No, sir.
Right, let's look at one there now. Site 55, Micklewell Park Extension. Mr. Tyler?
I'm going to sound very much like a parrot, sir.
It's all right, we need to do it.
Again, this is an allocated site, no planning application. It wouldn't be realistic to include it in the supply. Statement of common ground suggests that an application will be submitted late this year, and yet the first completion will be achieved 2.5 years later, which is unrealistic by reference to any of the material you have before you. Start to finish says 6 years, and the local experience is 9 years or 13.6 years. So it's just another site which is, it won't realistically achieve completions within the 5-year period. So,
Mr. Wood?
So we have an agreed statement of common ground on this site. That notes an outline application to be submitted in autumn or late 2025. In recent correspondence with the applicants, they expect that to slip by between 6 and 12 months. So if we split the difference on that, 9 months, so that would amount to about 56 units. So there would be some slippage. There'd be some slippage, but not the totality of the 125 units in the Scott schedule.
Yes, you gave a number on that slippage. I think I might have missed.
So what I've done is that the applicant has said that they're likely to slip between 6 and 12 months. So I've gone the middle for 9 months.
Yep.
So 3/4 of the delivery in the final year, which is 75, 3/4 of that is 56. The total would be
69.
69, thank you. Yeah.
Site 56, Daventry Northwest.
Thank you. So this was once again a site which was found not to be deliverable by the floor appeal decision. It's an allocated site with an outline planning application for up to 3,400 homes, which was submitted in February 2020. And it remains undetermined some 5.5 years later. Now, this is a site with which I'm personally involved, sir. The site, well, the applicants, Davidson's Homes, were under the impression that planning permission would be granted early this year. Everything had been resolved. And then the LEA came in with a response which required that the scheme was fundamentally revised through the removal of one of the proposed primary school sites, and the LEA also sought a materially greater financial contribution towards education provision, notwithstanding the fact that they found that fewer school places were required. Now, the site was already struggling in viability terms because so a reduced level of affordable housing had been agreed, but as a result of the LEA's response, the scheme's got to be redesigned. There's going to be need for an ES addendum. It might have implications for other assessments, such as the transport assessment, for example, and presumably the viability assessment is going to have to be revisited because the LEA are now requesting 10 million more than they were in the spring of this year. Now, as a consequence, the delivery of this site will be significantly delayed from that which was set out in the Statement of Common Ground. And indeed, I'm advised by Davidson's Homes that as a result of the delays and the uncertainty associated with this site, it will only achieve 50 completions within the 5-year period, rather than the 400 assumed by the LPA.
Mr. Wood, Mr. Tyler speaking from the horse's mouth there. To some extent, what do you have to say?
So yes, as Mr. Tyler pointed out, Davidson's, the appellants here today, are also involved in this particular scheme. So the council has tried to work constructively with the applicants to move this application forward, including working with, in recent times, Atlas, to move that application forward to address the issues that Mr. Tyler has quite rightly pointed out in terms of the changing the approach from the education authority as a result in declining population, children. So yeah, we've sought to engage actively with Davidson's and been working with Atlas for some time. However, in recent times, in the lead up to this inquiry, we've made several approaches to Davidson's and they've fallen on deaf ears. They've not been working constructively with us to move forward on the application and progressing that towards a decision.
So where does that leave you then in terms of
We're at the
summary of all of that, or the conclusion of that?
Well, the case of, well, it's hard to know because Davidson's aren't engaging with us. So the case officer is trying to approach them to work through with Atlas to progress the application, but the emails are not being responded to, sir.
Does that to some extent corroborate what Mr. Tyler said?
Sorry, sir?
Does that to some extent confirm what Mr. Tyler said in terms of the likelihood of leading times, etc.?
It will impact on delivery. One has to ask the question why our approaches aren't being responded to.
It's not for me to speculate, but on why, but that will have some impact on the 400 suggested.
It will, sir.
Anything more on that, Mr. Tyler?
I mean, Davidson's are here in the room, and it's definitely in my experience that Davidson's are not constructively engaged. And I think a response might be due, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Tiley. Yes, so we have been having meetings up to around September time with the council. We have been working up a revised submission, which will be submitted very shortly. We're just waiting on landowner sign off for that. The main delay in terms of discussions has been the provision of a draft PPA from the council, which I don't believe from memory includes fees, for example. So we just, again, had to take that away to landowners, but the updated submission is very imminent, so.
I've nothing further to add, sir.
3 left. Site 57. Land at Welton Road, Daventry. Mr. Tiley.
Thank you, sir. This is a site which gained full planning permission in March 2017, and condition 1 required commencement by March 2020. None of the pre-commencement conditions have been discharged to date, such that planning permission has clearly expired, and as such, this site should not be considered deliverable according to the NPPF, sir.
So it's a site that's got no planning permission, so we're starting from a fresh start
Exactly,
again.
exactly so. I mean, if it was intended to be delivered, then that would be in breach of the planning conditions. But one would assume that it won't be delivered in breach of planning conditions and therefore won't be implemented, sir.
So as noted in the housing land availability report, the permission has been started. That is noted in the report. Therefore, the permission remains extant, and it is a full permission, sir.
It's not what your understanding is, Mr. Tiley?
I've no idea whether it's been implemented, but if it has, that's clearly in breach of conditions. And if I, just for your reference, sir, the conditions attached to the full planning permission included, amongst other things, that no development shall take place until a surface water drainage scheme for the site based on flood risk assessment has been submitted to and approved in writing by the LPA. That's not been done. The development hereby submitted should not be commenced until the results of a phase 2 site investigation has been undertaken to fully and effectively characterise the nature and extent of land contamination and/or ground gases, and needs to be submitted and approved by the LPA, and that's not been discharged. We've got, prior to the commencement of development, the development hereby approved, unless otherwise agreed in writing, a scheme to demonstrate the internal noise levels within the residential units will conform to guidance to be approved and submitted and approved by the LPA. We've got details of an external writing should be submitted and approved by the LPA prior to the commencement of development. We've got a construction environmental management plan must be submitted and approved by the LPA prior to commencement. We've got a need for a scheme for archaeological investigations, and there's numerous pre-commencement conditions, none of which have been discharged, sir, such that this development just can't lawfully be delivered, I would
So
suggest.
if whatever they have done then, could that be constituted as being an authorised development?
It must be unauthorised development if they've commenced, sir.
How do you square that, Mr. Wood? Loads of pre-commencement conditions not discharged, therefore any start must be contrary to those conditions and deemed as unauthorised development?
It could be, sir, but if we were taking enforcement action, that has to be expedient. That's one of the tests that's applied. So I've nothing further to add, sir. The start's been made on site, therefore our view is that there is an extant permission on this site.
Okay.
So, sorry, can I just say, well, Mr. Wood has goaded me into making my first, I'm sorry, that cannot be right. I mean, there must be a factual answer. Either the pre-commencement conditions have been complied with or not. It's not enough. This isn't a partisan position. It's just, is Mr. Wood saying that what Mr. Tiley said is wrong and those pre-commencement conditions have been complied with? Because as you've completely got the point, or does the council accept as a matter of fact that no applications have been made in relation to those pre-commencement conditions?
As a matter of fact, I'm not aware of any pre-commencement applications being made, so no.
I've made my own assessment as to what that means.
Yeah, thank you.
And expediency in taking enforcement action is different to whether or not the development itself constitutes an authorised development. Two different things. So this is one where this is the only one where I will comment that I'm struggling to see an argument that suggests that this can be taken forward because it's an authorised development. And we're starting from a standing start completely again with no permission in existence. So this is the only one where I'm coming off the fence and say, struggling to see how you can make an argument stick on that one. But I'm not going to say any more about any others because that's the only one that I've there is some clear clarity in my mind. The others I just have to think on the evidence, but that one's clear in my mind, I think. And I wouldn't normally say that, but I think to save any further argument, I'm struggling. I'm struggling from nothing. All right. 2 left, 59, 9 north and west of town centre Daventry.
Thank you, sir. So this again found not to be deliverable in floor. Sorry, the floor appeal decision. It's an allocated site, no planning application. Given the absence of a planning application, it would be unrealistic to suggest completions will be achieved by reference to any comparator we have before us, including that set out in the start to finish report, which says 6 years from the submission of such an application, and the local experience of 9 years at Micklewell Park and 13.6 years and counting at Western Road. And also, sir, on this site, we have no evidence whatsoever, no statement of common ground, nothing of that effect to demonstrate that completions will be achieved, sir.
Mr. Wood?
So not very much to add to this one. As it says in the Scott schedule, it's identified in the Part 2 local plan for a range of uses. It's a site that's owned by the council itself. We're looking at what the next local plan says about that particular site. But beyond that, said nothing to add. 6.
So we've got no evidence whatsoever in any plan application.
We haven't got any.
No indication what it's going to come in. So
No, sir.
so I'm going to challenge you on your reliance on that 60 then.
So you'll appreciate it's a new administration within the council. The previous local plan that allocated for a variety of uses was self-evidently the previous administration. So say we're revisiting this as part of the new local plan to see how that is treated in the next version of the Reg 18 plan.
But if I'm not going to put words into my mouth, but it seems to me from what I read, there's no evidence whatsoever of deliverability.
We haven't got any evidence of any impending planning applications, so no.
Therefore, I'm struggling to see how we can justify retaining that 60. And you're nodding your head, do you agree?
I'm not, our position, sir, is as put in there, but what I can say is that we haven't got any evidence to support any impending planning application.
Probably said what I need to say on that then. Last one, Victor's Barn. That's a nice name.
Thank you, sir. This is a site with outline planning permission, and there are 2 undetermined reserve matters applications. Now, one of those is subject to objections from the council on ecological grounds because the application proposes to remove part of the existing woodland contrary to the outline planning permission, as well as the consequent ecological consequences that arise from that, as well as the need for updated surveys and the need for a BNG assessment. And that's a reserve matters application for 32 homes. Now, obviously, sir, that's going to require, well, it's going to need to be resolved, and we have no evidence that it will be resolved or the time it will need to take to do so. Then, sir, because this is just an outline planning permission, although it's got reserve matters applications, we don't have any evidence beyond the existence of those reserve matters applications to demonstrate that completions will be achieved, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Wood?
Mr. Mullins.
Me finally, sir. Factual update from Mr. Tiley, but just to add to that, as I have a couple of times, case officer has received amended information from the applicants in relation to this site, is consulting and feels that information addresses issues, but is consulting and hopes to make a determination on these imminently.
But those are for 32 homes?
The 2 reserve matters applications.
So in terms of the council's position on the 57?
The numbers as agreed in the schedule, sir.
So the numbers are agreed.
As agreed, sorry, the numbers, sorry, not agreed, apologies. The numbers set out in the Schedule 57 from us for the 5-year period.
So Sarah, if I might help, the two reserve maps applications sum to 57 homes.
Come to 57.
Yeah, so there's one for 32 and one for 25. So
Right. No, that's me then, because I didn't pick up the one for 25. Okay. Is there anything more you want to say on that one?
no, obviously we don't have evidence of the new information provided or the likely consequences from on ecological grounds from the council. So such that we still don't have the necessary site-specific evidence to demonstrate that the planning permission will be granted rather than refused. So
Okay. Right. That's everything on that revised schedule. The other sites, I suspect we're going to get the same issues anyway, so I can read it. But of the ones that we consider to be critical, I think we've done the exercise. So we've completed the roundtable session.
May I,
In
sir?
terms of the agenda, there's just a final thing on the agenda. Sorry?
May I just add one update on some factual evidence that's come into my inbox last hour or so?
Yep.
Just that an applicant for site 69 has emailed to confirm their site is not going to be delivered. So just to let you know that one.
So wait a minute, site 69.
Barbie Road in Braunston.
29 dwellings.
29, correct.
That 29 can be deleted. The last part of the agenda is a summary of housing land supply positions. This comes from what was agreed in the agenda between the, not agreed, in the disagreed agenda, but nonetheless not contested. And the agenda items were summary of respective housing land supply positions for Southampton. Guess where I've been in the last few months. For South Northamptonshire, excluding NRDA, and B for West Northamptonshire. Do you want to kick off on that summary of position, Mr. Tiley?
thank you, sir. I've made a record of the concessions of the council throughout that session, sir. And based on their suggestion that there's a requirement for 13,141 homes, as a result of their concessions, they would now identify a 5.29 year land supply with a surplus of 768 homes. Obviously, sir, I haven't conceded anything during that roundtable session, so my position remains as set out in ID6, if you assess across West Northamptonshire, a 3.84 year land supply with a shortfall of 3,071 homes. And if you assess across South Northamptonshire, a 3.89 year land supply with a shortfall of 547 homes.
Would you mind just repeating the figures?
Sorry, the council's figures?
Yeah.
So based on the, assuming you assess for West Northamptonshire and based on the requirement for 13,141 homes identified by the LPA, they would now identify a 5.29 year land supply with a surplus of 768 homes. Sorry, the figure for supply is 13,909.
Mr. Wood, do you have anything in summary?
I have nothing to add, sir. I'll just be repeating what we've already said, so.
In which case, is there anything else you need to say, Mr. Tiley?
Not from me, sir.
Anything else, Mr. Wood?
No, thank you, sir.
Right. That, oh, right. Oh, Mr. White.
No, it's just a general request and it's not. Again, just to reiterate and something for you to mull on in the light of that session, and don't answer now, but just tomorrow at some stage. In the light of that, you've obviously taken a very full note just to help my learned friend and I on what approach you'd like from us in closing. Do you remember I mentioned this yesterday morning about whether you want the full Monty, the halfway house, or just a very mild touch?
I think it's just a slightly touch more than a mild touch, I think.
Okay.
Mr. Tyler's not conceding anything. So the Scott schedule stands as far as I see, so I can deal with that.
Fine.
Clearly, there are some issues that's been raised by the council which need a touch. So it's kind of the just beyond the light touches. Got your position's been changed a little bit. You've just done it by what the council said. I've made a note of what the council said, the extent to which you address what the council said. Mr. Fraser, quite as a matter for yourself, I think, but I've got a note.
Yeah.
I don't need to go too far in detail. There's a couple of sites which are just completely, I think the common sense says, well, not so sure about these. I don't want you to address everyone in detail at all. In fact, I don't want you to address them individually, probably.
No.
Because I've already got the information. So it's a fair light touch, I think, if that's helps.
Yes, can I just say, sir, I mean, it's very useful for Mr. White to have asked that question, and I look enviously at the fact that he has a junior to do any necessary donkey work on those matters. But I'm only proposing to address you on 1 or 2 points of general principle as to your approach, and they will be illustrated, I suspect, by reference to 2 or 3 of the sites which we have discussed. But beyond that, I'm certainly not proposing to go into each individual site.
That's fine. So in terms of the sites, obviously the other matters regarding the period of assessment, the area of assessment, etc., the planning issues and the planning guidance associated, that are matters that's going to come up anyway. So as I expected, both address those.
Yes, so there'll certainly be, yeah.
But in terms of the site-specific stuff, I think I've probably got what I need from what we've discussed today, without you having to do too much, but you can point things out. You can obviously amend matters in light of what you've heard in terms of the generality of what Mr. Tyler said in conclusion there. But I don't think you need to go more than that. I'm not going to stop you from going more than that. That's entirely your choice, but I don't think it's going to take me any further from the Scott schedule or from what I've made notes on from today.
I'm very pleased. Thank you. And thank you for confirming that. Thank you.
Might I just ask one point of clarification? Mr. Tyler's given us revised figures, but we noted that there were a couple of sites right at the end of the session where you so expressed a fairly firm view that they would have to come out in their entirety. Have those been taken account of in Mr. Tyler's numbers? They haven't. Thank you.
So you need to, well, that will meet me off the fence. I shouldn't have done that, but probably I needed to do that as a guide because I'm struggling to see where, when you've got a standing start of nothing, and I mean nothing, you can think about these, because otherwise you could put every single site you're thinking about in the equation and add some weight to it. And I'm struggling to see where you can, where you've got no evidence whatsoever. So there are only 2 sites, I think, where we had that situation. So if it helps as a guide, I'm struggling to see how on earth I could construct any argument to say that these are going to be deliverable with nothing. So if that helps you, you can take that as read that that's probably what I'm going to have to do, because I've got nothing. So there we go. All right.
So could I just ask a quick question? Early in the discussion, there's a request for job titles and dates of SOCGs. Is that still a request that you'd like us to meet? And if
I think so, because I think you were looking for that, Mr. Tyler, because you were seeking to rely on information, and the question was the date and the origins of that information in terms of the person. So I think it's probably fair that we ask for it.
You'd still like it?
I think so.
Is it for all sites on the list or selected sites, or?
All of the sites, sorry, sir. All of the sites where the council rely upon a statement of common ground.
Yeah.
In support of the disputed sites. Sorry, all of the disputed
sites
where there's a statement of common ground relied upon.
I think to be fair, we could probably ask for that by close tomorrow, by lunchtime tomorrow, because I'm saying, no, should we do that? I don't know the extent to which. No, that's all right. No, we'll ask for that lunchtime tomorrow to give you some time to prepare it. It becomes part of the factual evidence then to support or otherwise the Scott schedule, and then the advocates can do what they wish to do with that information over the course of tomorrow afternoon and so forth for the closing submissions. So if we make a formal request for that information to provide as an inquiry document by lunchtime tomorrow, Mr. Wood, give you some time to compile that, I think, this afternoon and tomorrow morning.
Will do, sir. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's it. The only thing that I've received now, I have received the information from the Angling Club. I think that's been sent through Mr. Collis. So I'll record that as ID 8, which is the Angling Club. What of course you do with that, Mr. White, is a matter for you to have a think about
Yes,
this afternoon or even tomorrow, but we'll do a rain check. We'll do a health check on where we are this afternoon.
yes, sir. Thank you.
Right. Mindful that we've had a long session there, we need a 1 hour lunch. It's 13:11. If we were to resume with the evidence of Mr. Callis at 14:15, bearing in mind the timescales that you suggested there, Mr. White, that should be a reasonable afternoon for us without going too far into the evening at all. So we should finish at a good time, I think.
I mean, I anticipate being about 45 minutes with Mr. Callis in chief.
So we're gonna be there about 5 o'clock, not probably before it, to be honest. All right, it's 13:12. We'll adjourn at that point. We'll resume with Mr. Callis sat at the witness table back at 13:15. So enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Sorry, my fault. 14:15. Right, good afternoon. Welcome back, everyone. Rest of this afternoon is dedicated to the evidence of Mr. Callis on behalf of the council. I'm not going to go through the housekeeping matters in relation to fire alarm tests because I think everybody in the room's been through that this morning. There's nobody new that I can recognise in this room. And I'm not going to ask for housekeeping matters. We'll do a wrap up at the end of today unless there's anything absolutely urgent and pressing that's relevant to Mr. Callis's evidence, then we'll proceed in accordance with the schedule. So I think in which case,
Only thing to say, I don't think it's critical, but just the only thing is about the section 106 and your comments yesterday afternoon. As I understand it, we have made amendments to that. They are currently with the council for consideration. So there is movement and consideration, but I don't think it will materially affect Mr. Callis's evidence, because it's worth saying in relation to those two matters, I think Ms. Butterfield and Mr. Callis both agree limited weight to the provision of the rugby pitch, but I'll come and deal with that. But at least for you to know there is movement on that. Thank you. Sorry to take.
no, that's no problem. All right, having said that then,
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Fairford, can you introduce Mr. Callis to the inquiry?
I will do. Before I do so, I should perhaps just identify, as you asked, that for the purposes of this examination in chief, you will need Mr. Callis's proof and summary. Is it Miss Butterfield's proof of evidence and rebuttal? Also her appendix 3. And also the NPPF, please.
Just bear me 1 second.
Thank you,
Very
sir.
much.
Well, first of all, if I may introduce Mr. Callis to the inquiry. This is Daniel Callis. He's the Major Projects Officer, Principal Planning Officer at West Northamptonshire Council. Previously at South Northamptonshire Council prior to the local government reorganisation. He's been a Major Projects Officer since 2011. He's the holder of a Master's in Spatial Planning from Oxford Brookes University and a postgraduate degree in Human Geography from Reading University, and he's a chartered member of the Royal Town Planning Institute. He has over 22 years' experience of working in town planning and development management in local government, all of this having been spent in the South Northamptonshire, West Northamptonshire area, with him having first joined South Northamptonshire Council in June 2003. So you get less time for murder. He's been the case officer, as you would expect in that time, for a significant and wide-ranging number of applications, including over 9 years handling the sustainable urban extension of almost 3,000 dwellings on the edge of this town of Towcester, where we are today, and a whole range, as you would expect, of development control matters. He wasn't the original case officer for this scheme, but he became the case officer for this scheme in April 2022 and has been so since. Mr. Callis, is that information correct?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much indeed. Could you take up, please, your summary proof of evidence? And although some of these matters have been touched on, I'd just like your summary evidence, please, from section 4 as to the processing and dealing with this application by the council.
Okay, thank you. So the application was received by West Northamptonshire Council on the 29th of April 2021. Repeated extensions of time were agreed with the appellant from the initial application expiry date in July 21 through until the 28th of March of this year. This was primarily to await further progress with the emerging development plan, but also to continue work to address consultee objections, including National Highways, who had issued a rolling holding recommendation since the beginning of the original consultation period. The appeal was submitted by the appellant to the inspectorate on the 6th of June, and the official start letter was received by the council on the 24th of June. It was not until the 9th of June that National Highways formally lifted its holding recommendation to the council, and therefore it had not been possible for the council to have taken the application to planning committee, at least with a positive recommendation, prior to the submission of the appeal.
Thank you. You then go on to tell us about the strategic planning committee, who came up with the putative reason for refusal, which you set out at 4.6 in your summary, relating to the need for a Section 106 obligation. We'll come back to touch on that just at the very end. Now, I want to consider, first of all, the scheme as the council now sees it, in terms, please, of the benefits of the scheme. So if we can go forward, please, in your summary to 6.23, please, where you tell us about the benefits of the scheme as you see them.
Yes, so as I've set out here, I agree with the benefits of the appeal as set out in the Statement of Common Ground. The benefits arising from the development include, but are not limited to, the delivery of market and affordable housing, development in a sustainable location, improved public transport, walking and cycling links, land for a new rugby pitch for the rugby club, provision of allotments, public open space and designated play areas, non-statutory biodiversity net gains, and contribution to the economy through investment, employment opportunities and household expenditure.
Thank you very much. And you then take us in summary form through the environmental effects of the scheme. Can you just let us have from 6.27, please, your conclusions about the environmental and other effects of this scheme?
Okay, so subject to conditions and or planning obligations and providing mitigations as necessary, the appeal scheme is considered to comply with policy and not cause material harm in relation to other environmental effects such as, and then I've provided a list which includes traffic and highways, sustainable travel, ecology, biodiversity, flooding, surface water drainage, archaeology, heritage, air, noise and light pollution, foul water drainage, land contamination, loss of agricultural land and residential amenity.
Thank you. And just so we're clear, do any of these potential effects in your judgment justify a refusal of planning permission?
No.
Thank you. And for the inspector's note, is it correct that you deal with these in detail at paragraph 8.76 and onwards in your main proof?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Can we now please consider the matters which there is dispute about at this inquiry? Can we start, please, with the development plan? And can I direct you, please, to section 6.1 of your summary? And just explain to us, please, would you, the policy position as it currently is?
Okay, so so Brackley is identified as a rural service centre, which is the third in this spatial hierarchy tiering set out in the statement, joint core strategy, and that's below Northampton and Daventry. Policy S1 states that the development needs of rural service centres will be provided for. Policy S3 allocates about 2,160 dwellings for Brackley for the plan period to 2029. Policy B1, which is the spatial strategy Brackley, sets out, includes two strategic allocations for housing, which are set out in B2 and B3. And the allocations provide for roughly 80% of Brackley's need. The remainder are anticipated to come forward through windfall sites within the confines of Brackley, as subsequently defined in the Part 2 plan. The site, however, lies fully outside the adopted settlement confines of Brackley. The site is greenfield land, not allocated for development, and as such, the proposal should be assessed against the policies for rural areas. Part 2 plan policy SS1, Part 2 confirms that new development should be within the settlement confines of these settlements in accordance with their scale, role and function, unless otherwise indicated in the local plan. It goes on to say that the local plan supports the delivery of housing beyond settlement confines where it would comply with the housing policies in the Part 2 plan. However, the application proposal does not accord with any of those exceptions, which principally relate to housing serving specific needs or circumstances. Joint Core Strategy Policy R1 states in the final paragraph that once the housing requirement for rural areas has been met, which it has, further housing developments will only be permitted where it can be demonstrated that, and it goes on to list various scenarios, none of which apply to the appeal proposal.
And then finally, the conclusion on the policy afterwards.
Oh, okay, sorry, thank you. Yes, so consequently, the proposal is contrary to the Joint Core Strategy Policies S1, S3, B1 and R1, and Part 2 plan policies SS1, Part 2 and LH1.
Thank you. Now, before we go on to consider whether the development plan should be regarded as up to date, I just want to deal with one matter that's before the inquiry and the evidence of Miss Butterfield. Could you turn up Miss Butterfield's proof of paragraph 6.44, which is on page 28 of her proof?
Yes.
Tell me when you're there. Now, there she tells us that the inspector's report on the examination in public concluded that the proposed housing figure in the submitted core strategy did not represent the full objectively assessed local needs for new housing, because the plan was reliant on an out-of-date evidence base. And the matter is left there by Miss Butterfield. Now, just taking up the paragraph to which she refers, which is in her appendix 3, paragraph 33, which is on numbered page 8 of the inspector's report. Is that a fair characterization of the position of the inspector, do you think?
I think it doesn't tell the full story. The quote is taken from part of the first sentence to paragraph 33. When you read the sentence as a whole, it says, however, following the hearings in April 2013, my preliminary findings were that this figure, and then we go into the quote, did not represent the full objective assessed need, and it continues.
So just pausing there, that conclusion that Ms Butterfield records there is in fact recorded by the inspector as being a preliminary finding. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And was there a subsequent finding in the remainder of his report?
Yes, so in the penultimate line of paragraph 33, the sentence beginning accordingly, and it says, accordingly, the Joint Planning Unit commissioned new assessments that took into account not only the guidance of the MPPF, but also the latest advice in the how many homes, what homes where toolkit. And then it continues, because there's a whole section, this whole issue 3 is a number of paragraphs. And it continues down through, just to pick out key sections, paragraph 38, as a result, I've concluded, the paragraphs between 33 and 38 set out what work was undertaken. Paragraph 38, as a result, I've concluded that the Joint Planning Unit's revised total based largely on the Cambridge work is essentially consistent with national guidance as to best practice in this regard. Continues down to paragraph 41. The second sentence, I think, therefore conclude that the plan as modified would be effective in this regard. And moreover, there are no phasing restrictions in the plan that would hinder an enhanced rate of delivery should that prove viable on any SUE or otherwise. Paragraph 42, overall, taking account of the available evidence, statements and submissions, I conclude that as modified, the plan is based on an objective assessment of housing need. And paragraph 43, The plan would be consistent with the objectives of the NPPF in providing a significant boost to new housing delivery in terms of helping to provide a rolling 5-year supply of sites across the area. That's just to pick out a few quotes from that
Yes, thank
section.
you. Had the position been as represented by Ms Butterfield in her 644, would the inspector have been able to find that plan sound?
No,
And did he find the plan sound in due course?
he did, yes.
Thank you very much. Good. Now, moving on to the current situation, paras 6.6 and 6.7, you tell us about the new local housing need being required and the council's position that can adopt a 5-year supply, that it can demonstrate a 5-year supply. Can I just be clear? I'm going to ask all the following questions on the basis that the council can demonstrate a 5-year supply. We'll come back later to what happens if it can't. And a number of points are taken by Ms Butterfield in her evidence as to why the plan should in fact be regarded as out of date. Let's work through those if we may. Can you take in hand her proof and go to paragraph 6.50, please?
Yes.
Where she refers to the review that was undertaken in December 2019, and then comments that that review is now in excess of 5 years old and out of date.
Yes.
What do you say to the proposition that the age of a plan alone is sufficient to render it out of date?
I understand it's well established that age is not in of itself sufficient to automatically render a plan out of date.
I mean, ultimately, what's the fundamental factor that one has to look for in deciding whether a plan is out of date or not out of date?
The key factor would be consistency with the NPPF.
Thank you very much. Now, let's look at some circumstances in which we know relevant policies become out of date. Can you take in hand, please, the NPPF? I appreciate that this is familiar territory, sir, but it's, I think, important to do it in a logical and sequential way. Take in hand paragraph 11. It's on page 6 of my written version of the NPPF. We're concerned here with decision making, so we'll look at those provisions. Now, we know that the tilted planning balance applies in certain circumstances, looking at 11D if we could. First of all, are there relevant development plan policies in the current local plan?
Yes, there are.
There are. Good. Now, at footnote 8, which is added to the commentary on criteria of the policies which are most important for determining the application are out of date. To what matters are our attention specifically directed?
They're specifically directed to 5-year supply of deliverable housing sites and a housing delivery test.
And what happens if either of those requirements is not met?
In that instance, the tilted balance would be engaged.
Is there any discretion for the decision maker as to whether or not the tilted balance applies in those circumstances?
No.
Is that list, as you see it, an exclusive list of the circumstances in which a plan can be, or relevant policies can be out of date?
I wouldn't say it was exclusive because it begins with the phrase "this includes."
Thank you. And in terms of looking at the other circumstances, does the NPPF provide anywhere else a definite indication that particular circumstances render a plan or policies in a plan out of date?
I'm not aware of any.
No. Thank you. And what is, in your judgment, the overall objective of the NPPF in what it says about development?
It would be to deliver development in a sustainable manner to the most sustainable locations and to meet the needs that's identified.
Thank you very much indeed. Can you take in hand, please, again, Ms Butterfield's proof? We go to paragraph 6.61. Now, she sets out there reference to Mr Tiley's evidence and endorses his conclusion that the aggregation of the housing land supply across the whole of West Northamptonshire is, quote, evidence that the council have effectively abandoned the spatial strategy of the West Northamptonshire Joint Core Strategy, meaning the plan is out of date. Effectively abandoned. What do you say to that proposition?
I don't believe that the council has in any way abandoned the spatial strategy. The policies of the development plan still remain. They still seek to guide development to the most sustainable locations, focusing on a tiered system from Northampton downwards.
To what extent is that basic approach directing development to sustainable locations based on the tiered hierarchy, to what extent is that approach affected by the fact that there is now a need to accommodate a higher level of housing?
It's not, essentially. It's that spatial strategy, that hierarchy is still perfectly applicable.
Thank you. And you are responding in part to the need to increase the supply of housing by recommending both to your members and to this inspector that this application be approved.
Yes.
To what extent does your recommendation represent an abandonment of the spatial strategy?
I don't believe it does at all. I think that any additional housing needs to be in a sustainable location, and Brackley is, broadly speaking, a sustainable location. There is some conflict with the policies of the development plan, but broadly speaking, in accordance with, it accords with that strategy.
Thank you. Now, at 6.71 of Ms Butterfield's proof, she sets out 3 particular policies in the core strategy, which she says the local planning authority must clearly have concluded that they are out of date. First of all, I can ask you, if I may, a pretty obvious question. Has there been any formal determination by the council that those policies are abandoned or out of date?
No.
And in terms of the substance of her suggestion, can you take in hand, please, your main proof where you deal with these suggestions? First of all, please, paragraph 8.41, which one finds at page 24 of your main proof. As I say, what do you say to the allegation that S1 has been abandoned, out of date?
I don't think, as I said previously, I don't believe it's been abandoned at all. The spatial hierarchy that's set out in policy S1 with the tiered system from the most sustainable settlements downwards is still wholly consistent with the MPPF, and there's nothing within that policy which I consider is out of date at all.
Thank you. And then policy S3, which you deal with at 8.45. Again, what do you say to the suggestion that that policy must be out of date?
I mean, I have accepted that some of the precise figures within the policy itself are out of date. However, in broad terms, I do point out that the word about appears 12 times in the policy. The the figures in there are meant to be illustrative. They're not, they're not hard and fast caps that, or minimums or anything. That it's the point of policy S3 is to direct sort of a proportion of development or indicate an appropriate proportion of development to the different settlements in the hierarchy. And I think that, again, on the basis that the council has a 5-year land supply, the out of dateness, if that's the appropriate term, of that policy in terms of the figures is not sort of material in terms of the policy overall.
Thank you. Now, you don't deal in the proof with S4. Again, can I ask you just to briefly comment on the suggestion that the LPA must have concluded that S4 is out of date?
Again, yes, I haven't commented on S4 previously because it wasn't something that was mentioned in the appellant statement of case. I mean, I'm still firmly of the view that policy S4 accords with the spatial strategy, and in particular, I note that it does expressly allow for additional development outside and abutting the NRDA that would meet the needs, provided it complied with aims and objectives in the joint core strategy.
Thank you. Now, this morning, in relation to these arguments, we heard Mr. Tiley express the view that if you counted for the 5-year supply across the whole district, across the whole of the new West North Hampshire area, you could have a circumstance where some remote settlement in the deepest, darkest parts of South Northamptonshire could be satisfying the needs which actually existed in Northampton, and that this rendered again, automatically rendered the spatial strategy obsolete. What do you say to that?
Well, where there is a single figure for the whole of West Northants, then the absence of a 5-year land supply would apply to the whole of the authority area. However, any proposal within some deep, dark rural area would obviously have to be assessed on its merits. It would have to be assessed in relation to the policies in the plan and the spatial strategy and the principle of sustainable development as set out in the NPPF.
Thank you. Now, again, it is suggested in the appellant's case, in Miss Butterfield's evidence, and again referred to in opening, that certain other policies of the NPPF indicated that the development plan was out of date. Can we just examine those, if we may, one by one? The first policy referred to was paragraph 15. Now, just looking at paragraph 15 of the NPPF, I mean, first of all, what section of the NPPF does that paragraph fall within?
The title is immediately above it. It's the plan making section.
Thank you. And does that paragraph on its face suggest circumstances in which development plans are to be rendered out of date?
No, it doesn't.
And what's your comment to the general proposition that the terms of that paragraph render this development plan out of date?
I don't believe they do.
Thank you. Similarly, paragraph 20 was then put up as a candidate for rendering out of date. Again, same series of questions. We know it remains within the plan making section. Again, anything in the words of that paragraph to mandate that development plans could become out of date?
No.
And what's your view on the fact that the substance of that paragraph serves to render the development plan out of date?
I don't believe it does.
Similarly, 23, anything in there to suggest in terms that it renders development plans out of date?
No.
And what do you say as to the substance?
Again, I don't believe it does.
Thank you. And then in the last of these, perhaps slightly repetitive questions and answers, can we look at paragraph 36, which again has been suggested as a candidate out of data? Again, anything in there suggesting that it mandates development plans being rendered out of date?
No,
And again, what do you say to the substance?
the same answer. I don't believe it does.
Now, insofar as the appellant directs attention to the fact that these all fit with the general objective of significantly boosting the supply of housing, in your view, what is the mechanism that the NPPF relies upon to bring about a substantial increase in the supply of housing?
Well, that would be the requirement for a 5-year land supply.
And we know the council's position on that. Now, just one last matter to deal with, which is paragraph 232 of the development plan. Sorry, the NPPF, give me. Is in the transitional provisions in Annex 1. Tell me when you're there.
What's that?
If you've not got it with your extracts, it's set out in full in your summary, so you can take the text off there. Para 612 of your summary.
232. Yes.
Good, thank you. Now, again, what is the principal matter to which this paragraph directs attention in terms of whether or not policy should be considered out of date?
Well, it's according to their degree of consistency with the framework.
Thank you. Now, it sets out certain circumstances for consideration. Where a local planning authority, and I quote now, can demonstrate a 5-year supply of deliverable housing sites with the appropriate buffer. Does the council tick that box on the scenario we have?
Yes, it does, yeah.
And then housing delivery tests more than 75% over the previous 3 years. Does the council tick that box?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, we know that this is a situation where the housing requirement set out in strategic policies is less than the local housing need figure. And it said that that doesn't render the development plan out of date for a period of 5 years from the date of the plan's adoption.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Mr. Tiley says that on a linguistic analysis, that must mean that anything which, any plan which is more than 5 years for adoption must by definition be out of date. What do you say to that linguistic interpretation?
I would disagree with that. I think that it's not automatic. It doesn't state that if you don't comply with this, you are definitely out of date. I believe it's essentially giving an example, which to a certain extent says nothing that remarkable. But it doesn't, as I said, it doesn't expressly state that if you don't comply with those criteria, you are definitely out of date.
Thank you. And then perhaps just to emphasise the point, can you take us through your summary from 614 and 615 to give us your summary evidence within this context of why the development plan remains consistent with the NPPF?
Okay, so yes, it says, accepting that the Joint Core Strategy was adopted more than 5 years ago and that the statutory 5-year review is now late, and that also applies to both the Daventry and South Northamptonshire Part 2 plans. These time factors are in themselves not the key determining factor on whether the development plan is up to date. Rather, as clarified in paragraphs 11D and in 232 of the NPPF, the degree of consistency with the NPPF and the demonstration of both a 5-year supply of deliverable housing sites relative to the standard method on the local housing need, and a strong score on the housing delivery test are the primary measures. Notwithstanding the absence lateness of the review of the joint core strategy, the council has annually demonstrated a supply of specific deliverable sites sufficient to provide the minimum of 5 years worth of housing against both its housing requirement set out in adopted strategic policies and, as of this year, its local housing need calculated against the standard method in the PPG. Given that the current housing land supply assessment covers time through to and beyond the end of the current plan period, which ends on the 31st of March 2029, with a 5% buffer required by paragraph 78, it's clear that the policies of the existing development plan are capable of delivering the required housing need through to its natural end, pending the adoption of the new emerging local plan in due course. Sorry.
Thank you. Now, at 6:18 of your summary, you tell us about a couple of appeal decisions, which you deal with in full in your main proof, and we don't need to go through the Marnhall decision indicating an inspector finding even where the development plan was more than 5 years old and therefore potentially within the purview of para 232, that on the basis of the council having at the time of the appeal a 5-year supply, the inspector determining the appeal on a flat planning balance. And then the floor decision, which in this district indicated that the appropriate approach to the calculation of the 5-year supply was to use a district-wide figure, as the council urges. It's suggested by the appellant that the floor decision should be disregarded on this point because the matter was not directly considered by the inspector in the way that this inspector is now asked to do. What do you say to that as a reason for disregarding the floor decision's judgment on that point?
I think that clearly the inspector in that decision would have had regard to all material considerations, all relevant sections of the MPPF, regardless of whether they're sort of expressly or explicitly mentioned or not.
Thank you. Now, just nearing the end of my questions for you, let's consider that the inspector takes a different view of paragraph 232 and concludes that the council does have a 5-year supply, but that fact that it's 5 years and 9 months since the review means that he's compelled to conclude that the development plan is out of date. In those circumstances, what weight do you say the inspector ought to give to the existing development plan policies?
I think in such a scenario, the development plan would essentially be out of date on a technicality rather than sort of because of a material failure to demonstrate that its ability to deliver the required amount of development. Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah.
Just completely lost my train of thought.
Well, you unless you have a big 180-degree swerve, you're nearly to the answer. What weight should the inspector give to the policies in the existing development plan in those circumstances?
So on that basis, on the assumption that the council has a 5-year land supply, then you would be able to afford, you would be able to afford full weight to those policies, in my opinion.
Thank you. And then thus far, we've addressed all the questions on the basis that the council does have a 5-year supply. If he comes to the conclusion that the council doesn't, what relevance do you say the extent of that shortfall has to the situation in which he finds himself?
That's clearly an important factor as set out in 232, where it says the extent of the shortfall is a factor in how much weight is applied to policies.
Thank you. So, and this may be a statement of, as the beloved late Sybil Faulty said, maybe a statement of the bleeding obvious, but if the shortfall is limited, what weight do you say the inspector ought to give to those policies?
Potentially significant weight could still be applied to those policies.
And by contrast, if the shortfall is significant, what weight then?
Then it would be modest or, depending on the extent, but modest, limited or little, as was in the Marnhill decision.
Thank you very much. Now, just to conclude your evidence, please, can we take your final thoughts on the planning balance, which we can pick up from your summary at paragraph 7.11 and following, please.
Okay, so in this instance, the conflict with parts of the development plan and identified localised landscape and visual harm are on the basis of a flat or level balance considered to be outweighed by the identified significant benefits and the contribution the proposal would make to the government's objective of significantly boosting the supply of homes. For completeness, if the inspector were to find that the council has a housing land supply of less than 5 years, I accept that the tilted balance would be engaged and the policies relevant to the delivery of housing would be out of date. In such an instance, the identified harms would not significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits, and planning permission should also in that scenario, sir, be granted.
Thank you. Now, just very finally, the council has a putative reason for refusal. What's happened to that? And what do you say to the various points in terms of the relevance of the 106, the weight and so forth, to the various points that the inspector drew out yesterday, which are now the subject of negotiation between the parties? Thank you.
So, yes, I mean, it's essentially as a result of the parties coming to an agreed draft section 106, the council's reason for refusal has essentially fallen away. And in regards to the points that you picked up yesterday, I haven't yet had sight of the revised legal agreement as to what potential changes would be made. And I think I would, to a certain extent, have to reserve judgment until I've seen it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good. And then if we can just take your final advice to the inspector at 7:15, please.
Okay, so in summary, the inspector, you, sir, are respectfully invited to allow the appeal and grant planning permission subject to the agreed planning conditions and the section 106 agreement on the basis that of the council's route to coming to a decision, which is via the flat balance.
Good. Mr. Callis, thank you very much indeed. If you can wait there, please, there'll be some more questions for you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Callis. We'll go straight into cross-examination by Mr. White.
You shall I look for a suitable point to frankly, I'm not going to finish. I mean, I might try and break in half an hour. Is that?
Yeah, I would have said that. Yeah, if you think there's some point you can break,
Great.
I will remind Mr. Callis's obligations during that break. So you can have a Billy No Mates break. Yeah. So you let me know when you think in the right time.
Yes. Can I abide with your first request, which is the documents?
Yep.
And my list, I have 11 documents I need to go to. The appellant's opening, which is ID 1, which I handed out yesterday. Did you get a copy?
I haven't brought a paper copy with me.
No, fine, as long as you've got access.
I can go to it.
I noticed you've been diligent in uploading it on the council website. ID 1, my learned friend's opening that you probably do have a copy of. ID 2. The MPPF, which is CDD01. Miss Butterworth's proof, which is CDC13A. Your proof, which is CDC15A. The planning officer's report, which is CDG01. The statement of common ground, which is CDC10. That's the overarching or planning statement of common ground. The Tiley rebuttal, which is CDC18, both documents of the development plan, which is CDD03 and CDD04, and lastly, the housing assessment, which is CDD15.
I apologise, I lost that about halfway through.
Oh, you should have told me.
Sorry.
All right, well, so did you lose me as well?
No, of course.
I mean,
I'm in a different position to Mr. Tyler, so I managed to get it.
I have the core document website open,
Okay,
so I
well,
can go to.
of course, Mr. Callis, I don't know when you get a document up, so just say, when
Yes.
I make a reference to a document, just say if you need a bit more time to get it.
Okay.
Because I won't know. Unfortunately, with electronic copies, no one else save the viewer can see when you've got it up. So
Yes.
just say, could you wait, Mr. White? Okay, now,
Give me.
okay.
Thank you.
Great. Right, Mr. Callis, we're in the happy position of a significant amount of this cross-examination will be of a clarity or confirmatory basis rather than a contentious basis. So let's just deal, I've got 7 topics. The first topic I want to ask you about is your role in the application, and you've confirmed it in your proof, whereas I understand it, you have been the case officer in this matter since 2022, correct?
Yes, correct.
You also were the author, and no doubt you had input from your colleagues, but you were the principal author of the planning officer's report of July 25.
Yes, the one that led to the putative reason. Yes.
Exactly. And you also, frankly, yes. Now, I want to start off with that because can we just agree a few points? You recommended a refusal, and it's set out in your proof. I don't think we need to take it up because it's not in dispute or contentious, it's just the chronology. You recommended one putative reason of refusal that's solely related to the provision of an adequate section 106.
Correct.
And as I understand it, it's common ground now, subject to a few wrinkles, which we discussed yesterday afternoon, but broadly the reason of refusal is met, and the council's position is that if that 106 is executed, the council's reason of refusal will fall away and they will not object to the grant of planning permission.
Correct, yes.
Indeed, it's slightly stronger than that, as my learned friend put in his opening, and as he clarified with the inspector at various times, the council's position is stronger than that. And if we go to paragraph 4 of the opening speech, and as I'm sure you know, being of your experience, it's not for barristers to give evidence. We are dependent on those that do give evidence. In paragraph 4, where it said, accordingly, the position of both parties is that planning permission ought to be granted. That reflects your planning judgment, doesn't it?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it's not a trick question.
No,
Don't worry.
no, sorry, my voice broke.
Okay, great. And it's also, that's reiterated in paragraph 5 as well. In the sense, in reality, however, the inquiry will be in receipt of expert evidence from both parties, which suggests that whatever route is taken, planning permission ought to be granted.
Yes.
And I think that's right, that both you and Miss Butterfield agree that whether you go into a tilted world, which I know you're reluctant to do for reasons we'll explore, and Miss Butterfield is reluctant to explore the flat balance, but whatever the 4 journeys that are undertaken by you and Miss Butterfield all lead to the same destination, which is that planning permission ought to be granted.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, next point, and that again is reflected if you look at paragraph 10 of the council's opening, that deals with the flat balance, that when it's all said and done, the planning balance, your planning judgment to an inspector, that when applying the flat balance, planning permission ought to be granted. Paragraph 10 is a reiteration of paragraph 4 and 5, isn't it?
Yes.
And we also, that finally is also finally confirmed in para 22, where it said is that as the inquiry will note, the expert planning evidence from both sides suggests that whatever approach is taken to the planning balance, flat or tilted, planning permission ought to be granted.
Yes.
Now, so that's where we are. Now, I just wanted to ask you this, though, audit of where we are. So, and the journey since July, the council, there have been two additional moments, well, three additional moments. The council obviously produced the statement of case, which made their position clear that they didn't object to the grant of consent. Were you the author of the statement of case?
Primary author, I suppose, yes.
Yeah, no, don't worry. Don't be coy about it, because I'm not going to challenge you on it. But again, the statement of case is very clear. I don't need to take it up. But again, it's paraded in that the council don't oppose the grant of consent. We then had the statement of common ground. And just for the inspector's note, again, I don't want to take it up, but para 7.8, the LPA say in terms that they support the grant of permission. And therefore, the council's journey pretty much subject to 106 since July to now end of October. So effectively across 4 months, July, August, September, October, the council have taken the view that planning permission ought to be granted in this matter.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, that then leads us, frankly, to slightly more contentious grounds. What is in dispute? And fundamentally, there's one overarching issue, which is whether the tilted balance or flat balance is in play.
Yes.
Yeah, because whether the plan is out of date, the relevance for whether the plan is up to date or out of date, it is one of the routes which is, as you identified in examination chief, it's one of the triggers to whether the tilted balance is deployed as set out in paragraph 11 of the MPPF.
Yes.
But you also accept, and you answered my learned friend, I got a note of this, you accepted that footnote 8 is not exclusive, and that has the implication that the tilted balance can be activated for various reasons, and they're not mutually exclusive. You could have a position where there is no 5-year housing land supply, which I know you disagree with, but intellectually, if there be no 5-year land supply, I think you accept that the correct interpretation of MPPF 11 is that means the plan is out of date because of footnote 8.
Yes.
You also accept that, for example, the HDT is relevant. No one's arguing about the HDT in this case, but if there is non-compliance with the HDT requirements, that could also lead to the tilted balance being operable, couldn't it?
Yes.
And now there's one point which is relevant, which is you didn't go on. Have you got a copy of the MPPF, please?
I do.
And what you didn't mention when you dealt with footnote 8, footnote 8 is quite important, isn't it? Because it's in the context of indecision taking, which is, can we agree this inspector is entrusted to do with this appeal, isn't he?
Yes, we are decision taking, yes.
This means, and approving development proposals that accord with an up-to-date development plan without delay. Now, that's clearly not relevant. Neither planning witness says that's the relevant position because you're both agreed that there's not compliance with the development plan.
Yes.
But you would, but so we get into the or, don't we? We look at little d. And again, as my learned friend said, and it's not any dispute between us, there is acceptance by both planning witnesses that there are relevant development plan policies. I don't think you or I or the inspector have probably ever been in a situation where an appeal has been contested. Knowing Mr. Fraser Urquhart, he's probably the only person in this room who has been in such an appeal where there have been no relevant development plan policies. But we are in a world where the question is all the policies which are most important for determining the application are out of date. Now, there are various points that are important here. The first is footnote 8, and you dealt with various matters, but it is important, isn't it? Footnote 8 has got a very important final sentence, which also, see also para 232.
Yes.
Now, one can assume that where you accepted that list was not exclusive, but it clearly sets out situations, as you said, where this includes, and we agreed, as you did with my learned friend, this includes a failure to have a 5-year supply of deliverable housing sites, 1. 2, it includes where the HDT indicates, and I'm going to put to you that 3, this includes, is see also paragraph 232.
Yes, well, yes, it does. I mean, it states paragraph 232.
Now we go to paragraph 232. And the starting point, we notice implementation. Annex 1 is interested. This is page 67, sir.
Yep, great.
This is CIS. It's grappling with the question of timescale between plans and the framework, isn't it? As we can see in 231. The policies in this framework are material considerations which should be taken account in dealing with applications from the day of its publication. And that's clearly, all of us agree that's true. This appeal is being determined against the December 2024 MPPF, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Plans may also need to be revised to reflect policy changes which this framework has made. So the starting point is in 231. Plans may also, there's a decision to be taken, isn't there, whether they need to be revised to reflect policy changes which this framework has made. Correct? Agreed?
Yes,
Yeah.
it says may, yes.
Yes. And then 232, however, existing policies should not be considered out of date simply because they were adopted or made prior to the publication of the framework. So what that's saying in terms is just because a policy and a development plan predates December 24, you cannot conclude it's out of date solely because of the chronology of consideration.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not a trick question. It's just,
So I'm just
yeah,
brain catching up.
then due weight should be given to them. Given to them, we can agree those are those policies which are effectively adopted or made prior to December 24, aren't they?
Insofar as it follows on from the first sentence, and it's, yes, it's referring.
I mean, I don't think it's a difficult question, frankly, Mr. Callister.
Okay.
I'm slightly surprised you're needing to think about it. Due weight should be given to them. The only sensible interpretation of them must be what lies in the previous sentence, existing policies.
Yes, so existing policies, sorry,
Yeah,
yes.
thank you. According to the first due weight, so when the inspectors, you set out, as does Miss Butterfield, the weighting, due weight should be given them. Firstly, according to their degree of consistency with the framework, and the sensible and trite statement is the closer the policies in the plan to the policies in the framework, the greater the weight that may be given.
Yes.
But then where an LPA can demonstrate a 5-year supply of deliverable housing sites and where the HDT indicates delivery of housing is more than 75%, policy should not be regarded as out of date on the basis that the most up-to-date LNF is greater than the requirements set out in adopted strategic policies for a period of 5 years from the date of the plan's adoption. So we've got to do various things. We've got to look at the 5-year supply. And we've also got to look at the HDT, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
But what it's saying is policy should not be regarded out of date on the basis the most up-to-date housing figure is greater.
Yes.
Yeah. But where we are, we can agree various parameters here. Obviously, the inspector's going to have to reach a judgment on the housing land supply position because of this morning's debate.
Of course.
Yeah. He's also going to have to reach a view basically about the effect. It is common ground, as you set out in your proof, that the current December 2024 LHN figure is greater than that dealt with in the 2014 core strategy, isn't it? It's common ground.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not just, I mean, you set this out in your proof at paragraph 8.10. You accept that the LHN figure is higher.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, it is clearly, we can agree on some parameters. 232 is clearly relevant, isn't it? And its operation to a judgment about whether the plan is out of date or not.
Insofar as the first and second paragraph in particular, which give the broad degree as to which you would make that assessment, I believe that the third sentence, which is more than half of the paragraph, but that third sentence is essentially setting out a scenario in which a development plan that predates the MPPF will not be out of date.
Well, let's just have a look. Could you please pick up your planning officer's report, please? which is CD. Just get the exact reference to make it right. It's CDG01. And I want to go to paragraph, I think you deal with this at 7.12. Page 14, I don't know if that's the PDF. Yes, the PDF page. Actually, it's CD717.
Oh, sorry,
717. Para 717 is where you grapple.
we're in G01.
Yes, the committee
Sorry.
report from July.
Just opening it now. So many windows pop up. I do apologise.
Don't worry.
So yes, I have the report open. It was paragraph
7.17, please.
7.17. Yes, I have it.
Right, we can agree, can we not, that what regulation 10A requires is local plans should be reviewed every 5 years. That's what the regulation requires, doesn't it?
It does.
We can also agree that the December 24 MPPF in para 34 replicates that and says that a review needs to take place every 5 years.
Yes, it does.
And what the exact terms are, relevant strategic policies will need updating at least once every 5 years. If their applicable local housing need figures change significantly, and they're likely to require further early review if LHN is expected to change significantly in the near future. Now, actually, sorry, no, that's later. It's the first sentence. Policies and local plans should be reviewed to assess whether they need updating at least once every 5 years. Then should be updated as necessary. Yes, 34 of the MPPF is referred to, but in his proof, in his planning officer's report. You're familiar with para 34, aren't you, Mr. Callis?
As much as I'm familiar with any of the MPPF, really, but I can't recite it. But
no, I'm not going to test that ability or not. But just the first sentence of para 34 is the one that replicates by reference to Reg 10A, isn't it? Policies and local plan strategies and spatial development strategies should be reviewed to assess whether they need updating at least once every 5 years, and then should be updated as necessary.
yes,
Now, 2 points here. So we can agree that both in statutory instrument, the regulation 10A requires the review every 5 years. The MPPF that is current requires a review every 5 years. Can we agree on that?
yes,
We can also agree that that period has not been complied with in this joint core strategy, because the last review, as you say, took place in January 2020, which, as you identified in July, was 5 years, 6 months ago. We're now, the clock is at 5 years, 10 months, isn't it?
it is. Yes,
And it's more than that. This council have not made any resolution, or there is no intention of reviewing the JCS, is there?
I don't believe there is. I'm not on the planning.
No, I know
policy
you're not, but,
section,
well, tell me, have you heard of any, as far as we know? Well, certainly Mr. Wood is here, well, the horse's mouth is here, but simple point is, you haven't put anything in evidence that shows that the council is considering or committed to any form of review of the JCS. The horse has switched to a new plan, isn't it?
well, yes, the council's priority is to advance the Reg 18 plan.
But the point is that, well, yes, and the Reg 18 plan, as we heard from Mr. Wood this morning, and we got chapter and verse on this, the intention is for a submission to the Secretary of State by the end of 26.
Yes.
Submission, not adoption, submission. Post submission, there will need to be an EIP, an inspector's report, and adoption, can we agree, at the earliest would be 6 to a year after the submission, roughly? You don't know.
I don't have much experience with local plan adoption, but I'm not going to disagree with you on that.
Okay, well, no, it's a matter, the inspector, more than anyone in this room, will reach a judgment on whether the realism of that timetable or not. But the simple point, we're in a position with the JCS, because frankly, there are your evidence to this inquiry is very, very clear. You both say the development plan's up to date, and you also say that all the policies, I've done an audit, which we're going to come on to, that every single policy except B1, which you say are the key policies, full weight should be applied to.
In the scenario in which the development plan is considered out of date on the grounds of 232, i.e. sort of a technicality.
No, I'm not interested. I'm not putting 232. I'm putting to you solely, forget on what basis, but your clear evidence, and we'll go to it, don't worry in time, because we're going to do an audit. But you say every single main policy, key policy you identify, your planning judgment is full weight should go to it. All right, let's to be fair to you, I don't want you to feel in any way I'm being unfair to you. Let's just do this exercise, because if you could take up your proof of evidence, please.
Yes.
Page 47. And I hope you've got a hard copy, because this will make this exercise slightly easier if you've got a hard copy.
Yes.
Wonderful. 47. We see what you say conflicts with the following policies, correct? And I think,
Yes.
to be fair to you, when you identify, if we go to my opening, I identify in bold what you consider the key policies as identified. And to be fair, I've been unfair to you because I've accused BN5, you don't say is a key policy, but that we can put that aside. But what you say in relation to policy S1, you say full weight at 8.43 of your proof, just to make sure. I mean, you've got the corroboration, my learned friend, you'll go back to it in examination, re-examination if I'm wrong. But at 8.43, you say in relation to S1, full weight in your final sentence. I consider the policy should be given full weight. Do you see that?
Yes, I say in the context of the council can demonstrate sufficient housing land supply.
No, I'm not. I'm not asking you why for the moment.
Okay, but yes.
I just want to confirm.
Yes, I have said, yes.
Full weight, S1. S3, full weight. If you go to paragraph 847, full weight.
Yes.
S10 and S10 is not, again, it is, you give limited conflict. I couldn't find the weighting for that. We go on then to BN5, as I say, not a major policy. Then JCS policy B1, as I said earlier, I couldn't find you considered the weight to that. Actually, we might as well do it while you're here because you're pretty familiar with this. What do you say? What's your judgment, the weight the inspector should give to policy B1?
I can't remember B1 off the top of my head.
It's a spatial strategy for Brackley.
Yes, I know what it is. I just can't remember the precise wording.
No, yes, but I'm just, all right. Are you able or willing to give what weight you say the inspector should give to the space? I mean, I think it must flow. If you give full weight as you do to S1 and S3, which are the distribution of development and scale and distribution of housing development, you're slightly bound, aren't you, to give, with a policy that implements that spatial strategy, aren't you pretty much bound to give full weight to it? Because B1 is an arm of the octopus, essentially, which is S1 and S3. It'd be peculiar if you gave full weight to a spatial strategy in S1, which deals with Brackley, S3, which deals with the amount of housing for Brackley, and B1, which implements the spatial strategy for Brackley. Doesn't that by necessity have to have full weight as well?
Yes, and I've given full weight to R1.
Okay,
well, so.
And we also note you give full weight at 853 to policy R1.
Yes.
And you also give full weight to policy SS1 at 859, which is your settlement hierarchy.
Yes.
And you give full weight at 862 to LH1.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, as I said, I'm not too concerned with policy BN5 because that deals with the historic environment and landscape. And I don't think you give I imagine policy S10, sustainable development principles, because you say it's generally your general philosophy is you're compatible with the MPPF. I imagine you give full weight to that policy, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah. So what effectively, with the key policies that the inspector has to grapple with, your very clear evidence is full weight should be given to these policies. That's your planning judgment, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, in a sense, one can understand, first point, one can completely understand what is the point of complying with regulation 10A and para 34. If it has no meaningful effect on weighting, whether you comply with it or not, a local authority, frankly, has no purpose, there's no effective point of complying with those, because in your world, you would give identical weight. Let's imagine in 2023, there'd been a full review. Your weightings wouldn't change one jot from the evidence you give at this inquiry, where you accept non-compliance with para 34 and regulation 10A. A review in the callous world is completely academic to weighting, isn't it? Makes no difference at all.
Well, no, because the primary purpose of a review is to assess consistency with the MPPF, and one of the key factors, well, the key factor in that is the 5-year land supply and housing delivery test.
I don't think you quite frankly addressed the question, but you've completely proven my point with your answer. A review in the callous world is an utter waste of time because it simply doesn't affect weighting, because your evidence to this inquiry is if you don't have a review, if you don't comply, in the callous world of judgment, it doesn't affect the policies one jot because you give full weight to all the key policies. In a review world, I assume a review is obviously perceived by the government to be a good thing because they require it in the regulations and in para 34. And yet in the weighting, it gives you the identical output. So not having a review is completely academic in the callous section 38.6 exercise, isn't it?
I wouldn't say it was academic, but the purpose of a review is, as I've said before, to assess consistency with the MPPF. So
we all know the purpose of a review, but you see the output. Doing that exercise in the callous world is a completely academic exercise because it doesn't affect weighting. You readily say in your proof to this inspector, there is no review. We haven't complied. And yet you readily, as we've done, gone through the exercise of weighting. We haven't done what we should have done. And yet it doesn't make a jot of difference, as we've confirmed. You've confirmed to me to my weighting. I give all the policies full weight. So it goes back to my point. In a callous world, a review simply is an academic and OTO's exercise because it doesn't affect your weighting one jot, does it?
I think as I've said, in the context where the council has a 5-year land supply through to the end of the plan period and beyond, then in undertaking a review, you would have to consider what was required to be changed about that policy. So if there's nothing that needs to be changed in order to deliver the amount of housing through to the end of the plan period, then it wouldn't need changing, so you can continue to afford full weight.
Well, there are various points. I mean, have you actually read the joint core strategy?
Have I read it?
Yes.
Not cover to cover.
All right. Well, let's see if you've read this bit. Could you take it up? And could you please take up page 8, and I want to go to paragraph 317.
Can you remind us the CD number of that?
Yes, sir. It's D03. And again, like Mr. Callis, will you tell me when you've got it if you're using electronic version?
Yeah.
I want to go to page 5, and it's 3 pages on from the written page number. The PDF is 3. So it's written page 5, PDF 8, and it's para 3.5.
Yes, I have it.
Now, we note the plan period of this core strategy was 2000, effectively to take, goes up to, the intention was to go up to 2029, wasn't it? That's what was planned for. But, and I don't notice this in your evidence, but let's see what was said by the councils, by the joint councils and the JPU in 317. 317, what is said is in order to ensure the local planning policy framework in West Northamptonshire remains up to date in the light of changing economic, social, and environmental issues and new evidence, Daventry District, Northampton Borough and South Northamptonshire councils commit to undertaking a review of the West Northampton Joint Core Strategy to a plan period end date of 2036. That has not happened, has it?
No.
No. Or such longer period as the council choose. That's not happened either, has it?
No. I mean, as I said, I'm not in our planning policy team, but my understanding is that circumstances have changed in the interim, such as local government reorganisation, etc.
Okay. Well, I don't quite understand when you've got it's the identical parties who in the JPU as are now in the amalgamated council, isn't it? It's not like someone else either dropped in or dropped out. Daventry, Northampton and South Northamptonshire were the three parties to this JCS, and those were the three authorities that were amalgamated on the 1st of April 21.
They were as the result of an election, which, you know, would have comprised a potential, well, quite a significantly different set of councillors.
Yes, but I mean, be careful on this point because it works two ways, doesn't it? Because as I understood it, you know, on the aggregated, disaggregated point, you're somehow utilising why 317 wasn't complied with was the reorganisation of local government. But also you're saying to the inspectors, we heard this morning on aggregation, disaggregation, that it doesn't actually affect how you look at the spatial policies.
Well, in relation to the plan that we have, I think my only comment is in relation to what the commitment was for the future beyond the plan period in this paragraph.
Okay, well, we then say this review will be led by the MPPF approach of objective assessment of housing, employment and other needs, etc., etc. This review will commence once the 3 Part 2 local plans covering West Northamptonshire have been submitted to the Secretary of State for examination. Now, we know, again, that didn't happen, did it? This is expected to be in 2017. So, I mean, you're here telling the inspector in October 2025, oh, don't worry, the plan's completely up to date and I give full weight. But the reality is the council have not done, none of the 3 constituent parts have done anything that they committed to do in 2014, have they?
Well, there was the review in 2020 of the Joint Core Strategy, and the other Part 2s were adopted around the same time.
No, but no, it's not just a review. You're not being fair to what's said there. A review to a plan period end date of 2036. The review didn't look at a plan period extending the plan period, did it? Or
the 2020 review?
Yeah.
I don't believe so, no.
No. And having adopted plan. So there are 3 things that haven't happened. There wasn't, in 317, there wasn't what was said, the commitment to that review. Secondly, there was not, the review was said to commence once they'd been submitted to the Secretary of State. That didn't happen. And we also know as a result, there's non-compliance with the regulation 10A, isn't there? That there is no review within 5 years, that we're now at 5 years, 10 months.
Yes.
And there's been a breach or non-compliance with paragraph 34.
Yes.
So all those 4 factors in your world are meaningless when you consider whether the plan is up to date or not, isn't it? That's your planning judgment, which the inspector might think this is the most fabulous piece of evidence ever, Mr. Callis. But I'm putting to you, in a sense, all those 4 requirements or commitments made either through policy or by what's told the world are all completely academic when it comes to the question of whether a plan is up to date and the weight you attribute to it, isn't it? In your judgment.
In my judgment, the primary consideration is consistency with the MPPF and the housing land supply.
But that's your judgment. There is nowhere in national guidance that says the primacy is to that consideration. That's your gloss on the policy. Nowhere does it say that the primary consideration is consistency with the MPPF. Those are your words alone. Unless you want to take me or the inspector far more importantly to where you say your source of that proposition is, because I haven't seen it.
It's my understanding that that is well established.
Is it really? Really? That's your understanding. So your proof and your judgment about weight and your judgment about whether a plan is up to date was predicated on your belief that there was a primacy given to the issue of whether you complied with the MPPF or not. Consistency, the level of consistency.
I think that fundamentally, when you're assessing whether policy is up to date in accordance with the MPPF, that's the starting point, certainly.
Well, Mr. Callis, you're smart enough to know that's a very different answer to the question I put to you. You said primacy. I don't want you, and starting points and primacy are two very different things. I want to absolutely bottom this out because this was your evidence. Are you saying to this inspector that the primary factor in judging whether a plan is out of date or not is consistency with the MPPF?
Yes.
Okay, fine. That's open to you. Now take me and more importantly, the inspector to your source that you base that judgment on. Where does one see that in the MPPF or any other document, frankly? Because I'm going to put to you, that's a figment of your imagination.
That's essentially what's said in paragraph 232.
You really think that, do you? That's your judgment, is it? Let's just have a look again and well, I'm going to be more forensic than that, I'm afraid. So it's your your application. You say where it says due weight should be given to them, that's existing policies according to their degree of consistency with this framework, the greater the weight that can be given.
Yes.
But that's weight. All right. Okay. That's weight. What about out of date? Is that also you're applying that to out of date as well? Whether your primacy point about whether a plan's up to date or not?
Yes.
Okay. Let's then also, I'm going to frankly challenge that point in any event, even in your world. Let's look at this. Let's see how effective this is. Could you take up policy SA1 and I'll deal with this point, then we'll break. Let's deal with policy SA. I call it SA1. It's not SA.
In the joint core strategy.
SA, sorry?
In the joint core strategy.
Yes.
Yes.
Page 23.
Okay.
Could you also have a finger in MPPF 11, please?
Yes.
Page 24. You see, alone, the SA, as I understand it, policy SA is seeking to effectively replicate the MPPF, isn't it?
Yes, it's very close to that, certainly as it was at the time of adoption.
That's the point, as it was, because if we look over, I mean, we can see there are two fundamental changes in the up-to-date MPPF that are not reflected in policy SA. See where it says, where there are no policies relevant, do you see that?
In SA, yes.
Or relevant policies are out of date.
Yes.
Now, you're smart enough to know there's a key word missing, isn't there? Since March 2012, the insertion of most important. Your
Yes.
policy. So let's just see how this practically works. Should SA, the policy SA, when the inspector's considering, you wouldn't contend, or do you, that all relevant policies are up to date? Or is it your position that only the most important policies are up to date? I mean, what test do you say the inspector should apply when he's considering paragraph 11, the up-to-date guidance in the NPPF, most important for determining the application are out of date, or should he apply policy SA, which has no gateway test, and you just look at all relevant policies, whether they're up to date?
You would look at the new NPPF, paragraph 11.
Yeah, that's a fundamental inconsistency, isn't it? The fact that you've got to look at one document. The difference between relevant policies and most important policies is materially different, isn't it?
I suppose it depends on the circumstances, but
Well, I know that's just, with the greatest respect, that's just hot air, I'm afraid, Mr. Callis. It doesn't depend on the circumstances, does it? Whether you have a test where you make a judgment whether relevant policies are out of date or most important is a pretty fundamental change to paragraph 11, isn't it?
I mean, there certainly is a difference between relevant, which would be anything relevant, and most important, which are the ones that go to the heart of.
But you yourself know this, because I can take you to the reference. In your proof yourself, you identify for the inspector's benefit what you say are the key policies. You don't apply March 2012 NPPF, you apply the up-to-date policy. You identify for the inspector what the most important policies are, don't you?
Yes, I do set those out, yes.
Yeah, yeah. And the second, there's also another fundamental point about SA, which you haven't spent any time on in terms of up to date. Applications are out of date. We have little I, don't we, for decision taking. This means there is a key part of para 11, which means that effectively disengagement of the tilted balance, little I. That was an apple in someone's eye in March 2012, wasn't it? There's no reflection in SA, policy SA. There is no ability or no basis of disengaging the tilted balance, is there? If you have one policy, arguably, that's out of date, and I'm taking the inspector and my learned friend and myself down memory lane when we had the torturous arguments about what were relevant policies and whether one policy was enough to make the plan out of date. But we have what happens in your SA and the development plan is if you are in a position where arguably one or two relevant policies, not most important, are out of date, that instigates the utilisation of the tilted balance, doesn't it? Which is complete, yes, in the development plan.
Yes.
Yeah. And so, I'm sorry, the level of consistency, the overarching policy in your joint core strategy, and Miss Butterfield sets this out in her proof. Look at 7.4, she says, 7.4 in terms, its wording has now been materially superseded by subsequent revision, such as that the December 24 NPPF version of the presumption is taken to be a material consideration for this appeal, and limited weight is attached to policy SA. So we're in a world, though, where you are saying, and again, in your world, I mean, tell me this in the light of those 2 points, because you don't actually allege conflict with policy SA. Is it your judgment that full weight should be applied to policy SA in the light of those key elements? They're not reflecting it in PPF 11 or not? What do you say to the inspector in the light of the debate we've just had?
I mean, the point of policy SA is not to verbatim quote the most up-to-date version of paragraph 11.
That's not the question. It bears no relationship to the question, Mr. Callis. I'm not asking what the purpose of the I'm asking you, in the light of the exercise we've just done, I want your planning judgment. Tell the inspector, with the absence of the most important test and the absence of the disengagement of the tilted balance, is it your planning judgment that policy SA in 2025 should get full weight, moderate weight, limited weight? What's your judgment, please?
I would still consider that it could carry full weight.
Okay, so you, and is that on the basis that it is it your planning judgment it is consistent with NPPF 11 or inconsistent?
I believe it's sufficiently consistent or not sufficiently inconsistent with the NPPF that you would deem it out of date.
Have you in any of your, I mean, I find that, I mean, Mr. Cousin, I won't comment on it, but so So the disengagement, frankly, in D1, you have effectively dismissed the disengagement of the tilt balance, which is a fundamental part of MPPF 11, but for the purposes of the development plan.
Sorry, could you just
Yes.
say that again?
Do you accept, I think you have, but DI accepts that application of policies in this framework that protect areas, for example, heritage or flooding, you
Yes.
disengage. Have you, in a committee
Yes.
report, come to the view that effectively the tilted balance is disengaged because the proposal would harm a listed building in its setting to such an extent the tilted balance, it provides effectively a strong reason for refusing the development proposed?
No.
Okay, you haven't.
Sorry, do you mean generally or in
Yeah, yeah,
relation,
yeah, just,
in relation to this?
No, not this.
appeal?
I'm not
Sorry,
asking about.
I misheard you. I
Generally.
misheard you.
No,
In general, have I ever refused something
well,
on?
no, not have you ever, because obviously this is an amendment from December 2024.
Right.
I mean, have you grappled with what DI is trying to do or not?
I understand what DI is trying to do. I'm not sure I've ever had, off the top of my head, a scenario where I've had decision making that went direct to that.
Okay, next point. Do you accept there is a material difference between most important and relevant policies?
I accept there's a difference between the two, yeah.
And what do you say it is, please?
Well, relevant would encompass anything that was relevant. And as I said before, most important are those that go to the heart of the decision, the heart of the matter.
Well, so do you, for the purposes of this proposal, which do you say the inspector, because you're saying full weight. You see, you're putting the inspector in a remarkable position because he's got to make a judgment on your evidence with policies between effectively, I mean, in a sense, what do you say is the approach he should take to apply effectively SA, policy SA and paragraph 11? What does he apply? Does he apply the test of relevant policies or most important?
Determining this appeal,
Yes.
then the primary tool is paragraph 11.
The primary tool is paragraph 11. And why is it the primary tool? Because it's the latest up-to-date expression of government policy?
Yes, I mean, obviously you determine the proposal in accordance with the development plan.
Yes.
And estimate, we'll put that to one side, but.
But you're making the judgment, Mr. Callis. Let's be fair and reasonable. You're clearly judging correctly that the development plan is not compatible with the latest expression of national guidance in para 11, because you're saying he should give preference to para 11 because that reflects the up-to-date position. Now, if your argument was right and there was consistency between the two, it wouldn't be necessary to do that, because you could actually say, well, actually they're both compatible, but you've clearly expressed a view and acceptance that he has to give priority or preference to para 11. And that, completely being fair and objective, it completely proves the point, Mr. Callis, that there is not the necessary consistency between the development plan and national guidance. The development plan, the key overarching policy, SA policy, which encapsulates the presumption in favour of sustainable development, is out of date.
I don't consider SA is out of date. I don't consider it's inconsistent with the MPPF, but in terms as to whether you are applying the tilted balance or not, you would be looking primarily to to paragraph 11.
No, but Mr. Callis, I'm going to give one last chance and then I will move on. Your explicit acceptance that the inspector's got to give preference to para 11 is the clearest indication that policy SA is out of date because it doesn't reflect national guidance.
I don't know whether I was slightly sort of misunderstanding the question, but
I don't think you were.
In relation to whether you apply the tilted balance or not.
No, I wasn't asking you about the tilted balance at all. No.
Right.
I was asking you, when the inspector makes a judgment on his journey to deciding whether it's tilted or flat, which do you think he should give priority to? The wording used, the test in para 11 or the test in SA, policy SA? Because you've accepted they are different for two critical reasons.
I'm sorry, I might be missing this, but I'm not quite getting the question.
Well, you certainly got it 5 minutes ago, Mr. Kaz. I mean, I'm going to give you one last chance. Well, let's go back a stage then, if you're not quite understanding. Do you accept that there's complete compatibility between policy SA and paragraph 11?
They don't 100% verbatim replicate each other, but I would say that they are compatible and consistent, yes.
Well, all right, that's your view, is that well, why don't we have a break and then I'll move on, but I'm going to give you a chance to think about that over the break, then I'll move on. But it's a pretty serious point and I'll let you reflect on it and I'll give you one chance when we come back and ask you if you want to change your evidence on this, but okay, if sir, would
All
that
right.
be an appropriate time?
That's fine, yeah, it's 15:52. Bear in mind, you need to just have a look. If we were to resume at 16:10, that'd be okay. I need to remind you of your obligations that you can't speak to anyone in terms of your position. So if you do need to go to the toilet, you'll have to ensure that I'm trusting your professional code of conduct from being a chartered member that you will abide by that anyway. But you're aware of it. So if you do need to go to the toilet, then you need to make your own way on your own and come back on your own and not speak to anyone. So at that point, we'll adjourn, we'll resume back at 16:10. Thank you. Okay, it's 16:10. The inquiry is now resumed. Mr. White, please continue with your cross-examination.
Mr. Callis, can I just ask you, I gave you an opportunity to reflect. Can I just repose the question before we broke and your judgment about the consistency? Do you accept that policy SA is inconsistent with paragraph 11 for the two reasons I put to you before we broke?
I don't believe it's materially inconsistent.
Not materially inconsistent. And in those circumstances, it's your view, you still have the view that it should get full weight.
Yes.
But then let's go to the third point. If you had an application in your judgment in the light of that, that was potentially fell within little I, and it provided a strong reason for refusing the development proposed, what would you say should get preference in that situation? Should one disengage the tilted balance because 11D1 required you to do, or should you not because policy SA has no such test?
Policy SA in the first bullet point does say any adverse impacts of granted permission would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies in the framework as a whole. So I think in that policy then taking you to the framework, you would then, in accordance with 11DI, you would disengage the tilted balance.
Yeah, what you're doing effectively is you're absolutely proving my point. You're giving precedence to 11D because you're accepting and activating the disengagement of the tilted balance. You're accepting that policy SA does not cater for that key scenario.
I don't believe that policy SA is meant to fully replicate paragraph 11 of the MPPF.
Well, that's not the question I put to you. That's not.
Well, yes, in that case, it doesn't cater for what
It
you've
doesn't.
pointed out.
No, and that's pretty important. I mean, it's your argument. I mean, this is the point. The fact that a policy does not have a key component of up-to-date guidance, the disengagement, the tilted balance. In the callous world, it has no material consequence because you still give full weight to the policy and you still say it's consistent with the MPPF. Don't you?
Yeah, I'd say it's sufficiently consistent with the MPPF.
Sufficiently consistent. That's a gloss, isn't it? There's no such use of the words in the MPPF. Sufficiently consistent. It requires a judgment, doesn't it? With the
Yes, it is. It is a judgment. You are correct. Yes.
Yeah. Next point. Let's then look at, frankly, policy S3. Go on to, well, let's just do policy S3 in the joint core strategy. And can I ask you please to go to 31, page 31.
Of the joint core strategy.
Yeah.
With table 2 on it.
Table 2, yes. The way this works, isn't it, is what first of all was done is there was a requirement chosen for the 3 areas, Daventry, South Northants and the NRDA.
Yes.
We see that taken through to table 3 by plan area, don't we? That then inserted into table 3 are those completions that have taken place and the remaining delivery planned effectively. And then table 4 is how you get effectively the housing provision identified.
Yes.
And that's taken through into policy S3. It effectively, table S3 looks at that's required. It's basically the need minus those that are effectively already completed, et cetera, and then there's a distribution in policy S3, isn't there?
Yes.
And
approximate distribution.
Well, approximate, yes.
Yes.
All right. But then let's then look at, can you take up the housing assessment CDD 15, please? And go to 8.2.
So D15.
Yeah.
So I've just got to scroll a long way. D15. And what was the location, sorry?
Chapter, section 8, please.
Section 8. So that's the table.
Yeah.
Yes.
And look under C, please.
Supply of deliverable sites.
Yes. Now you tell me, am I right? When it says Northampton, does that include the related, is that shorthand for the related development area or not?
I would assume so, but I'm not an expert on how the housing land supply figure is calculated.
Well, so you don't know. Well, Mr. Wood could confirm, not now, but because I'm going to put to you that I'm not sure it does, because you see the category rural areas.
Yes.
That bears no relationship. That is not a category that's effectively dealt with under policy S3, is it? Policy S3 has no, well, it has the rural areas under Daventry, but that doesn't include and South Northants, but it doesn't include, effectively, that doesn't include the rural areas that fall within the NRDA, does it? Effectively, what is in 8.2, the way the council now assesses housing supply does not marry up with policy S3. I cannot tell now in 2025 how policy S3 do an audit of how the distribution of housing development is marrying up with what is shown in table 3.
I mean, that again, that's a housing land supply question.
It's not a housing. You're completely wrong about that. It's not. I'm talking about S3 policy.
Right.
You have given in your evidence, you tell the inspector full weight should be given to policy S3. And I'm saying to you, it's impossible now. S3, the council no longer embrace S3 because they don't tell the world. They no longer apply S3. They don't do HLS on the basis that S3 expects and requires, because the figures in table 8 do not marry up. As of June 25, the council have taken a different road to assessing housing land supply.
Yes.
Yes.
But as in, yes, the council, now calculates it on a authority-wide basis.
Well,
Yeah.
exactly. So how can you say, I mean, your remarkable evidence that the plan is up to date when the key policy that deals with distribution is no longer capable of being understood, whether the extent of compliance or not of distribution. We have no idea based on table 8. 8.2 does not marry up. You cannot tell this inquiry what the rural area relates to. You don't know.
So the rural area in the housing land supply calculation.
Yeah. Policy, you say to the inspector, and I could take, and I'm conscious of the time, half an hour. You tell the inspector full weight in October 2021, full weight's got to be given to policy S3. You say it's up to date and full weight.
It's up to date insofar as the way it sets out the sort of proportion of development and indicating how much goes to Northampton, Daventry, etc., and how that's sort of cascaded down through the different areas in broad terms, which is consistent with policy S1. And in light of the fact that the figures within S3 are clearly deliberately vague, I say that that policy is still up to date.
No, but you're wrong on that. You're just simply wrong, Mr. Callis, because what the council put in the public domain in 8 has changed the whole basis. You cannot you cannot do an audit of S3. You cannot apply S3 because those geographical areas are no longer reflected in how the council judges HLS. Well, prove me wrong. You prove me wrong. Tell me how the inspector sees S3 that you say full weight. The distribution in Daventry is set out. The distribution in Northampton is set out. The distribution in South Northamptonshire is set out. But of course, in 2 of the 3 categories, they've got this unique method or approach or trick of using related development areas related to Northampton. Now you look at C under the housing land supply, and I see Northampton, I see Daventry, I see Brackley, I see Towcester, I see rural areas. That is a different basis of assessment. Policy S3 has been jettisoned, not by my clients, but by your council. It's impossible to apply policy S3 now because the council in June 25 decided to completely change the basis of appraisal by aggregating all housing into a district-wide assessment, didn't they?
I disagree that it's been jettisoned.
Well, all right, you can prove me wrong. You can prove me wrong immediately. Tell us how to marry up what CS3 seeks to do as part of its spatial strategy by looking at table 8. Because if you can do that, you're a much better man than me, that's for sure.
I mean, I'm not entirely sure that there is a direct requirement for the housing land supply to correlate with the categories in.
It's not HLS. S3 is not about HLS, it's about the distribution of housing development.
Okay.
It's telling, during the plan period, we have this global figure, which is the cake, and this tells the world what the spatial strategy is of how that cake will be cut up. In Daventry district, you want 12,700, Northampton 18,870, South Northamptonshire 11,020, putting it its highest. Now, what we have, you are immediately divorced from that spatial strategy because you now evaluate a rural area. And unless I'm missing something, a rural area is that area which is not Northampton, Daventry, Brackley or Towcester.
I don't honestly know.
You don't understand. But Mr. Callis, I'm sorry to be a bit harsh, but you've given evidence that full weight should go to policy S3. Frankly, it wasn't incumbent upon you to understand whether that judgment was right.
Well, as I've said before, I think other than the specific figures within there, the hierarchy set out in S3 is in accordance with the hierarchy in S1. And
you just don't know that, Mr. Callis. You don't know. You can't have it both ways. You can't in 1 second say, I don't understand, frankly, the table 8, and I don't know the answer to the questions I put to you, and then come back and contend. Your role is to give objective evidence here. And you've disclosed you don't understand how you marry up table 8 or table 3, sorry, to S3. You have no idea, frankly, whether the spatial strategy can be the level of compliance or not with S3 in the light of how the council as of June 25 assesses housing supply. Can you?
in terms of monitoring, you mean?
Yes, monitoring,
yeah.
no, but just compliance. S3 is a spatial strategy.
Yes, it is.
And we have no idea what happened of June 25. And the same is true of S2, the same is true of policy S5, the same is S4. All these strategic policies are predicated on assessment areas which have been jettisoned as of June 25. I mean, I could do the same exercise with policy S4, 28,000 net additional dwellings within the NRDA. You cannot tell me from C where we are in relation to that 28,000 because it's impossible to tell from the information that the council are now putting in the public domain. The same is true of policy S5. And I'm sorry, but I'm going to put to you that for you to come here and say that the plan is up to date when it is impossible to tell whether those 5 spatial policies of the core strategy are being implemented in accordance with the plan, when the council have decided to change the whole basis of assessment and monitoring is a nonsense, Mr. Callis. Because I could send you into a room overnight. Let me be unfair and say overnight, I'm going to give you the opportunity to answer my question and assess, give an audit of how, to what extent policy S2, S3, S4, S5 are being complied with against the June 25 figures. You couldn't do it because you can't. You absolutely cannot. Can you?
I couldn't personally, no.
No, well, all right. So going back to the point where we all started on this, how can you give full weight to a policy that you cannot give any understanding now of whether it's complied with or not, or being implemented? Because if you're really going to tell the inspector that it is reasonable to give full weight to a policy that's been superseded by your policy team, then it makes a nonsense. What's the point of the whole housing assessment in 2025 if it's academic? If there's no way of telling whether policy S3 is being complied with or not? Well, let me put it another way. If the decision was taken now that basically every single house should be in Northampton, not the NRDA, you'd have no ability to know whether that was in accordance with S3 or not, would you?
I mean, I don't think S3 is intended to be that prescriptive, but I do take your point, yes.
I take my point. In the light of that, Mr. Callis, it is not credible to say S3 is up to date when the inspector cannot judge whether the reality of 2025 is being implemented when the council have chosen to completely ditch the way it divides the cake up into their published audit of housing land supply. How do you implement S3 now? As of November 25, how do you implement policy S3? How do you judge whether my client scheme complies or not with it?
It would be an assessment as to where the development fell within the hierarchy that's set out and whether it therefore constituted sustainable development.
No, because what S3 does must be meaningful. You've got to realise, will this proposal, the Brackley figure about 2,160, the various methods of audit, for example, I mean, we know there are categorizations here, which every single category in C, it's impossible to marry them up. You've got no way of knowing whether that spatial strategy is being complied with or not. Do you?
Well, as a development management officer, no.
Okay. Next point, let's just go, please, back to the planning officer's report, please. And I want to just take you to a point about, yes. Let's look at 721, please, because I'm going to put to you also, you've materially changed your position on paragraph 232, because what you said in terms to members at 232, look at the second sentence, please.
Mm-hmm.
It is consequently inferred that policies adopted more than 5 years ago will be out of date where the LHN is greater than the adopted housing requirement. Consequently inferred. That was your judgment in July 25, wasn't it?
Well, I believe it could be inferred. I wasn't suggesting that it was, it was absolutely inferred.
Well, let's not dance on semantics. You're speaking to the members of this council when you say it's consequently inferred that policies adopted more than 5 years ago will be out of date. We have agreement. You say it in terms in your proof that the LHN is now higher. You accept the figures higher, your proof, paragraph 8.6. You want me to take it to you? Or do you accept that? Do we need to go there?
So what was it? Sorry, I'll just say.
Paragraph 8.6.
Yeah, so sorry, accepting that the housing need was that your point, sorry?
Yeah, it is higher
Yes,
as the LHM requirement is higher. And it's broadly a figure, isn't it? The difference is roughly 2,368 against, I think you give a figure of 2,503, don't you?
yes, I think that is right.
Yeah, the LHM figure is materially different. You've got to find at least another 160 houses per annum, don't you? Which over the period, even if we went up to the end of the core strategy, 2029, 5 times 160, you've got about 700 houses that are simply not considered in the core strategy, are they?
I wouldn't say they were not considered.
Well, they were by definition, unless you're Nostradamus, you can't tell. No, but seriously, the government imposed on your authority as of December 2024 a requirement. The LHN is materially higher than effectively the allocations that were made per annum in the joint core strategy. You accept that the figure requirement is higher.
Yeah, the requirement is higher, yes.
Yeah. And that is not catered for at all in the core strategy. By definition, no one saw 11 years ago into the future and saw what was going to happen in December 24, did they?
No.
No. And also, as you accept at 8.6, and this is your point, and I'm surprised you didn't think about this in the context of what we just did, the council for the first time, for the 11 years of the core strategy, for 10 years, the council considered HLS based on the way the cake had been cut in the core strategy. And for the first time in June 25, the cake was divided in a way that divorced it from the joint core strategy by using the whole of West Northants.
Sorry,
So you say, you're 8.6.
yes,
The report for the first time gives a single housing land supply figure for the whole of West Northants rather than separate policy areas.
yes,
So what we have, as I said, 11 years since December 14, when the core strategy was adopted, 10 years the council looked at housing land supply in a disaggregated way. For the first time in June 25, they look at it in an aggregated way.
yes.
Yeah. Now, let's then, and I'm going to put it to you, let me give you an opportunity in the light of the journey we've undertaken. And I want to just give you an opportunity to reflect. There are two components. In the light of all the factors I put to you, Mr. Callis, is it still your contention that the plan is up to date? Or do you accept, for all the various reasons we've went through, that taking them all cumulatively together, the plan is out of date for the reasons I put to you?
No, I believe the plan is up to date.
Okay. And do you also not change in any way any of your weightings? You give full weight to all the key policies we went through earlier?
Yes.
Okay. And can I assume that your benefits analysis and the weighting, which we'll come on to in a minute, all of that effectively reflects your judgment that the plan is up to date? I mean, giving full weight, I mean, you must have, frankly, because it's your judgment, like Miss Butterfield, that the other material considerations outweigh the development plan. You say it's overall the development is contrary to the development plan.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Let's just have a look at that for a minute. First of all, in terms of the suitability of the site, can we agree that you accept in the statement of common ground the site is adjacent to a sustainable settlement? It's common ground, Brackley's a sustainable settlement.
Yes, it is.
It's common ground at 7.9 of the statement of common ground that Brackley has all the necessary facilities and services.
Yes.
I think it's common ground from your evidence, but let me make that the scale of the proposal is compatible with the scale of the existing settlement.
Yes.
The judgment is reached that the proposal is accessible by alternative means of transport.
Correct, yes.
It's also, the judgment is taken that it will encourage modal shift in relation to the MPPF guidance.
Yes,
It's also right that the proposal does not involve the development of any land with ecological designations.
correct.
It also will not have any impact either within the site or beyond the site on any heritage assets, whether designated or non-designated.
Yes,
It's also accepted as in statement of common ground at 720 that in terms of landscape and the assessment required by the MPPF, there's no contention that the landscape here is valued.
yes, correct.
It's then, let's just then do an audit. And if you, I think on the benefits, if we look at the planning balance, if I could ask you to take up 3 documents, this is dealt with in 3 places. Well, for the purposes of the cross-examination, can I just ask you to look at 2 places? The statement of common ground, please. The overarching planning statement of common ground and your proof of evidence. And I think if you take up the statement of common ground at 767, which is on page 31.
Yes, I have it.
And could you also please take up your proof at 8.75? Page 30.
Yes, I have it.
Now, I think there's broadly pretty much agreement between you and Miss Butterfield about the what constitutes benefits. And there's pretty much agreement on what weight you should give to those benefits. If we look at market housing, as we can see at 767 on the first bullet point, you both agree very significant weight should be given to the market housing, the 420 units, correct?
Yes, I mean, so it says very significant weight, 700 houses, including 40% affordable. But yes, if you're just looking at the market component of that, then.
Secondly, and that's agreed between you. Secondly, the affordable housing, again, although it's under the same bullet point, both in the statement of common ground and your proof of evidence. Again, you give very significant weight to that.
Yes.
Again, that's agreed. Then economic, 767, we see creation of jobs, construction, contribution, construction phase and jobs, significant weight. And again, that's reflected at 875 as well, if you go over the page on page 31.
Yes.
We then have environmental, where 767, it's agreed limited weight, and you again would pay that at 875 in your evidence, limited weight to the environmental benefits.
The biodiversity net gain.
Exactly.
Yes.
Then we get on to rugby pitch, and I know expressly that Miss Butterfield gives that limited. You don't opine as far as I can see. You do say under sustainable location, including a new rugby pitch, and you attach significant weight to that. But I think that's in a wider umbrella of development in a sustainable location. But just Miss Butterfield gives the rugby pitch alone as her 5th benefit and gives limited weight, subject to the 106. But for the purposes of this afternoon, do you broadly give that limited weight or different weight, please?
Sorry, just bear with me. Yes, sorry. So as you say, I've included the rugby pitch in the 2nd bullet point. And it is captured in with everything there as significant weight. Whereas, did you say, sorry,
No, all I'm asking.
Sorry.
All I'm asking, on the assumption that is right, Miss Butterfield takes the approach that the provision of the rugby pitch to the rugby club is a definitive freestanding benefit.
Okay.
She gives limited weight to it in her planning balance. Is that a judgment you agree or disagree with?
I would agree with that.
Okay, fine. So I'm going to put limited down on that. Then open space, again, 767 of the statement of common ground, significant. 875 of your proof, significant. That's under the second bullet point again, over 10 hectares. You get attached significant weight.
Yep.
Are you happy to agree with the 10.5 hectares, over 10 hectares of on-site? I don't think it's quite 10.5, but significant weight. Is that fair with the 6 benefit?
Yes.
Highly sustainable, significant at 767. That's second bullet point, statement of common ground. And again, it's your overarching point in your second bullet point at page 30 at 875. Can the inspector record significant weight to highly or development in a sustainable location?
Yes.
And then the last one, which Miss Butterfield has, she gives limited weight to high quality design. Well, let me not press you on that because of course it is, I suppose, in essence, an outline application. Let me not press you in an aggressive manner or forceful, but do you think that should get any weight in the planning balance or not?
I think I haven't passed comment because it is outlined. I think it is a matter for the reserve matters as to ultimately what quality comes through.
Fine.
If you can get good quality design, then
Well,
you know that's
might-
very much a good thing.
Mr. Callis, you might be instrumental in that process. You never know. But let's put that aside, and I'm not going to press it for you because it's a matter for you. But what I have an audit, and I hope I'm not being unfair in the light of your answers, is market housing and affordable housing very significant, economic significant, environmental limited, rugby pitch limited, open space significant, highly sustainable location significant, nothing for high quality design. But adding up those 7 benefits and the weighting you give them, cumulatively in your planning balance, whether it be flat or tilted, what weight would you give cumulatively to the benefits?
Substantial, if that's the correct terminology.
Well, it's your evidence. I mean, there's that torturous debate about whether substantial is the same as significant.
Yes, I do
No,
get confused.
Please not. Let's not. But if I take a note substantial on whether it be the tilted or the flat balance, it's right for the inspector to take a note that you give substantial weight to the benefits of granting permission in this matter.
Yes.
And that must be right because your starting point is you're giving full weight to development plan that you say the proposal doesn't comply with. So on a flat balance, your flat balance by definition gives more weight to the benefits because they've got to outweigh your development plan conclusion.
Yes.
Yeah. Then in terms of impacts, Ms. Butterfield's got contrary to the spatial strategy, and she gives limited weight to that for the reasons she articulates. When the inspector's thinking in impacts, I don't think you address noise during construction, which she gives limited, but I think you've got, when I go through the audit of your proof, is it fair to say you've got obviously contrary to the spatial strategy, but that's obviously bound up also in your development plan argument about S1 and S3, et cetera. But what weight in impacts in your balance do you give to the breach to the spatial strategy?
Sorry, you mentioned noise. Is that?
No, forget noise for a
Sorry,
moment.
you threw me.
Okay, forget noise. I'm just asking you, in the impacts, you remember Miss Butterfield's coloured table where she's got she's deployed the Pegasus colours. Green's good, I think, and red's not
Yes,
so good.
I very good recall.
Well, just in your balance, I mean, you've obviously done a paragraph 11 exercise because you say, as my learned friend reiterated yesterday, the benefits outweigh the impact on the flat balance. I just want to assist the inspector. I want to understand how you came to that judgment. What weight did you give to the impacts? And I'm saying my inference from reading your proof, it's greater than inference. My judgment is that you have 2 fundamental impacts that you weighed: landscape and visual harm, which you accept. You say at 8.87, just take that up as limited.
Yes. Localized and
Localized. You say overall the harm in this sense is considered to be limited. I'm also, for the reasons you've got, the various harms to the spatial strategy and the countryside location, etc. I
Mhm.
just want overall, what weight do you give to the breach of the spatial strategy that you say this proposal amounts to?
I would say it's significant, because there is that clear conflict with the policies that are identified.
Yes, so in your scale then, unless there's a perversity here, substantial cumulative benefits against one significant impact and one limited impact leads to, in your planning balance, the grant of planning permission.
In broad terms, yes.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I don't know what to, I'm actually trying to do you a favour, Mr.
Yeah.
Callis, here, and get an understanding of your planning balance so the inspector can place reliance on it, because we are actually perversely switching to the same side at this moment.
Yeah.
We've got a mutuality of interest, and I'm giving you an opportunity to tell the inspector why he should place weight on your planning balance, because it's
Yeah.
we all know your destination, that on the flat balance, it's your considered view as of July, August, September, when you wrote your proof, and now in your oral evidence in October, that planning permission should be granted.
Absolutely.
And we're just getting your audit, substantial benefit, weight to the benefits. You say significant weight to the impacts on spatial strategy, limited on landscape and visual harm. Why is it your planning judgment that planning permission should be granted for the scheme in the light of your weightings that you've just paraded, please?
Because the benefits outweigh the harms, and the development would constitute sustainable development.
And if that be true on your flat balance, and I'm not going to go back over the tilt, that conclusion would be even greater in favour of the grant of consent in a tilted balance world, which I know you disagree with. But if the inspector is on the side of Miss Butterfield and Mr. Tiley, that conclusion would be reinforced greater in favour of the grant of consent, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. Yeah.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Can I just check my note whether there's anything else I want to deal with? No, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I don't have any questions for you, but at this point anyway, I think we'll just go straight back into re-examination.
Thank you, sir. I don't know very much, so this won't take very long, I don't think. Mr. Callis, you were pressed, if you recall, about the absence of a review after 5 years and the consequences of it. And it was put to you in that rather colourful formulation that in Callis world, dark and dangerous place, in Callis world, the absence of a review would be completely academic. And you addressed that on the basis that there was a 5-year supply existing. If there wasn't a 5-year supply, what relevance to the weight to be attached to relevant policies would the absence of a review be then?
Sorry, just so I understand. So in the absence of a 5-year
Yeah,
land
if you haven't got a
supply,
5-year supply.
what's the relevance of not having a review?
Yeah.
To a certain extent, it wouldn't be relevant, because you would already be in a scenario where the relevant policies were out of date and the tilted balance was engaged.
What relevance would the absence of a review have to the weight you would put on those policies, notwithstanding that they were being applied through the tilted balance?
Sorry, could you say that again?
Yeah. You correctly say if there's no 5-year supply, tilted balance applies.
Yes.
Question then becomes, what weight, if any, do you give to the existing development plan policies?
Yes.
In doing that calculation, that estimation,
Yes.
what relevance would the absence of a review have to the weight you put on those, as it were, residual policy?
I would say none.
Just a point of detail, can you turn up policy SA, please, in the joint core strategy, which you were asked about, and you were asked about quite a lot in the context of its consistency with paragraph 11 of the MPPF.
Yes.
And you were asked about the first bullet point.
In SA.
In
is
SA,
this-
yes. And then you were asked about the absence of the disengagement of the tilted balance. That was how it was put to you.
Yes.
Which is mandated in certain circumstances by paragraph 11D1.
Yes.
I don't think you were asked about the second bullet point there. What relevance does that have to the disengagement of the tilted balance that's in paragraph 11?
But that would be a policy in the framework that indicated that development should be restricted.
And what sort of policy would that be?
Sorry, what sort of?
Yeah, specific policies in that framework are the words used. What sort of policy would that be?
Well, they would be any relevant section of the MPPF.
Thank you. Just want to ask you a couple of questions now about paragraph 232, please, of the MPPF. In the context which you were asked about it. Policies should not be considered out of date simply because they were adopted or made prior to the publication of this framework. Due weight should be given to them according to their degree of consistency with this framework. In your judgment, does that mean that the development plan becomes out of date if particular individual policies are not consistent with the MPPF?
The development plan as a whole?
Yeah.
No.
And looking at the application of the tilted balance, you were asked in detail about policy S3, and then you were asked, as it were, an outline about a similar approach to S4 and 5 and others, I think, were quoted to you. Just thinking about S3, looking at policy 11, sorry, paragraph 11D, we know that the MPPF mandates through that paragraph that where policies which are most important for determining the application are out of date.
Mm-hmm.
How important a policy for determining this application is S3?
I think it's questionable whether it's, I mean, clearly it's important because it's a housing strategy policy. But I think in terms of its direct application to the site, it's possibly not the most important.
Thank you. And then you were asked about the ability to test the compliance of the council's housing supply with policy S3, given the new format that's adopted in the June 2025 Housing Land Supply Assessment document. Do you remember the table that you shown? Is it possible to draw any correlation between what's set out in S3 and the supply of deliverable sites as recorded in the new housing land supply table?
I mean, there's some broad correlation in relation to Northampton, Daventry, rural areas.
Thank you. And then you were asked, and this is my final set of questions about the report to committee, and in particular, para 721 and 722. And it was put to you that you changed your position since you wrote this to the position you adopt before this inquiry, and that was based upon the last sentence of 721 consequently inferred that policies adopted more than 5 years ago will be out of date. What did you go on to say in paragraph 722?
If I just read it out, it says, however, because West Northants can demonstrate a 5-year supply against the local housing need based upon the new standard method, officers consider this paragraph is essentially inapplicable, given that the fundamental requirement for being in date, i.e. having a 5-year supply, is satisfied even in respect of the new local housing need.
And is that consistent or inconsistent with the position you adopt at this inquiry?
That's wholly consistent.
Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Callis, thank you very much indeed. So those are all my questions by way of re-examination.
Thank you very much indeed. That concludes your evidence, Mr. Callis. So you
Thank
can
you, sir.
relax.
No,
You may
we
as
can't.
well
It's got the
remain
106 to deal with.
If there was another witness, I would ask you to turn to your seat, but you may as well stop there now. Last thing then today, just to pick up on housekeeping matters and anything that we need to think about for tomorrow, there are a couple of things. I have now received the revised site visit itinerary, which I will class as ID 9. You might want to just make a note of that, Mr. Callis, for the purpose of the website.
ID 9, was that so?
ID 9. We parked this morning, a little bit of a discussion about the angling club's concerns about drainage. We parked this morning where we were going with the section 106, albeit we touched upon that, arising from the housing land supply discussions. So we have that document that Mr. Wood's preparing for tomorrow. Those are the things that I just want to touch upon before we.
Can I give you an
leave tonight.
update?
Please, yes.
So we luckily our Ridge are consultants on flooding, and the chap who wrote the April update 2025 has been able to respond, and I hopefully will present tomorrow morning
Brilliant.
the response. So that you'll have the position of the angling
Thank you.
club, and you'll have our counterpoint. I think it is being shown to the council, and we hope that they might opine either in agreement with our note or set out what they disagree with our note. I think that's being done. So that's the position on that.
Thank you.
In terms of the 106 update, again, can I slightly, I think that we've had extensive discussions with the council on those, on both the rugby pitch, the allotments and the triggers.
Yep.
And can I update you in the morning?
Can.
But at
Yep.
least I think the
Going
likely.
nowhere. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. And then, yes, I think those are the two matters that are outstanding on our list.
Yeah,
Okay.
just on the 106 there, obviously, part of the reason the council has been less speedy in its response than it might otherwise have been, of course, Mr. Callis has been in the box.
Yep.
And therefore been unable to give instructions. So now that's over, he has another
Okay.
little few tasks to consider this
All
evening.
right. What, I mean, depending where we go on that, what I will probably ask for, not by the end of tomorrow, but in a week or so, is a track change version, so I can see what you've changed. I won't comment on that because that it's not my place to comment any further outside of this forum. So, but I want to know what you've done. Be clear about it. We're having to go through the document, and then of course we'll just have then the final document that follows that track change. And all I will check is whether that document then aligns with the track changes. But I'd like to see those track changes so I know what you've done in relation to what we talked about, and therefore I can make my judgment about what does that mean then for me. But that's standard practice, but we'll talk about that. Site visit tomorrow then, just be prepared. I think there seems to be some agreement that we'll travel together. It will be around about 1:30. We'll see where we are, timescale. I'm conscious that you need a lunch as well. But we'll need to just think about where do we meet then, and we'll obviously need to come back here so everybody can get back out, including me.
Sorry, sir, I don't by any means think that we will be there, but the car park that we park in closes at 6. So that's
It's
fine,
dark.
as long as we're back here by then.
Well,
But it will
unless
be
you-
dark then anyway,
unless you've
so
got
I
some
don't
good
think we will be later.
torches.
It's up the Longstade, Hope Longstade, because I believe that's open all the time, isn't it? I don't think it actually does close, so.
But that was only based on information we read. That's why we thought it closed at 6.
Right.
But if you're saying it doesn't, then that's obviously irrelevant.
And obviously what I don't know is the length of time we're going to be at various locations in terms of who might be meet us from the fishing clubs. So I think you've got the contact
I do,
details.
sir, and I will
So you can
liaise
keep
with
them
them and
updated.
give them some indication as to when we're likely to arrive.
That, I think, is it. Tomorrow, it's evidence of Miss Butterfield, the planning evidence, and then we'll adjourn for the site visit at that point. So I can't think of anything else that's on my list of jobs to do. I think we're up to speed.
No, it was. I mean, no, it was. I mean, it's up to you, sir, but you've heard how I put my questions. And I mean, frankly, it was a serious point because Mr. Callis said he was unable to answer. So if any of my contentions Mr. Wood think are not right, then I perfectly accept the proposition that if the points I put are not right, then the council have the right to tell you how I'm wrong.
That's fine. I picked it, I think, like you, Mr. Fraser, quite that it was more of a figure of speech requirement, but I saw the interaction between you two and you kind of deflected it to Mr. Wood. So if Mr. Wood's offered to do that, which it sounds like he has, then I'll take it. Yep.
The only thing I would ask, it would be helpful to have it
In the morning.
because Miss Butterfield's obviously going into the witness box.
Is that okay, Mr. Wood?
Thank you so much.
Brilliant.
Well, I'll
Right.
give you a task for Thursday night so you don't get lonely.
But just realised I didn't say that on the microphone because I turned it off, but we're breaking there at 17:03.